Chapter 693. There was an unexpected change in the Battle of Emo Mountain. Emo Master had reached the true realm, and his terrifying aura swept across thousands of miles. The fairy-slaying cry roared and blood streaks appeared. Holding the sword, knowing destiny's eyes darkened, and he was ready to face the most difficult battle. Above the void, divine light sprinkled down, and the figure bathed in the light had an indescribable aura. It was the first time a true realm cultivator had appeared in the world. "Old Nine, have you seen a real celestial art?" Emo Master raised his right hand, and in an instant a black aura gathered rapidly above the 9 heavens. It was hundreds of feet, thousands of feet, and a majestic cold aura spread out, covering the true moon and opening up a new domain. Seeing this, Ning Chen formed a phoenix with his left hand. The moment the phoenix opened its mouth, endless flames spread out, devouring the flames of heaven and earth. It kept rising under the black moon, forming a pattern of its own. Morning sun shines in the east. The heavenly book martial arts appeared, and the divine sun rose from the sea of fire. Celestial art versus heavenly book, the sun and the moon were in the sky, fiercely clashing. In a short moment, the divine sun showed signs of collapsing, and the huge gap between the foundation and cultivation was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. With a bang, blood splattered, and Hong-Yi flew out, severely injured. Red dyed her clothes red. Ning Chen suppressed his injuries, and the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish. He shouted, and the phoenix soared into the sky. A huge bronze beast appeared, and the blood of the phoenix spilled on the chariot. With blood as a sacrifice, the god-slaying cry appeared. The chariot shook, and the chariot turned into a ghost phoenix, the killing machine that shocked the 4 celestial realms, and its destructive power reappeared. He stepped on the back of the ghost phoenix, and the phoenix essence around Hong-Yi rose rapidly, pouring into the chariot to support the ghost phoenix. In the next moment, the ghost phoenix spread its wings and turned into a black stream of light, crashing into the figure in the void. Emo Master's eyes narrowed, and he raised his right hand. Suddenly, thunder roared in all directions, and a surge of divine power spread out, blocking the god-slaying chariot. The ghost phoenix's true realm exploded, and dust rose into the sky. Thousands of miles around Emo Mountain sank, and the mountains moved, as if doomsday had arrived. Star transformation. The moment the 2 extremes collided, the big stars above the void, and after a while they turned into the power of falling stars, crashing into the master of Emo's sect. Caught off guard, Emo Zhu was injured for the first time. He took a step back as the aura around him surged. As the shock waves dissipated, the black-robed figure stood in the air. His eyebrows were cold, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss, devoid of any human emotions. The demonic phoenix met again. Without a single word, the immortal execution and crimson drill, 2 of the most ferocious weapons of the present age, appeared at the same time. In an instant, resentment soared to the heavens. The blasphemy technique reappeared. Heaven's tears. The resentment of all living beings gathered. Xian Song wept in grief. Heavy rain poured down, covering the world in fog. In the heavy rain, Emo Zhu frowned as he felt his body being restrained. The resentment of all living beings. Before he had time to think, Feng and Mo's figures had already arrived. Ling Sha's sword came from the same source, but it was completely different. One was as heavy as a mountain, while the other was as fast as lightning. The combination of strength and speed, the seamless tacit understanding of the heart and body, the sword edge passed through the gap, leaving only the whistling of the sword light in the world. Emo Zhu came back to his senses and used his palms to block the 2 swords. With a kung sound, the 2 swords changed direction at the same time. It was as if a flood dragon had come out of the sea, sealing the throat and threatening to kill. Ling, Hua's sword light cooperated seamlessly. One was extremely fast to restrain the enemy, while the other was extremely powerful to break through the enemy. The sword at the peak was unique. Under the night sky, the two figures intertwined. Their speed became faster and faster, and the sword momentum became heavier and heavier. New and old grudges were vivid in their eyes, not allowing the swordsman to slow down. With the suppression of resentment, Mo Zhu's body was restrained. However, the cultivation of the true realm was still so terrifying that it was hard to resist. His every move was vast and mighty. In the most tragic battle, the two figures were dyed red. Since he had disregarded life and death, the sword in his hand was a divine weapon that burned hatred to pave the way. Mo Zhu turned his palm to block the attack. He was a little shocked, but his killing intent was also a little bit. The disciple that he had never completely seen through had become a great threat today. He couldn't leave him alive, and he didn't dare to leave him alive. Regaining his rationality, the sword became much clearer. Mo Zhu had hatred, and his hatred reached the heavens. However, Xinjiang was abnormally calm. Crimson drill shone brightly. The number one ferocious weapon of the central state displayed its terrifying magnificence. On the other side, the phoenix body and immortal sword were in hand. Between extreme speed, each sword was a killing move. Together with the demon body, they killed the culprit together. The sound of battle was abnormally ear-piercing. The hand holding the sword had been dyed red countless times. Only the belief of killing evil didn't waver at all. Unwilling to fight for a long time, Mo Zhu's body was bathed in divine light. The pressure became stronger and stronger, and the black moon appeared again, shrouding the world. With a bang, a palm shook the two weapons. The stagnant swords couldn't move an inch. The two flew out, their arms overflowing with blood. Their flawless cooperation gradually showed signs of defeat in front of the absolute difference in cultivation. To be able to force me to this point, you have done well enough. However, it's time to return the things I gave you. With a deep shout, Mo Zhu turned his right palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds rolled. With the support of the black moon, an endless suction force was released, drowning the two. The phoenix body paused, but it felt the three auras in its body rapidly surging, showing signs of breaking out of its body. Seeing this, the demon body's eyes darkened. It clenched its left hand, and Taisher appeared. The Taoist and demon weapons appeared at the same time. Stepping forward, it changed from an all-out attack to half attack and half defend, fighting for time for the phoenix body. Mo Zhu snorted coldly. Without the restraint of extreme speed, his moves were more terrifying, and the majestic palm force slammed toward the phoenix body. A pool of blood splashed, dyeing the sword red. The demon body was fearless, and it endured the aftermath of the palm force with its royal demon body. Outside the battle, the phoenix body used its phoenix essence to suppress the surging true qi in its body. Mo Gates' immortal techniques were all taught by Mo Zhu, and each of the 9 peaks had one. While their cultivation improved rapidly, it also planted a hidden danger for them. The surging true qi was about to break out of their bodies. The phoenix body, who had the cultivation techniques of 3 peak masters, was in great trouble. The yellow spring seal, layers of Mo Gates' immortal techniques, were sealed. At the most critical moment, it was fighting for its life. In the battle, the demon body faced the true realm Mo Zhu alone. Even with the royal demon body, after receiving the terrifying palm force, its body gradually couldn't withstand it. Blood dripped down along with the slashing of the 2 swords. In the face of an absolute difference in cultivation level, even if it was brave and fearless, it couldn't help but accept the reality of the situation. Star's transformation. The heavenly demon technique appeared again. The demon body was surrounded by stars, and it turned into a meteor that crashed into the former. Mo Zhu focused and stepped forward, avoiding the phantoms of the stars. Soon after, he raised his right hand, and 100 suns soared into the sky, blocking the last star that crashed into him. With a loud bang, the mountains fell, and the stars sank. Amidst the raging waves of sand, the black-robed figure swept past, and with a swift sword, the wind and clouds gathered. Reincarnation Tribulation. The reincarnation tribulation appeared, and the sky collapsed, and the earth was destroyed. The heavenly demon 6 absolutes, which belonged to the royal demon body, displayed a terrifying power. Wherever the sword light passed, everything collapsed and reincarnation dissipated. An unprecedented move quickly approached. Mo Zhu's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness, and his hands condensed the power of yin and yang to resist the demon body's power. The two moves collided. The demon body's 2 swords blocked the remaining power, and with a bang, it slid several feet away. Mo Zhu moved, and his palm force surged, directly hitting the demon body's head. "I've made you wait for a long time." In an instant, a red light flashed, and the sword edge blocked the palm force. Then it carried the demon body and retreated 100 feet away. "Can you still fight?" The phoenix body looked at the terrifying figure standing in the void in front of it and slowly said, "Endless fighting spirit." The demon body suppressed the injuries in its body and replied indifferently. "Let's end this quickly," the phoenix body said. "Okay." The demon body nodded and agreed. As soon as it finished speaking, the demon body condensed its essence, catalyzing the royal demon body's supernatural power. Thousands of demons appeared in the world, condensing above the void, endless, and shocking the world. On the other side, the phoenix body stepped forward and leaped into the sky. An unusually terrifying pressure spread out, and in the next moment, the heavenly fire burned the world and descended between heaven and earth. Fire of the Feng Shui Forbidden Land. In the void, Mo Zhu looked at the flames descending from the sky with a serious expression. Jiao Zi had actually refined the heavenly fire in the Feng Shui Forbidden Land into his body. The phoenix demon joined forces to resist the true realm. Demonic shadows flashed past, walking in the heavenly fire and colliding with the former. Immortal technique, sun and moon ascending heaven. When the extreme power descended, Mo Zhu didn't dare to be careless. He raised his body to the limit and raised his palms. The sun and moon descended in the sky. When the celestial technique descended, heaven and earth shook. The earth couldn't bear the majestic power, and huge, deep ravines appeared one after another, extending thousands of miles away. As the two moves collided, the remaining power spread out rapidly. Amidst the dust and sand, the two palms were pressed together. Yin and yang auras circulated, and the demonic phoenix appeared. 6 paths fall, thousands of demonic tribulations, Taishang Forbidden Sword. As soon as it stepped, the dust under its feet surged. The demon phoenix entered the 9 heavens, and the black and red airflow around it spread rapidly, drowning thousands of miles away. Demon phoenix, heavenly calamity. When the forbidden technique appeared, the demon phoenix spread its wings, and an unusually terrifying sword light formed from the demon phoenix's body, condensing the mortal-slaying evil spirit. After a moment, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of sword lights descended, destroying heaven and earth, and fell into the world. The black sword rain fell, and there was no way to avoid it. Mo Zhu lowered his eyes and turned his palm to receive the 10,000 swords. In an instant, the 10,000 swords drowned the last word peak, burying heaven and earth. In the distance, the demon phoenix descended from the sky and looked at the figure in the dust, not daring to relax for a moment. Drip! An undetectable sound was heard. In the dust, a drop of blood fell from the sky. When the dust dissipated, the figure appeared. Blood kept dripping from the right arm, and it was obvious that it suffered a serious injury. He really didn't die. The two bodies separated, and coldness flashed in the demon phoenix's eyes. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be in the true realm. The phoenix body said with a solemn expression, "In the forbidden land of the absolute beginning, the real master of the hall of the dead appeared. His body merged with heaven and earth, and his extremely heavy aura made people feel breathless. The king waved his hand, and the sword flew in front of him. The fierce sword returned to its scabbard, and he held two swords with both hands. Please." Without saying much, he asked to fight. The king's body shone, and the real sword's edge bloomed with the most dazzling light. "Swordsman, your name," the master of the Hall of the Dead said slowly. "Xia Yan, Emo Luotian of the Hall of the Dead." As soon as he said that, heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying divine weapon rushed out of the ground. The 3-foot-long blade, surrounded by black fog, was cold and bone-piercing. The divine weapon of the underworld appeared in the world. Emo Luotian reached out and held the underworld sword. Immediately, the underworld chi returned to his body, and his origin art was completed. In an instant, the divine weapon of the underworld sword appeared, and the dark brilliance slashed through, splitting the night sky. The king stepped forward and faced the attack. The green sword slashed, and 1,000 miles of dark night instantly turned into ice. Chapter 694. In the forbidden land of absolute beginning, the king's meeting was filled with fierce and ruthless warriors. Saber lights and sword shadows clashed as the flames of war filled the sky. The underworld weapon's dizziness was the first to bring about doomsday. Wherever the blade light passed, it was dark and gloomy. The forbidden land that didn't have any vegetation turned into scorched earth. This was a world-shaking battle. No one dared to take a single step within a radius of 1,000 zhang. Around the two of them, the void was unable to withstand the extreme might of their martial arts. Large cracks appeared one after another, spreading horizontally and vertically, reaching hundreds of li away. The doomsday divine dizziness was beyond common sense. Every swing and slash had the power to break the sky and split the sea. The entire forbidden land of absolute beginning shook violently, unable to bear the burden. On the other hand, Wang Jian did not look surprised, but his moves were exquisite and forceful. His sword moved freely, and every move was precise to the extreme. This was the most powerful battle in the world, the sword-god battle of dominance. As the battle progressed, the smile on the king's face became more and more obvious. Pleasure! The blade and sword clashed, and the battle was decided in an instant. Prince Yan's sword changed direction, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, the red sword passed through the gap, and the yellow spring opened the way. Emo Luotian brandished his blade to meet it head-on. His dizziness overflowed as he took the king's sword head-on. Halting his body, Emo Luotian forcefully counterattacked. With a flip of his palm, Emo Luotian condensed essence and slammed it towards Emo Luotian's chest. The green sword blocked the palm, and frost surged. Wherever the sword light reached, the world was sealed in ice, and a boundless expanse appeared. In close combat, every move was deadly. Saber light and sword shadows constantly intersected. Kings ambitious and ruthless, this was a battle between the peak. The saber was wild, and the sword was even stronger. No matter how strong their martial spirits were, they were so dazzling that it was hard for people to shift their gazes away. Fast, fast, fast. The red sword chased after the rainbow, and the wind and fire combined. Heavy, heavy, heavy. The green sword pierced through the mortal world, and heaven and earth sank into oblivion. The white-hot battle became more and more intense. The strange light of the two swords clashing affected the gloomy wind and clouds. Under the night sky, a magnificent green and red light soared. The legend of Great Xia, who displayed his swordsmanship for the first time, was valiant like a god. His black hair danced in the wind, and his sword light illuminated the 9 provinces. Outside the battle, The experts of the Hall of the Dead were shocked. It turned out that there was such a sword in the human world. He was a frog in a well and did not know about the sword. Only today did he realize that the sword was the sword. At the same time, the battle on Ewe Peak reached its climax. The Phoenix demon joined forces to fight against the realms of truth. The Taishan forbidden sword appeared in the secular world. The falling sword light heavily injured the Mahis sect's venerable. Amidst the dust, blood dripped onto the ground, creating a dazzling scene. Against a true realm expert, the Phoenix demon head held the advantage. Sky Breaker! Both of them swung their swords at the same time. The sword light that broke through the sky howled and surged, instantly arriving in front of Lord Amo. With a loud tremor, Amo Zhu was forced back several steps. Blood flowed from his wounds. His silence gave the two of them an indescribable pressure. Originally, I didn't want to use this move. You are courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Mo's aura changed abruptly. In an instant, the entire Emo mountain shook violently. The mountain rocks crumbled and dust soared into the sky. The sun and moon that appeared in the heavens and earth quickly fused together. Black and white light flourished in Lord Mo's eyes, manifesting the image of the sun and moon. A terrifying aura rapidly spread out. Deity realm? The demon body asked, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That shouldn't be the case, as he doesn't have any god's source energy on him. However, he's very close to it, the phoenix body said calmly. The sun and moon merged. Behind Emo Zhu, multicolored light flourished. An enormous, illusory figure appeared. It held yin and yang in its hands, and the sun and moon rotated. It was as if an immortal king had descended into the mortal world, shocking everyone. The demon body's expression became serious. Without hesitation, he activated his demonic yuan and turned into a heavenly demon. On the other side, the phoenix body also activated her true yuan. Amidst the phoenix cry, a phoenix appeared in the sky. Flames lingered around it, burning the sky and boiling the sea. In the final battle, no one was willing to retreat. They entered the Yellow Springs, and their life and death were decided by the heavens. Lord Emo raised his hand, and a black brilliance spread out. Pieces of heaven and earth turned dark, and not a trace of light overflowed. Reincarnation tribulation. The demon body punched out. The wind and cloud swirled, and demonic chi surged, colliding with the darkness. The two moves collided, and a waterfall of blood flew out in the darkness. Reincarnation collapsed, and the demon body was injured. Behind him, the phoenix body stepped forward, and Zhu Xian rotated in her hand. Sword chi converged from all directions, and endless sword light converged. The only sword at the peak reappeared in the world. Nirvana! The crisscrossing sword light was incomparably magnificent and dazzling. In the next moment, it turned into a majestic sword flow that broke through the sky, destroying everything in its path. The moment Lord Emo recovered, the sword light flashed. He turned his palm to block the attack, and thousands of swords shattered. The final sword light pierced through his body. Ugh! Blood splattered, dyeing the darkness red, and a waterfall fell from the sky. Stars transformation. The demon body ignored the injury and gathered demonic chi. Huge stars surrounded his body as he leaped forward, and the demonic might shook the sky. Back off. The demonic might descended. Lord Emo endured the pain in his chest and shouted. The shadow behind him pushed out the black moon in his hand, and it crashed into the huge stars. The black moon devoured the sky, and the huge stars sank. The demon body flew out and directly crashed into the distant 9th peak. The remaining power of the stars spread, and Lord Emo, who was seriously injured, couldn't recover. He groaned and took half a step back. Invisible sword. In an instant, Hong Yi plunged Zhu Xian into the former's body, and the sword intent of the 10,000 swords instantly penetrated his body. The gushing vermilion red dyed the sword edge. The true chi around Lord Mo's body shook, and the immortal light was dazzling, forcing the person in front of him back again. 100 feet away, Hong Yi landed on the ground and staggered a few steps back. The sword in her hand stabbed into the ground and stopped her retreat. In the tragic battle, the three of them were seriously injured. The Phoenix demon body, which had a tacit understanding, relied on the unparalleled physique and the peerless divine weapon to forcefully close the huge gap in cultivation. Having just entered the true realm, before he could stabilize his cultivation, he encountered the Phoenix demon's murderous intent. The aura around Lord Mo's body kept shaking, and there were signs of it collapsing. The immortal execution baleful chi kept filling his body. The famous murderous weapon of the ancient times devoured Lord Mo's vitality bit by bit, adding a few more variables to the battle. On the 9th peak, the heavily injured demon body escaped from the mountain. He suddenly turned around and looked at Hun Dun in the mountain. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out, devouring the ferocious beasts in the back mountain. "Spare me." In the back mountain, Hun Dun felt the terrifying killing intent spreading towards him. He was shocked and kept begging for mercy. The demon body instantly flattened the entire back mountain with demonic aura. His abyss-like eyes looked at Hun Dun and said coldly, "Give me your power and I'll spare your life." Hun Dun was shocked. After a moment of hesitation, he had no choice but to lower his head. The demon body flipped his palm, and a dense demonic aura engulfed Hun Dun's body. The power of Hun Dun entered his body, and the demon body's injuries were temporarily suppressed. He stepped out of the 9th peak and rushed towards the battle. He threw a violent punch at Mo's sex master. Mo's sex master received the attack and immediately felt an even stronger pressure. He took half a step back, gathered his essence in his palm, and struck out. With a groan and blood stained his body, the demon body did not retreat. He threw another punch at the former. Mo's sex master flipped his palm, and a black and white brilliance blocked the demonic aura. The immortal and demon clashed, and the clouds broke and the sky shook. The unbelievable demonic might and the immeasurable existence of the true realm fought in close combat, and both sides suffered injuries. Outside the battle, the Phoenix body gathered her vital essence and poured it into the celestial slaying sword. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and bolts of lightning descended, adding to the power of the ferocious sword. Feeling the increasing power in the distance, Mo's sex expression changed. He ignored the injuries in his body and increased the power of his palm, wanting to escape. However, the demon cultivator did not retreat even half a step. He used all his strength to hold the demon cultivator back. As one, they had an unparalleled, tacit understanding. The Phoenix body focused and ignored the battle. She tried her best to gather her strength. The rumbling shook the sky. On the celestial slaying sword, the sword power became more and more terrifying. It was beyond the limit, as if it would lose balance and collapse at any time. Sword! The peak of the sword could be seen. The sword aura that kept gathering devoured the swords from all directions. From 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, sword light flew over, turning into sword clouds that floated in the sky. Thunderbolts fell on the sword. Lightning flashed between the sword edges, covering the sky and the moon. It was extremely shocking. No regrets. Tasting blood for a lifetime, no regrets. The Phoenix body slashed the sword edge with her palm. Suddenly, a glaring red spurted into the sky, dyeing the sword clouds red. The will of the sword spread. In the next moment, thousands of swords hummed in unison. The swords that surpassed the peak turned into meteors that fell from the sky. The sword reached the peak, without beginning or end, infinite and endless. Only the sword was immortal. This was the most terrifying sword. The entire heaven and earth were drowned out. Sword light fell one after another like thunder, like a torrential downpour, like the sky was collapsing. The moment the sword fell, the demon body returned. She stepped into the sky, and the celestial slaying sword gathered the vitality of the phoenix demon and fell into the rain of swords. Emo's sect was shocked. He gathered his vital essence and met the attack. At the same time, the shadow behind him pushed out the sun in his palm to block the final sword. The two attacks collided. Endless sword light fell continuously as if it would never stop. The power of the sun above Emo's sect weakened rapidly, showing signs of collapse. Below, the sword light fell, and the ground fell apart. The ground sank for hundreds of feet, and the end could not be seen. Rumbling sounds echoed. Even the world could not bear the terrifying power of destruction. Everything collapsed. What entered one's eyes was a dark void. The hatred reached the extreme. It would not rest until one of them died. It had been preparing for a few days, just for today's moment of revenge. The demon phoenix fell from the sky. The celestial slaying sword in her hand slashed open the sun and pierced towards the demon body's head. Waning, waxing, waning. The last immortal technique, the last counterattack. The black moon appeared and swallowed the demon phoenix. It brought out a waterfall of blood. The demon phoenix was dyed red. She endured all the counterattacks. Her body separated, and she fell from the sky with her sword. In the distance, Hong Yi fell to the ground. Blood fell like rain and dyed her body. In the battle, the celestial slaying sword in the demon body's hand pierced into Emo's sect's head. The terrifying, baleful aura instantly destroyed the latter's vitality. Emo's sect's body trembled. He immediately looked up to the sky and laughed crazily. It made people feel cold. "Old Nine, you won this battle. What a pity." As soon as he said that, his body exploded. Blood and bones scattered all over the sky. The aftershock sent the demon body flying. 100 feet away, the demon body staggered and fell to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Looking at the blood and bones scattered all over the sky, a hint of fatigue flashed in his eyes. Is it finally over? At this moment, a gray aura spread out. Han Dun broke away. He looked at the heavily injured phoenix and heavenly demon. A hint of unconcealable greed flashed across his eyes. Glancing to the side, the demon body's eyes swept over the primal chaos. Without a word, killing intent surged from his body once more. Han Dun's body trembled. He immediately lowered his head and covered the light in his eyes. Chapter 695. The incomparably difficult battle had finally come to an end. Emo Zhu had died in battle, and his soul had dissipated. His blood and bones were scattered all over the sky. The scattered vermilion blood dyed the ruined peak red. The scene of devastation was a sign of how tragic the battle had been. The phoenix that had received the final attack was heavily injured, and its blood dyed the dust. The devil body went forward and gathered its energy in its palm to heal it. Not far away, hesitation flashed through Han Dun's eyes several times. However, its rationality ultimately defeated its greed, and it didn't dare attack. Not long after, the devil body stopped and looked at Han Dun. The killing intent in its eyes was not concealed in the slightest. If such a vicious beast was left alive, it would become a disaster sooner or later. Leave it alive. It's still useful. At this moment, the phoenix body opened its eyes and spoke. What's the use? The devil body turned around. Er's cultivation is still shallow, and she needs someone to protect her. Although Wild is not weak, he doesn't like killing. He might suffer because of this, said the phoenix body calmly. The devil body was silent for a moment before nodding. Look after it. I'll go get some things. The phoenix body's divine sense swept over the entire Ink Mountain, and then it walked toward the depths of Legacy Peak. The collapsed peaks of Ink Gate were filled with devastation. There was not a single place that was intact. The phoenix body waved its hand to shake away the boulders in front of it and walked into the secret land that had been destroyed by the battle. Within the secret land, all the great medicines had been destroyed. Not a single one was intact. The phoenix body walked past it without stopping for a moment. In the depths of the secret land, there were stone doors blocking the way. 7 of them had been destroyed, and the things inside had also been destroyed by the shock waves of the battle. Of the remaining 2, 1 was relatively intact. However, the stone door was covered in cracks. It had clearly reached its limit. As for the final door, it was completely undamaged. After experiencing such a terrifying battle, it was still as good as new. The phoenix body waved its hand, and a green cauldron appeared. It then smashed toward the stone door. In the next moment, rumbling sounds came from Legacy Peak. It lasted for several breaths before stopping. Inside the 8-stone door was a small mountain of celestial jades. There were tens of thousands of them. Ink Gate's many years of accumulation were all here. After cultivating to perfection, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was no longer enough to satisfy one's cultivation needs. Only with enough celestial jades could one cultivate faster. The phoenix body focused, and after a moment, the shape of a phoenix appeared. Flames rose, and a powerful suction force was emitted, swallowing all of the celestial jades into its stomach. After taking the celestial jade, the phoenix body walked toward the 9th stone door and smashed it with the green cauldron. With a rumbling sound, the mountain rocks trembled. However, the sturdiness of the stone gate was beyond imagination. Even after the cauldron smashed into it, it was still undamaged. The expression in the phoenix body's eyes didn't change. She lifted the green cauldron and smashed it over and over again. In the distance, the demonic body looked in the direction of the tremors. There was no fluctuation in his cold eyes as he waited quietly. At the side, Chaos stood at the side and did not dare to breathe. He lowered his head and hid the brilliance in his eyes. On Legacy Peak, the night gradually passed, and a wisp of white appeared in the east. Under the illumination of the first rays of dawn, the coldness of the darkness was dispelled. In the depths of the secret land, the stone door that had been smashed for an unknown period of time was finally unable to bear the weight. Cracks appeared on it, and it collapsed with a loud bang. What entered the eyes was a stone platform standing in the secret chamber. On the stone platform, a piece of paper made of black, divine gold floated up and down. Multicolored light flowed around it, and it looked extremely extraordinary. The phoenix body stepped forward and looked at the words on the divine gold. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Yin-yang immortal technique. Waving her hand to take the divine gold, the phoenix body glanced at the secret chamber one last time, then turned around and left. After the divine gold was taken away, the multicolored light in the secret chamber dissipated. The secret land of Maha's sect that had been destroyed time and time again finally collapsed, burying its 1,000 years of glory. On Legacy Peak, the phoenix body walked over and looked at the demonic body. She said calmly, "Leave." "Okay." The demonic body nodded. With a flip of his palm, he grabbed Chaos not far away and walked away. The battle on Legacy Peak had ended. In the forbidden land of absolute beginning, the battle between King's Sword and Divine Fainting had also reached the most critical moment. The divine power of the Nether artifact was shocking, and King Sword's attainments were even more extraordinary. The battle between the sword and the saber that had been undecided since ancient times had once again begun. The venerable of Nether Hall, Ling Lizhen, had an unprecedented cultivation base. With his peerless foundation and rare divine weapon, every move of his was destructive. The laws of heaven and earth couldn't bear it and quickly collapsed. However, King's Sword wasn't afraid at all. He waved his 2 swords and was as fast as thunder, as swift as wind, as aggressive as fire, and as heavy as a mountain. The sword that surpassed the peak of the mortal world fought the venerable of Netherhall head-on. The battle between two peerless opponents couldn't stand side by side. The more they fought, the more shocking the battle became. It attracted the attention of countless experts. Thousands of miles away, powerful auras appeared one after another. They stood on the peak, flying swords in the void, watching the battle of the century. In front of Netherhall, the wind and sand were blowing wildly. The battle between the two experts was getting more and more intense. The blood that was constantly splashing was the distinct mark of the battle between the two. Rip! An ear-piercing sound of clothes being torn was heard. The clothes on Emo Luotian's left shoulder were torn apart. The sword light missed him by a hair's breadth. Expert! After a long battle, Emo Luotian's expression was solemn. The divine, fainting chi of doomsday in his hand rolled over and over. The heavy energy rose rapidly. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth sank, and the underworld thunder fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black lightning crisscrossed. The majestic power spread out, destroying the world in an instant. The king's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his left hand, the sand sword flew out and circled around him, blocking the underworld thunder. With a loud bang, the underworld thunder broke through the sand barrier. The blade light slashed across, and blood splattered, turning the sand into mist. Suffering the first injury, the king took half a step back. His right hand that was holding the sword dripped with blood, dyeing the sword edge red. The green sword was hard to hold, and the situation of the battle instantly took a turn for the worse. When a swordsman lost his sword, how could he dare to claim to be at the peak? Valiant swordsman, how much strength do you still have now? Emo Luotian looked at the blood that kept dripping from the former's right arm and said coldly. The king was speechless. He looked at his right arm and frowned slightly. At this moment, thousands of miles away, the experts who were watching the battle also had a strange expression. It seemed like Emo Luotian had won this battle. What a pity, swordsman! A man in a purple robe sighed softly with a regretful look on his face. For hundreds of years, the biggest obstacle to the Hall of the Nether was the existence of Emo Luotian. No one could defeat them. The appearance of this swordsman had undoubtedly given them hope. Unexpectedly, they were still going to be defeated in the end. As expected, the All-Devil Heaven is still the strongest, said a man wearing a crown. 800 years ago, young noble Shao Bai abandoned the battle, and the legend of Emo Luotian continued. Today, he's probably really invincible, said another peak corporeal realm powerhouse. When the others heard this, they fell silent. Young noble Shao Bai. How many people still remembered this name? While everyone was talking, the battle in front of the Hall of the Underworld began again. The Hall of the Underworld's hall, Venerable leaped up, and the Underworld sword in his hand became heavier. The cruelty of victory and defeat had always been like this. With a bang, the red sword shook the soul. Blood overflowed from the king's left arm, dyeing his green robe red. Is this the true realm? Prince Yen said softly, and a trace of emotion flashed through his eyes. He missed the feeling of being hurt for a long time. As soon as he said that, the void suddenly stagnated, and the wind and clouds changed. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and the heaven and earth within 1,000 miles shook violently. When Emo Luotian saw this, he quickly retreated with a shocked expression. But at this moment, a vigorous primordial force spread out from the king's body, and a sword aura rushed to the 9 heavens. Amidst the splendor of ink, a divine weapon as black as ink appeared majestically. The revolving sword swept out, and a shock as if the sky and earth were collapsing appeared. The sealing sword that was born from the symbiotic body reappeared in the world, and the moment the sword appeared, the symbiotic body of the king quickly returned. I've made you wait for a long time. The green and red sword returned to the scabbard, and the king held the sword and his figure instantly disappeared. Emo Luotian's pupil shrank, and he waved his blade to block. The moment the two weapons clashed, he felt his aura stagnate, and the underworld chi above the soul was continuously swallowed by the sword, and his aura rapidly weakened. Caught off guard, the sword slashed his arm, and a waterfall of blood bloomed, dyeing the world red. With a groan, Emo Luotian retreated a few steps and looked at his left arm that wasn't holding the blade, and his expression sank. "Are you looking down on Emo Luotian?" The Venerable of the Nether Hall coldly said. The sword just now could have cut his right arm, but the person in front of him changed the direction of the sword at the last moment. "Without that divine weapon, this battle is too boring. Let's do it again." "Imperial Prince," Yen faintly said, and with a step he once again rushed forward, and the brilliance of the abyss condensed, sealing all directions. In this battle, the Nether Hall's peerless divine weapon no longer had the advantage. Between the blade and the sword, every move was restrained, and the first one was clumsy. The moment the abyss condensed and the soul collided, the wind and sand in the sky turned into a sword, breaking through the underworld chi, and brought out a dazzling bloodlight. The king who had gathered all his power, and with the king's sword in his hand, his body was like a roaring wind and thunder. Wherever the sword light passed, the surrounding world turned into nothingness. The sword that didn't stop for a moment was shockingly fast. As the sword danced, the wind and sand danced in the sky, transforming and dispersing, and changing unpredictably. The strongest king, the strongest dual swords, for the first time used their full strength, and the power was shocking. Emo Luotian tried his best to block the attack, but he had already lost his advantage, and the battle was in complete decline. Unwilling to accept the situation being suppressed, Emo Luotian forcefully received the sword and gathered his energy. The underworld edge slashed the sky. The blade light pierced through the clouds, splitting heaven and earth and cutting through the darkness. Its power was terrifying. Too slow. The moment the blade light landed, the abyss condensed and arrived first. The hand that held the blade spurted out blood, and the battle ended. The underworld edge that landed on the ground was a shocking scene. The undefeated legend had ended today. What a pity! The abyss condensed back into its sheath. The king waved his hand to collect the sand in the sky, sighed lightly, and turned to leave. Emo Luotian was stunned. He couldn't regain his senses. He didn't understand how he lost. In the distance, the magnates who were watching the battle were also shocked. They didn't expect the ending to be so ironic at the moment when the soul fainted. He lost just like that. The undefeated legend of the spirit void starfield, the mountain that all the experts came from, lost in the hands of a swordsman whose identity they didn't even know. Within 10 years, don't let this king hear any news about the Nether Hall. In front of the Nether Hall, the green-robed king carried his sword on his back, gave a light warning, and then walked away. In the darkness of the cold night, it was hard to see the light of dawn. The king's body flashed with a green light. Half of his energy was sealed back into the sword. Swordsmen were discussing the sword, but the taste of winning the sword had unknowingly become so bitter. Chapter 696. Emo Mountain Ziyu Peak was full of devastation. After a shocking battle, the famous peak that symbolized Emo Sect's 1,000 years of glory was destroyed overnight. A cold wind blew, and dust danced in the air. There was no sign of life on the silent mountain. At this moment, the void swirled, and a man in a silver-gray cloak walked out. He looked down at the ruins of Emo Sect, and a stream of light flashed past. What a surprising phoenix! On the entire EU peak, the ground was scorched by the heavenly fire. The dawn moon brothel mistress walked in the middle of it and felt the faintly discernible scorching aura around her. Her heart was filled with emotion. If she guessed correctly, these flames should be the heavenly fire from the depths of the feng shui forbidden area. The god of fire was indeed worthy of its reputation. After checking for a long time, the Dawn Moon Tower Master turned and walked to the secret place of Emo's sect. When she saw the 9 destroyed stone doors, her eyes lit up again. "Master of Emo's sect, are you really dead?" After a while, the void shook and the Dawn Moon Tower Master's figure disappeared. On the Mi River, the water rippled and red clothes appeared. After returning to the pleasure boat, she did not come out again. On the riverside, Iner, who had been practicing swordsmanship for a long time, sat on the riverside. She kicked the water and looked at the pleasure boat in the lake. She asked, "Mistress, is Ningchen okay?" "He's fine," a man answered softly. Inside the pleasure boat, Feng Yuan's demonic aura was surging. His seriously injured body was healing with all his might. The road ahead was dangerous, and he could not afford to slack off. 1 day, 2 days, a whole 3 months passed, and Ji Ming still did not walk out of the pleasure boat. Only the increasingly strong waves of vital essence were emitted from the pleasure boat, creating waves after waves. Yin who was worried before, smiled again when she felt the aura in the pleasure boat gradually stabilizing. After practicing swordsmanship, she ran away with Lingji. A man stood at the riverside and looked at the pleasure boat in the lake quietly. Her beautiful eyes were like lake water without any impurities. Since she had made a choice, she would walk down it without any regrets. This was what he had taught her. At the same time, the news of Lord Mo's death quickly spread throughout the Red Phoenix star field during the few months he was recuperating. Countless experts were shocked. In the depths of the star sector, on the Red Lawn Star, the king's domain shook. In front of the destroyed Great Void Divine Realm, the void shook and terrifying auras came out. Behind the group of cultivators, a beautiful woman in a dress of Guanghan appeared. The hatred in her eyes was so strong that it made people shiver. At this moment, it was no longer important who had lied to whom. Only the hatred in her eyes had concealed the feelings in her heart. The word love. If one took it too lightly, it would hurt others. If one took it too seriously, it would hurt oneself. Princess Hong Luan knew this too late, and it was engraved in her heart. Hong Luan Yu, seeing that the princess was about to leave as soon as she came out, Princess Yaoji's expression hardened. However, when she saw the unresolvable hatred in the princess's eyes, she couldn't help but sigh softly. "Go. Be careful. He may be even stronger now." Princess Hong Luan didn't say anything. Taking a step forward, she turned into a flowing light and left. After Lord Mo's death, the king's domain was unsealed, and the power structure of the entire Red Phoenix Star region changed drastically. Not long after the king of the Red Phoenix domain and the ancestors came out, they immediately expanded and fought for a share of the pie after the Great Change. For many days, one expert after another arrived at the Legacy Peak. However, the ruins of the Mahis sect had been burned by the heavenly fire, and all traces were already difficult to identify. Apart from the mysterious and unfathomable Dawn Moon Tower Master, no one was able to tell who had killed Master, and Mo time flowed like water. After many days and nights, the cold winter came and heavy snow fell from the sky, turning the surroundings of the Mi River into a white world. The Mi River, which used to be frozen in winter, was still rippling today. The pleasure boats in the lake floated quietly and never approached the shore. One day after the heavy snow, outside the pleasure boats, Jiming, who had just recovered from his injuries, walked to the bow. Looking at the heavy snow outside, a trace of undetectable nostalgia flashed across his pale face. It was almost the new year, and he hadn't gone back for a long time. How was XANU and the others? From the pleasure boats, who was dressed like a dumpling, ran out. She was wrapped up tightly, and her small hand grabbed the former's big hand. She giggled and said, "Let me warm you up." Ning Chen came back to his senses and said with a gentle expression, "How's your sword practice going?" "Little Masteress is here. Don't worry about it. Take care of yourself," Ina said sweetly. Ning Chen smiled and didn't continue asking. He looked into the distance, quietly and peacefully. Accompanied him. Her small nose was red from the cold, and her beautiful big eyes also looked over. Although she didn't know what he was looking at, she didn't care. In the west, the sun was setting. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the lake, reflecting a beautiful afterglow. In the pleasure boats, a man opened the curtains and walked out. Looking at the two figures, one big and one small, she said softly, "Lingji's parents invited me and Ina over. Do you want to come?" Ning Chin turned around and shook his head. "You guys go. I won't go." "Okay." A man replied and went forward to take the little girl's hand. Then she looked at the former seriously and said, "Rest early. You're not allowed to fight for now." "Okay." Ning Chin nodded and agreed. The two of them left and walked in the direction of the lights. Only Hong Yi was left standing on the quiet Mi River. She looked into the distance, and after a long time, she sighed softly. "Little brother Ning, when did you become so sentimental?" At this moment, the void above the lake swirled and a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out. Ning Chin looked over and said calmly, "Tower Master is really resourceful. I didn't expect you to even find this place. You're too kind. Brother Ning is the one who really hid his strength. Even I was afraid of Master Mo's strength, but he still died at Brother Ning's hands in the end. It's really unexpected." The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this, but he quickly recovered. He smiled faintly and said, "Tower Master, why are you so sure that I killed Master Mo? Just like how I was able to determine that you were here. It's not easy, but it's also not difficult." The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. "Senior's ability is admirable." When Ning Chen heard this, he bowed and said. The Dawn Moon Tower Master was startled when she saw this. She immediately moved away, unwilling to accept the bow. "Little brother Ning, I don't want to shorten my lifespan. I can't accept you calling me senior," said the Dawn Moon Tower Master with a look of lingering fear. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, "Tower Master is a martial arts senior. How can you not accept this bow? If I'm a martial arts senior, then you, who killed Master Mo, who even I was afraid of, are a senior before senior. We won't take advantage of each other, so it's better to treat each other as equals." The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. "I'll do as Tower Master likes." Ning Chin replied and didn't linger on this topic. He asked, "Since Tower Master came here, you must have something important to discuss. Just say it." The Dawn Moon Tower Master's expression became serious when she heard this. She said, "I came here because I have a deal to discuss with Brother Ning. Tower Master, please speak." A strange look flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. "I want to ask Brother Ning for the peach wood of the undying peach tree," said the Dawn Moon Tower Master seriously. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He said, "Since Tower Master knows that the divine tree is in my hands, you should know how important it is to me. I can't agree to any deal that will harm the divine tree." "I understand, but—" The Dawn Moon Tower Master paused for a moment before she continued. "Without the peach wood of the undying peach tree, the divine tree will at most lose a part of its life and spiritual energy. It won't die. As long as it is nurtured well, it can still recover to its original state. Moreover, Brother Ning has the jade pool water. The most important problem to solve should be the long 9,000 years." Ning Chin stood quietly in front of the boat. He silently listened to the Tower Master without interrupting. "Business is business. I naturally won't take Brother Ning's 3 feet of peach wood for nothing. In return, I can divulge some information about the time forbidden to Brother Ning. Brother Ning should be able to hear this information after some time. However, information is more valuable when it comes to being one step ahead of others," the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master calmly said. Ning Chen's body shook when he heard the words time restriction. He looked at the Tower Master and said, "The person who possesses the time restriction has appeared." So Brother Ning has also heard of this person. The Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded and said, "The ancient battlefield. I wonder if Brother Ning has heard of this place?" Ning Chen shook his head and said no. Spirit Void, Red Luan, All Heavens, Purple Myrtle, and the other top experts of a dozen star fields jointly announced this place not long ago. They also gave the star field map to the top sects of the various star fields. As long as someone can find the ancient battlefield first, the top experts of the various star fields will give out 3 treasures. One of them is the time restriction, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master seriously. What are the restrictions? Ning Chen didn't act rashly and asked calmly. For such a matter, those top experts didn't do it themselves and instead asked others to do it for them. There must be something fishy going on. They didn't say the reason, but this time only cultivators less than 100 years old are allowed to go. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed by those top experts, replied the Dawn Moon Tower Master. It's really a path that one has no choice but to embark on even though they know it's dangerous. Ning Chen sighed softly and didn't say anything more. He flipped his palm and a powerful suction force spread out. Immediately, the divine tree on the riverside shook, and a 3-foot-long piece of divine wood broke out of its body and flew towards the center of the lake. After the divine wood left its body, the divine tree's light instantly dimmed a lot, and its life and spiritual energy were greatly damaged. The Dawn Moon Tower Master took the divine wood and waved her right hand. A scroll of mottled ancient parchment appeared and flew towards Ning Chen. This is the Starfield map. Brother Ning, you should take advantage of the fact that there aren't many great sects that know about this. You should leave as soon as possible, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master calmly. Thank you for the reminder, said Ning Chen with a nod. Then I wish, Brother Ning, that you'll be able to fulfill your wish soon. We'll meet again someday. As soon as she finished speaking, the void swirled, and the Dawn Moon Tower Master's figure faded, gradually disappearing into the night. Ning Chen looked at the 2 women walking over from afar and sighed softly. The road ahead was filled with endless troubles. Was it really good to have them by his side? Chapter 697. Jinsei City, Dawn Moon Restaurant. Bright room on the 2nd floor. Hong Wan was brewing tea, and the faint aroma of tea gradually filled the room. Not far away, the owner of Dawn Moon Restaurant was looking at the scenery outside with an indescribable brilliance in her eyes. Restaurant Master, will Sir Ning be all right this time? Hong Wan looked up at the figure in front of the window and asked with a worried expression, Why do you ask? Dawn Moon Restaurant Master looked back and asked calmly, There are countless geniuses competing on the road to the ancient battlefield. Will Sir Ning succeed? Hong Wan asked worriedly, Geniuses, huh? Dawn Moon Restaurant Master smiled indifferently and said, Hong Wan, you are confused by your concern. You overestimate these geniuses and underestimate that killing star. What do you mean? Hong Wan was puzzled. Dawn Moon Restaurant Master walked forward and picked up a cup of tea. She took a sip and slowly said, The tea has been boiled for a long time. Hong Wan was startled and nodded shortly after. Dawn Moon Restaurant Master put down the teacup in her hand and continued, Perhaps you have seen too much of his injuries, so you feel that this trip to the ancient battlefield is full of danger. However, you have not seen who he has been competing with all this time. Speaking of this, Dawn Moon Restaurant Master looked out of the window and said, Ever since he came to Hong Wan Star Zone, the people he has faced are old monsters like your restaurant master. To put it bluntly, as long as one lives long enough, even a pig can cultivate into a demon. Facing one reality stage expert after another, and even reality stage old monsters, it is already a very terrifying thing for him to survive. This time, on the road to the ancient battlefield, there are no old people like us. Who can stop him with just those so-called geniuses from the major sects? Therefore, what you should be worried about is not whether he can reach the ancient battlefield, but whether he will kill all of them in a fit of anger when some ignorant people provoke him. It can't be. How can Sir Ning do that? Hong Wan was surprised. Sir Ning did not seem to be a murderous person, especially after his phoenix body returned. He was even more cultured and refined, just like a noble young master. Don't be deceived by his kindness on the surface. The waning moon tower's mistress' lips curled up slightly as she said, "The smile on his face is basically fake. It's just a method to make people let down their guard. In reality, the number of people he has killed is probably more than the number of people you have seen in your entire life." On the boat, Ning Chen looked at the two of them and said softly, "Let's go." A man nodded and replied softly. Reluctantly looked at the scenery around the Mi Shui River, then held the former's hand and left together. Not long after the three of them left, a black light gathered on the boat. A black-robed figure walked into the pleasure boat and never came out again. The sacred tree needed someone to protect it. The two bodies were destined not to be together for a long time. The demon had no complaints, and the phoenix had no regrets. The starry sky road was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. The heavens' favorites of the great sex walked out of their life planets and flew towards the starry sky road. The ancient battlefield was a name that was so ancient that it was untraceable. Only a few of the top ancient sects had records of it. However, with just a few strokes, it was impossible to see much. After countless years, the supreme experts of various star fields once again brought up this place. No one knew why, but the three supreme treasures along with the time restriction were really too attractive. Basically, all of the great sects had sent out their most outstanding disciples to set out on this journey. In the competition of 1,000 geniuses, victory or defeat depended on one round. Only the strongest had the qualifications to walk to the end. Just as the Starry Sky Roadmap was sent to the various sects, the emissaries of the supreme experts from various star fields moved at the same time, heading to each of the strongholds on the starry sky road ahead of time. The vast star fields were endless. The moment they stepped on the starry sky road, they couldn't turn back. On the starry sky road, Hong Yi walked at the front like a flame between heaven and earth. It was abnormally eye-catching. A man held Ori's hand and followed behind her. Her expression was calm, and she rarely spoke. "Little mistress, have you heard of that ancient battlefield?" After walking for half a day, shook the former's arm and asked softly. A man shook her head and replied, "No." "Is there something wrong with Ning Chen's head? How can he believe that black-hearted merchant's words?" Quietly glanced at the person in front of her and whispered. A man raised her hand and lightly hit the little girl's head. "Don't talk nonsense." Not long after the three of them set foot on the starry sky road, news of the ancient battlefield quickly spread through the various star fields. While the various sects were shocked, they immediately sent out their disciples. The supreme geniuses of several top sects had already set off ahead of everyone else. There was no absolute fairness in the world, whether it was supreme cultivators or ordinary people. The Dawn Moon Tower's master had sent the news not too early, but not too late. It came before the rest of the world and after some of the top sections. In a short period of a few months, the starry sky path that was abnormally quiet had swiftly become bustling with noise and excitement. The star regions and great stars that were close to the ancient starry sky path even possessed a unique advantage. Once the news spread out, countless young experts immediately set out on the journey. The rewards given by the supreme experts of the various star fields were irresistible. Other than the time restriction, the other two items were also rare treasures. Just obtaining one of them was enough to start a sect. On the starry sky road, one ancient city after another lit up between the various stars, guiding the geniuses of the various sects forward. At the end of the red phoenix star field, in the nearest ancient city, Ning Chan walked over with a man and After traveling for several months, he was prepared to take a day off. In the ancient city, people came and went. The natives still lived as usual. The Battle of the Thousand Geniuses had just started not long ago, so it had not affected these ancient cities too much. Just as he stepped into the ancient city, Ning Chen's footsteps paused. Looking into the depths of the ancient city, his eyes narrowed slightly. A corporeal expert. What's wrong? Seeing Ning Chen stop, Yinar was puzzled. It's nothing. Let's go. Ning Chen came back to his senses and responded, then continued walking forward. If he guessed correctly, this corporeal expert was an emissary sent by the supreme experts of the starfields. From this, it seemed that in the future, every stronghold like this would have at least one expert above the corporeal realm overseeing it. In a relatively quiet inn in the city, the three of them asked for 2 rooms and went upstairs to rest. At this moment, 100 miles away, the ancient city lord's residence was holding a banquet, singing and dancing, just to welcome the arrival of one person. In front of the banquet, a white-clothed man walked over. His eyes were bright, and his figure was tall and straight, like a divine tree. His aura was powerful and fierce, extremely extraordinary. Luo Yang, the chief disciple of the Greater One sect, the top inheritance of the Red Phoenix star field. It was said that he was the peerless genius of the Greater One sect who was most likely to reach the 4th realm in the past 1,000 years. His strength was unfathomable. When Luo Yang arrived, the ancient city lord personally welcomed him. Even Elder Jialing, who was in charge of overseeing the city, appeared at the banquet to show his goodwill. Elder Jialing. When Luo Yang saw the elder, a warm smile flashed across his face as he politely greeted him. I haven't seen you in just a dozen years, but your cultivation has already advanced to such a level. It really is a new generation replacing the old, Elder Jialing said emotionally. Elder Jialing praises me too much. Luo Yang said modestly. The atmosphere of the banquet was very lively. The city lord's bloodline wanted to make friends, and Elder Jialing also put down the arrogance of a corporeal realm expert. There was laughter, singing, and dancing. Luo Yang always had a smile on his face. Whether it was facing the city lord's bloodline or Elder Jialing, he was very friendly. No one could find any fault with him. How has your master been recently? Elder Jialing looked at the young man in front of him and asked. Master has been well. Luo Yang smiled. That's good. Elder Jialing nodded. After a slight hesitation, he continued. Nephew, your master has once done me a favor. There is one thing I want to remind you. You must be more careful on this trip to the ancient starry sky path. Apart from facing the top geniuses of the various star fields, there are also some hidden dangers on this path itself. If you are not careful, you may suffer a great loss. Thank you for your reminder. Luo Yang's eyes flashed with a strange light when he heard this. At the same time, outside the city lord's residence, in an inn, Hong Yi sat quietly at the table, drinking cup after cup of tea. Her eyes constantly flashed with thoughts. The ancient battlefield, the ancient starry sky path, and the time restriction. Was it a coincidence, or was it deliberately done by someone? There were very few people in this world who knew that he was looking for the time restriction, and even fewer in the human realm beyond heaven. Master Mo, the Dawn Moon Tower Master, and Hong Wan. After thinking for a long time, Ningqin got up and walked to the window. Looking at the lights outside, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was impossible for Hong Wan. Master Mo was already dead, so the only person worth suspecting was the Dawn Moon Tower Master. Without a doubt, the Dawn Moon Tower Master was the most mysterious person he had ever met. Other than knowing that she came from King Hong Wan, he knew nothing else. Her unfathomable cultivation and her ability to predict things was comparable to a fortune teller. If she was an enemy, she was really too terrifying. So far, he had cooperated with the Dawn Moon Tower Master several times, and it could be considered pleasant. He still couldn't think of any reason for her to scheme against him. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Thinking of this, Ning Chun recalled the details of the past over and over again, not letting go of any clues. He had to carefully plan his future path. Knock, knock. Outside the room, there was a knock on the door. A moment later, the door opened with a creak and Ah Man walked in. She walked to Ning Chen's side and softly asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm a little weak." A trace of exhaustion rose in Ning Chen's eyes. "Do you still want to continue?" Ah Man looked at the person beside her and asked. Ning Chen lightly nodded. "Then let's continue." Ah Man raised her hand and smoothed out Ning Chen's slightly furrowed brows. Her eyes were calm as she said, "If you can't walk anymore, raise your head to look at the sky, take a breath, and then shout loudly. You'll have strength. This is what you taught me." Hearing this, Ning Chen revealed a smile. It turned out that when he was young, he had once said such obvious nonsense to Ah Man. It turned out that Ah Man believed it and still remembered it so clearly. It wasn't good to lie, especially to those who cared about him. In the next moment, an earth-shaking shout resounded in the ancient city, and it could be heard from 10 miles away. Perhaps he couldn't do something as foolish as the ancient emperors playing with their vassals, but he had done something as foolish as disturbing hundreds of families' dreams. Chapter 698. The city lord's mansion was filled with singing and dancing. The grand banquet was filled with wine and wine. It was a peaceful scene. The white-robed Luoyang was naturally the main character of the banquet. He had a smile on his face as he methodically responded to everyone's compliments. Elder Jialing nodded slightly. This disciple of the Greater One Sect's headmaster was truly extraordinary. Whether it was martial talent or bearing, he was the best. One day, he would definitely surpass his master and become the strongest person in the Greater One Sect. Oh! Just as the banquet reached its climax, Elder Jialing's gaze narrowed. There were still experts in the distance. Luoyang also looked to the east of the city, Lord's mansion. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Experts. Separated by 100 miles, their gazes met. The red-robed man stood still like a divine sword. "Nephew, it seems other experts have appeared in the city." Old man Jia Ling withdrew his gaze and spoke. "Red Phoenix stellar region is vast, so it's very normal for experts to appear there. Moreover, the search for the ancient battlefield this time isn't just limited to Red Phoenix stellar region, so I've already mentally prepared myself." Luoyang put down the wine cup in his hand and smiled. It's rare for nephew to have such a mentality, but with nephew's ability, even among the geniuses of the various regions, there are few who can match you. I will wait here for the day when your name shakes the starry sky, Elder Jialing said seriously. Junior will naturally not disappoint Elder Jialing's expectations. Luoyang's smile faded. 100 miles away, in an inn, after a heaven-shaking shout, hundreds of lanterns lit up and cursing filled the air. Disturbing someone's sleep was naturally not something to be happy about. However, in front of the window, the little princess of the barbarian dynasty, who still looked like a young girl after 30 years, was smiling like a blooming flower. Although he felt it was very silly, he inexplicably felt happy for some reason. With a creak, the door was pushed open once more. A half-asleep Een wrapped herself in a blanket walked in. Her little face was filled with dissatisfaction. "What are you doing? So noisy." After she finished speaking, the little girl walked to the bed in a daze, lay down on it, and fell asleep. A man smiled and walked forward to cover Een with a blanket. This girl had really been spoiled by him. Ning Chen glanced back and smiled. He didn't say anything and continued to look out the window, quietly thinking. "I'm going back to rest," said A Man N. Ning Chen nodded and replied softly. After A Man left, the room returned to silence. Only the little girl's occasional sleep-talking could be heard. It was unknown what she was dreaming of. In front of the window, Red Robe stood quietly. Her eyes gazed into the distance. Her thoughts did not stop for a moment. She was seriously considering every step she would take in the future. The night grew darker, and the lights of the homes were extinguished. In the quiet city, only Red Coat had not fallen asleep. 30 years had passed like a day. She had been deducing, thinking, and weighing the pros and cons. In the courtyard in front of the wing of the city, Lord's residence, the white-clothed Luo Yang looked to the east as thoughts flashed through his mind. Who was the owner of that voice? The long night slowly passed, and the first rays of the morning sun from the east spilled over the earth. Standing by the window, Red Spectre recovered from her thoughts. Looking at the little girl, sleeping on the bed, a warm smile appeared in her eyes. As long as he could protect them from harm, it was worth it. Ning Chen waved his hand. Specks of starlight gathered and gradually entered the little girl's body. At the same time, on Heavenly Speech Peak that was who knew how many tens of thousands of li away, the apricot trees swayed back and forth, white flowers filling the sky. It was so beautiful. There is a woman in the heavenly language. She observes the mortal world and listens to the heavenly language. She knows the suffering of all living beings. White flowers and snowflakes circled above the peak, waiting for the next day of heavenly speech. In front of the ancient city, people coming and going came and went. With each passing day, the number of people increased. Thousands of prides competed, and the winner was king. Fame and benefits drove groups of young prides to embark on the journey. The ancient city that had been forgotten by the world was bustling again after countless years. People who looked at the sky from the bottom of a well did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. On the ancient road in the starry sky, heavenly horses galloped in the air and rushed into the ancient city. The man in the lead was dressed in green battle armor. He looked arrogant and disdainful, which made people hate him. Behind the man were 11 experts. They were also riding heavenly horses. The aura around them was abnormally strong. Every one of them was no less than the peak of the great fulfillment realm. It was shocking. In the city lord's residence, Elder Jia Ling frowned slightly when he sensed that 12 people had entered the city. Where did these experts come from? There were so many of them. It was not strange for a young expert to be at the peak of the great fulfillment realm or even the emptiness realm. However, 12 of them appeared at the same time, and they were obviously from the same inheritance. It was very scary. Almost all the experts in the city sensed the appearance of the 12 people. In the inn not far away, Ning Chin didn't even glance at them. He didn't have the time. It's time to get up. Ning Chun reached out and pulled the little girl up from the bed. Irritably struggled out of his grasp. She wrapped herself in a blanket and continued to sleep. The door opened and Wild walked in. Seeing Ning Chen's helpless expression, she couldn't help smiling. He was just asking for trouble. I'll do it. You go out first, said Wild softly. Ning Chen nodded and walked out of the room. He didn't dare provoke his little ancestor, who was still angry when she woke up. Wild walked over and sat on the side of the bed. She lifted the blanket and gently said, it's time to eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Hearing the word eat, Ener immediately sat up. Looking at the woman in front of her, she pouted. Why are you so early? It's not early. Wild smiled. Your master gave you something to eat before waking you up. Hurry up and get up. I'll help you dress. When Ener heard this, she giggled and said sweetly, Okay. On the first floor of the inn, after nearly an hour, the little girl ran down the stairs, leaving the 2 people behind. Behind her, Ning Chen helplessly followed. She didn't seem so anxious when he woke her up. You can't control her anymore, right? Wild smiled. He was too good to everyone around him and couldn't bear to refuse any request. That was why Ener had such a lawless personality. I want her to have the same memories as a normal child. At least, she won't have to work as hard as we did back then. Ning Chen sighed emotionally. At that time, Grand Xia, Northern Meng, and the barbarian dynasty were all experiencing war. Their memories were mostly of war and schemes. He didn't want to have such memories. Hurry up. Ian sat at the table and urged the two of them who hadn't walked down yet. Ningqin and Wild walked down the stairs and sat down at the table to eat. Seeing the two of them sit down, Ian smiled happily. She picked up her bowl and chopsticks and started eating. The table was filled with a sumptuous meal. Ningqin had purposely come down in the morning to order it. After traveling for so many days, he had to let this girl eat until she was full. Wild sat at the side and rarely ate. She was basically picking food for Ian. At this moment, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from outside the inn. The rumbling caused everyone in the inn to panic. At the table, Ian raised her head to take a look. She ignored them and continued eating. The 12 Peak Supremes didn't conceal their auras at all, shocking everyone present. Outside the inn, the passers-by moved aside. Inside the inn, the guests also quickly lowered their heads, afraid of provoking these fiends. Seeing the 12 of them enter the inn, the innkeeper walked forward with trepidation and said nervously, "Esteemed guests, do you want a room or a meal? Bring out the best food and wine. Hurry up." Among the 12 of them, an extremely ugly man spoke impatiently. Yes. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. The food and wine will be served immediately." The innkeeper hastily nodded and quickly walked to the back hall. The 12 of them sat down. Not long after, outside the inn, mournful cries entered their ears. A woman sat helplessly on the ground, hugging her young son, whose body was covered in blood from being hit by a fast horse. Soon after, she came back to her senses and looked at the 12 people in the inn not far away. "Compensate me for my child." The woman's face was distorted as she cried hysterically. Her motherly instincts made her forget her fear, and she crazily charged at the 12 people. The ugly man turned his head and didn't say anything. Raising his right hand, he sent a powerful palm at the woman. Just at this moment, a white-robed figure appeared outside the inn. With a single step, he arrived in the inn and blocked the former's palm. "Brother, where it's possible to let people off, you should be lenient. Furthermore, you were the ones in the wrong first," said Luo Yang indifferently. "You dare interfere in our matters? Brat, do you think you've lived for too long?" Killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. At a table not far away, Ian finally reacted. Looking at the person beside her, she worriedly asked, "Ningqin, should we help him?" "No need." Ningqin softly replied. He walked over to the woman who had been sent flying by the shockwaves from their exchange and said, "Let me see the child." The woman was like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. Ignoring her bleeding wounds, she handed over the child in her embrace and begged, "Please save my child." Ningqin took the boy's pulse. A moment later, he frowned. Wild walked over and crouched down. Looking at the child who was in endless pain, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. "Young master, young lady, please save my child." The woman knelt down and constantly kowtowed to the two of them. Wild helped her up and looked at the man beside him. This child's injuries were not light. If they wanted to save him, only he could do it. "Young master, please." The woman also saw some clues and helplessly looked at the red-robed youth in front of her. Ningqin sighed. "Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you." He hoped that the pain of being separated by life and death wouldn't happen again. In the next moment, the red light grew even brighter. It was extremely dazzling. At the same time, Elder Jialing appeared in front of the inn. Looking at the youth within the red light, a strange light flashed in his eyes. What pure extreme yang energy! Within the inn, the 12 unfamiliar experts, as well as Luo Yang, all looked over, their expressions grave. With such an expert by their side, they hadn't even noticed. After a quarter of an hour, Ningqin withdrew his hand and looked at the elder not far away. He calmly asked, "Senior, I want to know if disturbing people on the ancient path counts as breaking the rules. If it doesn't count, then can killing people be allowed?" Chapter 699. In front of the inn, Ning Chen's question was direct and sharp. As the city guard, Elder Jialing couldn't help being startled. There aren't any clear rules. After a short moment, Elder Jialing came back to his senses. Many thanks, I understand. Ning Chen nodded and calmly gave the child whose injuries had stabilized to the woman. Take this child to a doctor. There shouldn't be any major problems. The woman gratefully kowtowed a few more times before taking the child and leaving. Let's go. Ning Chen glanced at the two people beside him. Without saying anything else, he turned and left. Wild and Een looked at each other in confusion before following behind. Ning Chen, aren't you going to teach them a lesson? Asked Een, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Fighting isn't good, said Ning Chen casually. Een curled her lips. Was he trying to fool a child? Outside the ancient city, there were fewer and fewer people. There was a boundless wilderness with no end in sight. The road to the next city was desolate as far as the eye could see. In front of the two of them, Ning Chen calmly walked forward. His red robes fluttered in the wind like fireworks. Behind him, Een was chattering with the woman beside her without stopping for even a moment. Wild had a warm smile on her face the entire time. She earnestly listened to the little girl's nonsense without any impatience. Not long after, the sound of hooves rang out. Dust flew into the air as one figure after another galloped past, creating a wave of sand. Een was about to go crazy. She patted off the dust on her body, her face filled with resentment. 12 galloped past. The person in the lead frowned and reined in his horse. Looking back at the 3 people behind him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill them. With a single order, the 12 galloped back, charging at the 3 of them. What a joyless meeting! Looking at the 12 returning, Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He waved his right hand, and sword lights intertwined with each other. With an astonishing power, the sand waves within 10 miles converged into a huge wave. Let me do it. Wild took a step forward and pressed down on the former sword. Ning Chen's gaze narrowed. A moment later, he nodded. These people's killing intent is very strong. Don't show mercy. Man responded softly. She clenched her right hand and a light blue sword appeared for the first time. An instant later, her body moved and her sword moved. Een. Ning Chen turned around and waved his hand at the little girl as he said, What happened? Een took 2 steps forward and hugged his arm. Watch the battle carefully. Wild's sword has been passed down to him by a senior. It will be of great help to you, said Ning Chen softly. When Een heard this, she looked ahead with doubt. Was he stronger than Ning Chen? In the battle, the 12 Peak Supreme Being experts took out their battle spears and charged towards the people in front of them. A man took a step forward and leaped into the air. The sword of origin in her hand slashed out, and ripples of water covered an area of 50 kilometers. Dazzling light filled the eyes. Waves of water surrounded the sky. Streaks of blue sword light appeared in the waves, soundless and without a trace. Before the blink of an eye, the sword tip was dyed red. A dripping sound could be heard as blood dripped down from the sword. The ripples dispersed, and the entire area was filled with red. Blood splashed out from the 4 figures that fell to the ground. Their Dantian's Qi Si was destroyed in one move. Their martial arts were crippled, but their lives were spared. This unbelievable scene shook the other 8 people. For a moment, they couldn't recover from their shock. Take them away. Don't do evil again. A man waved her hand and put away her sword. She looked at the people in front of her with a serious expression. The leader's expression changed again and again. He made a prompt decision and said, Retreat! With that order, the 7 people quickly left with the 4 heavily injured people. They didn't dare to stay any longer. When Ning Chen saw this, he sighed. It wasn't easy to make a bodhisattva use the Azura arts. I didn't see it clearly. Pouted and shook the arm of the person beside her as she spoke in a tender voice. Ning Chen returned to his senses and softly said, "I'll let a man teach you on the way. You usually don't learn the sword properly. Now you know you're a frog in a well." Humph. After being criticized, unhappily let go of the former and ran forward, no longer paying attention to him. "Mistress, I didn't see it clearly. Can you teach me?" Hugged the arm of the woman beside her. "Okay." A man softly replied, "Let's go." Ning Chan walked forward and patted the little girl's head. Then he continued to rush forward. Pouted and pulled the person beside her to follow him. The three of them left. Not far away, a white light gathered and Luo Yang appeared. He looked at the three people in front of him with a strange expression. What a strange sword technique. He originally thought it would be the red-clothed youth who attacked. He didn't expect that it would be the girl who gave him a surprise. The road was difficult. The three of them passed by one city after another. Almost every city marked on the star field route map had few people living in it. It was abnormally desolate. Without a doubt, this was a path that had been abandoned for a long time. At least it had been forgotten by the world for the past thousands of years. The night was filled with stars. The autumn night was slightly cold. Under the flickering bonfire, three different faces were reflected. Was sleeping in a man's arms. For some reason, ever since Tian Yu's origin energy entered her body, the little girl seemed to get tired easily. After walking for less than a day, she was already complaining that she was tired. "Will you be okay?" A man hugged the little girl and softly asked, "I'm fine." Ning Chen shook his head. "I've been paying attention to her the entire time. This should just be a side effect of her transformation. Perhaps it'll disappear in a few days." After saying that, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Wasn't he tired after following them the entire way? "I'll leave for a moment. You take care of As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure flashed and flew towards the west. "Oh, we've been discovered." 15 miles away, Luo Yang's eyes lit up. He had already been very careful. It seemed this person's guard was quite heavy. For you to follow us the entire way, don't you think that's a bit too unreasonable? Ning Chen appeared and looked at the white-robed man in front of him. "Brother, please don't misunderstand. I'm just a bit worried. Those 12 people aren't good people. I'm worried you'll suffer. After all, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands," said Luo Yang sincerely. "Thank you for your concern. Although I'm not talented, it's enough to deal with these thieves," said Ning Chen calmly. "It's Luo Yang's fault. I'll leave now." Luo Yang cupped his hands and left. They brushed past each other. In the instant their eyes met, there was no exchange of words between the 2 experts. As they brushed past each other, the ground between them split apart. An expert, Luo Yang's expression became even more grave. He didn't say anything else and left. Luo Yang left. Under the moonlight, the red-robed man disappeared. In the wilderness, 8 figures quickly rushed forward on their horses. Their black robes covered their bodies as they silently approached the 3 people in the distance. The pitch-black celestial horses were like lightning in the night sky. They were so fast that it was hard to recognize them. "Everyone, your time is up. You should be on your way." Red light condensed, and a death god descended. A dazzling blood-red sword appeared. The 8 people were startled, but they quickly recovered and no longer concealed their auras. Their battle spears pierced through the air as they joined hands to attack the person in front of them. The red-robed man's body moved in an instant. In the next instant, blood spurted into the air. It was a massacre without any resistance. The blood-red sword became even redder. How is this possible? Before they could figure out what had gone wrong, the 8 figures all fell, smashing into the ground. As the astral soul left his hand, a streak of light flashed past. On top of the Pegasus, the 4 crippled cultivators had their throats sealed. They were filled with unwillingness and confusion. It was a shocking scene. The top experts of the younger generation couldn't even last a single move. The 12 of them were all buried in the wilderness. The red-robed man put away his sword and his body faded once more. Perhaps the so-called younger generation was just a joke in the eyes of a life-knowing expert. Not long after the red-robed man left, white light condensed and Luo Yang appeared. He looked at the corpses on the ground. What a terrifying swordsman! Several hundred miles away, the red-robed man walked over with a gentle smile. There was no trace of him having just killed anyone. As soon as he sat down, a man gently hit him. "You're not obedient." Ning Chan was startled and then helplessly shook his head. It seemed it really wasn't easy to hide from a man. Just what was a sword aura? Since he couldn't figure it out, Ning Chen stopped thinking about it. He apologetically smiled. Just this once. Yes, a man once again chose to believe him. Just like in the past, she would believe whatever he said. Noisy. The 2 people's conversation disturbed the sound of her sleeping voice. The little girl squirmed a few times before she fell asleep again. In the future, you can teach Ian or how to use the sword. After all, I haven't learned much of what Senior taught me. Ning Chen raised his hand and brushed the hair on the little girl's face as he said softly, "It's not easy to teach." Man moved her body so that the little girl could sleep more comfortably. "Take your time." Ning Chen nodded. This child really wasn't easy to teach. As soon as he saw her, she would run away. However, Ina was still at a playful age. It wasn't good to restrict her nature too much. He would teach her as much as he could. What about Senior Tianyu's inheritance? Ask a man. In the future, it will depend on Ina's own choice. There's no need to force her, said Ning Chen. A man softly nodded and didn't say anything else. Under the night sky, Ning Chen looked at the 2 people in front of him and sighed. Ina had also grown up. She was almost as tall as a man. He had once been protected under Senior Zhang's son, his wings. Now it was time for him to protect the younger generation. The inheritance didn't allow for any excuses. The sky gradually brightened and Ian woke up. She groggily climbed out of the woman's embrace and raised her head. What time is it? It's still early. Do you want to sleep a little longer? A man raised her hand and rubbed the little girl's hair as she spoke softly. I'm not sleeping. Little teacher's wife. Can you teach me that move from yesterday? Asked Ian as she rubbed her eyes. All right. Hearing that the girl wanted to learn the sword, a man nodded. She got up and walked to the empty space in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the original heart sword appeared once more. Ian moved to the side and hugged the person's arm. She attentively watched as the little teacher's wife taught the sword. A moment later, Ian seemed to have thought of something. She raised her head and asked, Right, when I was asleep last night, did those people come looking for trouble again? No. Ning Chen shook his head. Oh, I thought they were unwilling and would sneak attack us at night, smiled Ina. In the end, there are more good people than bad people in this world. Perhaps they have repented. Ning Chen smiled. Chapter 700. On the Starry Sky Road, there were thousands of floating cities. One after another, they were extremely dilapidated. Most of the heavenly cities, built by ancient cultivators, had gradually been abandoned. However, there were exceptions to everything. A few heavenly cities that had been passed down had extremely powerful stepping immortal experts overseeing them. As the news of the ancient battlefield spread, the heavenly cities once again became lively. Powerful cultivators could be seen coming and going, shocking everyone. Innate experts are as numerous as dogs. 3 disasters are everywhere. Seeing that even one person was stronger than her, Ina pouted and said in dissatisfaction, Bam! A man raised her hand and lightly hit the little girl's head. She said softly, Don't speak nonsense. Een covered her head, not daring to refute. She giggled, then hugged the arm of the woman beside her and tenderly said, "Teacher's wife, can you beat them?" Hearing that, Man took a glance at the surrounding people, nodded, and said, "Yes." Een-er's eyes lit up. Then she laughed mischievously. No one knew what she was thinking. "Don't cause trouble, or else I'll ignore you." Ning Chen could tell that this girl was up to no good with a single glance. "Humph!" Een wrinkled her nose and turned her head away, ignoring a certain person. "There's a lot more people," Man softly reminded. Ning Chen nodded. Indeed, there were a lot more people. When they first set out, not many people knew about the ancient battlefield. In a short few months, they met more and more cultivators, especially after they left the Red Phoenix starfield. Another one died. Just at that moment, cries of surprise rang out ahead. The pedestrians were in a mess, and they all revealed shocked expressions. "How many is this already? Does no one care?" A young man said indignantly, "There's nothing we can do about it. Walking on this path, we can't hope for any rules. We can't afford to offend such a killing star. Let's go," another slightly older man reminded, then quickly left. Seeing the pedestrians leaving one after another, pulled a person over and asked, "Who's so arrogant? They dare to commit murder in broad daylight." "I don't know him. I only know that he's from the All-Heaven starfield, and his strength is extremely terrifying. Several people accidentally offended him, and now they're all dead." There was lingering fear on the pedestrian's face. After he finished speaking, he quickly left. Looked at Ning Chen with a look of anticipation. "I promised Wild that unless I had no other choice, I wouldn't fight." Ning Chen refused without hesitation. "Little mistress." Shook the arm of the woman beside her and said in a tender voice, "No fighting." A man patted the little girl's head and spoke softly. "Let's go take a look." As spoke, she dragged the former in the direction of the pedestrians. Seeing a man being dragged away, Ning Chen could only helplessly follow. Were all children at this age so difficult to control? Could it be that he was also like this in the eyes of his eldest grandson? Only the three of them walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. Driven by curiosity, the little girl pushed aside the people blocking her way and walked to the front of the crowd. Ning Chen followed behind, constantly smiling and apologizing to the passers-by. When the passers-by saw that it was just a young girl, they shook their heads helplessly and didn't make a fuss about it. In front of the passers-by, powerful true yuan fluctuations constantly fluctuated. Within Heaven City, ancient runes automatically awakened, protecting the city from being destroyed by the battle. In the midst of the flying boulders, a black-clothed young man stood alone. In his hand was a pitch-black spear that emitted bone-chilling, killing intent. The surrounding air revolved, and the killing intent was oppressive. Around the man, less than half of the 10 men and women were still standing. Blood flowed from the ground, dyeing the ground red. Just as the 10 of them were about to die under the man's spear, an abnormally powerful aura suddenly descended from the distance. In the sky above the city, the sound of thunder suddenly rang out, and the wind and clouds rapidly changed. "This is a law enforcer." In the city, everyone was startled, but they soon recovered. Could it be that the rumors were true? That there really were law enforcers on this ancient road? In the next instant, a huge hand slammed down. Its power was unparalleled, and before the palm landed, the ground beneath the man disintegrated for no reason. The black-clothed man's eyes turned cold, and he soared into the sky with his spear. With a boom, he forcefully resisted the might of the heavens. Heaven and earth rumbled. The huge hand collapsed, and the wind and clouds rapidly scattered. However, at this moment, an azure-robed elder appeared in the sky. His corporeal realm cultivation base made it difficult for the younger generation's experts to breathe. Down below, Wild's body flashed with light, protecting the little girl and blocking the elder's pressure. To the side, Ning Chen calmly watched the battle without the slightest fluctuation in his expression. The law enforcer had appeared to enforce the law and punish the murderer in the city. He raised his hand and condensed Yuan, slamming it down on the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man didn't dodge or evade. He faced the law enforcer head-on. Heaven and earth shook, and the battle reached a climax. The powerful black-clothed man was actually not at a disadvantage against a corporeal realm expert. Ning Chen, didn't that senior say a few days ago that there weren't any rules on this road? Asked tugging on the clothes of the person next to her. Rules are set by people. Perhaps the people who set the rules found it necessary to set more rules, or perhaps the law enforcers are just following their own judgment. In any case, absolute strength is the most important thing, said Ning Chen. Oh. Er's attention was quickly drawn back to the battle in the sky. Can this person win? After watching for a while, Er asked again. No. Ning Chen shook his head. There's not even a 10% chance? Asked Er. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. There's no need to talk about the difference in cultivation base. A difference of a major realm is an absolute disadvantage that cannot be ignored. Furthermore, although this person's battle experience is not bad, it's far from enough to make up for that huge difference. The most important thing when fighting across realms is to restrict your opponent's movements. Under normal circumstances, you need someone skilled in speed to coordinate with you. If you don't have that, the best choice is to use a divine weapon to fight in close combat. If you still can't do that, then the difference in cultivation base will be insurmountable. Then can you beat that old man? Asked Er curiously. Ning Chen smiled but didn't reply. Oh, that's not right. Last time in the Western Immortal World, didn't that extremely powerful senior defeat Mo Zhu and the Red Luan Realm Queen? Asked suddenly recalling that matter. Senior isn't on that list, said Ning Chen calmly. As the two of them spoke, the battle in the sky became even more intense. The difference in cultivation base gradually became apparent. The black-robed youth's spear-wielding hand began to bleed, drop by drop. Below, everyone was looking at the battle. Whether it was out of jealousy or something else, they all hoped that the enforcers would be able to kill this black-robed youth. Boom! Another world-shaking collision rang out. The azure-robed elder's palm had sent the black-robed youth flying, bringing forth a dazzling spray of blood. Final move. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The black-robed youth's body began to shine brightly, piercing through the heavens and earth. A power that surpassed the mortal realm rapidly rose, and a shocking pressure caused the world to change color. The instant he used this move, the aura within Ning Chen's body shook, resonating with him. Heavenly Book! Ning Chen suppressed his aura in shock. What's wrong? Sensing the change in Ning Chen's mood, a man looked over and asked, This person has the aura of a heavenly book, so he can't die. I have to protect him, said Ning Chen. Hearing this, a man nodded lightly and said, Go! In the sky, the martial arts of the heavenly book appeared. The wind and thunder changed, and a terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens. Seeing this, the old man in green raised his true essence and gathered the power from all directions. His strongest move appeared in the world. Just at this moment, the wind and clouds changed. Numerous swords appeared out of nowhere, crisscrossing and dazzling. An expert. The two people's expressions both changed, and they hastily retreated. However, the sudden sword had no beginning or end. They had already lost the initiative, and the sword flashed past, sending the black-robed youth flying. The space shook, and a red-robed youth appeared. He respectfully bowed to the elder and said, Senior Enforcer, we still don't know who was right and who was wrong in the previous battle. It won't be too late to pass judgment after we've figured out the reason. Otherwise, if we wrongly accuse a good person, wouldn't we have caused Senior's good intentions to backfire? Looking at the red-robed youth, the azure-robed elder's expression became serious. What a terrifying youth! If that sword had truly been used to kill, even he would have found it difficult to escape unscathed. Had the younger generation already grown to such a level? How was that possible? What does this person have to do with you? The azure-robed elder suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. The youth in front of him had obviously given him enough face, so he couldn't be too aggressive. He has something that was lost by my sect. I'm here on my master's orders to take it back, Ningchen casually said. The azure-robed elder narrowed his eyes, then nodded and said, Since that's the case, I'll hand him over to you. Don't let him do evil. Junior thanks, Senior Enforcer. Ningchen respectfully bowed again and replied, I'm in Green Lotus City. If you pass by in the future, you can come and find me. After saying that, the azure-robed elder's figure dissipated and disappeared. After the enforcer left, the people below recovered from their shock. Looking at the red-robed youth walking down from the sky, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Who was this person? Even the enforcer had to give him some face. Brother, let's go. Ningchen looked at the black-robed youth not far away and said. The black-robed youth's face was cold. He didn't say anything and followed. In the crowd, the 4 men and women's faces were extremely ugly. They wanted to seize the opportunity to attack, but they were afraid of the red-robed swordsman and didn't dare to act rashly. If the 4 of you want to seek justice or take revenge, I won't interfere. However, do everything within your capabilities. Revenge isn't urgent. That's all I have to say. See you in the future, Ningchen said indifferently, then left with the 3 of them. Chapter 701. On the ancient starry sky path, Heaven City floated up and down. Outside the city, the 2 of them were chatting. Not far away, Man and Een were quietly waiting. Speak. What is it? Lien, you looked at the young man before him. Ningchen didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, Where did your heavenly book come from? Heavenly book? Lien Yu frowned and asked, What heavenly book? Hearing the former's reply, Ningchen's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the person in front of him silently. Lien Yu's expression turned serious. What's a heavenly book? Ningchen withdrew his gaze and calmly said, Heavenly book is just a general term. The martial technique you used in the battle just now came from a heavenly book. After hearing this, Lien Yu frowned again. A moment later, he opened his mouth and said, I accidentally obtained that move from a dangerous place. There is only one move, and the cultivation method is incomplete. I made up the missing part based on my own understanding. Lien Yu waved his hand and took out a jade slip. He indifferently said, I don't like to owe people favors. This technique is for you. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Ningchen received it and scanned it with his divine sense. He sternly said, Can you tell me where you obtained this technique? All Heaven, Starfield, Immortal Burial Deadland. Lien Yu honestly replied. Ningchen nodded. Let me remind you that those 4 people won't let this go. Hatred can make people go crazy. Thank you. Lien Yu responded, then turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Lien Yu's footsteps paused. He turned around and said indifferently, I'll also remind you that the Immortal Burial Deadland is filled with danger. Don't rashly enter. After saying that, Lien Yu didn't stay any longer and left. Seeing this, Een ran over and asked, He's leaving just like that? Ningchen took out a jade slip and handed it over. Reward. Een took the jade slip and scanned it with her divine sense. She curled her lips and handed it back. I don't understand. This technique is temporarily missing a part. Once I've made up for it, I'll teach you, said Ningchen gently. Not far away, Man walked over and asked, Which one is it? I've already seen 9 of the 10 heavenly books. This technique is unprecedented. The answer is obvious, said Ningchen. Divine heavenly book, said Man softly. And, unfortunately, it's just a fragment. Ningchen nodded. Among the 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes, life was the beginning, inaction was the end, and God was the most respected. It could be seen that the power of the divine scroll was one of the best even among the heavenly tomes. However, every heavenly tomes had at least 2 moves. In addition, there were also mental cultivation methods and moves that were compatible with other heavenly tomes. It was a pity that there was less than 1 move left in this heavenly tomes. The phoenix has an extreme yang body. Can this scroll be cultivated? Amand asked seriously. It's still unclear. Ningchen shook his head and said, We can only see if it repels this body during cultivation. Is your main body still unable to sense it? Wild asked softly. Yes. Ningchen nodded and said, I haven't sensed anything yet. Originally, this heavenly book was most suitable for the original body to cultivate. However, ever since the chaos in Heaven's sanctum was resolved, there had been no news of the original body. It was indeed a troublesome matter. At the same time, Green Lotus City, one of the many heavenly cities on the Starry Sky Road. In the depths of the ancient city, Old Man Qing Lian stood quietly in an ordinary mansion. He looked at the starry sky road in the distance as light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the void swirled and a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out. His cold face was dignified and noble, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Old Man Qing Lian's expression froze when he saw the person who came. He immediately bowed and said, Tower Master. No need to be so polite. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. May I know why the Tower Master is here? Old Man Qing Lian was puzzled. I was passing by this place. It's just on the way. The Dawn Moon Brothel's master replied and continued. I heard that you fought with Ningchen. Old Man Qing Lian was startled, but he quickly reacted and said, The red-clothed young swordsman that the Tower Master is talking about? He did take 1 move, but it was over. How was it? The Dawn Moon Tower Master asked. Old Man Qing Lian hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Tower Master, forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but this person is not suitable to stay on this path. He has exceeded the limit by too much. If he has not violated the rules, no one has the right to drive him out of this starry sky road. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. Old Man Qing Lian sighed softly and said, Although that is so, the existence of such a person is too destructive of the balance. I have already suggested that the age limit be lowered to 100 years. Otherwise, according to the previous plan of 60 years, these youngsters will not be able to stop him. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. Who is this person? How can he exceed the younger generation by so much? Old Man Qing Lian was puzzled. The 9th son of Mo Gate. At this point, the Dawn Moon Tower Master paused for a moment before continuing. According to my calculations, Master Mo's death was caused by this person. Old Man Qing Lian was shocked. How could this be? Master Mo was already infinitely close to the true realm, or even an expert who had entered the true realm. How could he die at the hands of a youngster who had not yet entered the void realm? There is no need to doubt it. This matter is indeed true. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly, aside from the fact that Master Mo was once heavily injured by a heaven speaker, this person was able to kill an expert comparable to the true realm. This is truly shocking. This is also the reason why I insist on lowering the age limit. Old Man Qing Lian's expression changed again and again. After a long while, he said, Tower Master, the strongest experts of the younger generation are at most at the void realm. Even with the help of secret techniques, it is impossible for them to reach Master Mo's level. No one can stop this person's existence. It's fine. The Dawn Moon Tower Master shook her head and said, This person must have used many external items to be able to kill Master Mo. It is impossible for him to have such battle strength under normal circumstances. As long as those young experts do not force him into a corner, nothing will happen. Old man Qing Lian sighed and said, "That's all we can do now." It's really hard to believe that a young man who has only cultivated for a few decades can possess such terrifying strength. Even those extremely talented young men can't be compared to him. The responsibilities they bear and the experiences they have grown up with are just different. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said indifferently, "If the youngsters you speak of have to face us old monsters all day long and cannot win, then he and the people around him will die. I think that they will be able to grow faster. Of course, the prerequisite is that they are still alive and have not been driven mad by the pressure." Old man Qing Lian fell silent and did not say anything else. Remember, this person is not a bloodthirsty person. If no one takes the initiative to provoke him, he will not casually attack. If there are really blind people looking for trouble, then just kill them. There is no need for you to interfere. However, you must remember that once you discover that the two girls beside him are in any danger, you must immediately report back. We do not wish to see this road become a bloodbath, the Dawn Moon Tower Master said seriously. Yes. Old man Qing Lian suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed in response. 10 days later, at the ancient Starry Sky Road in Green Lotus City, at the intersection of the Red Luan, All Heaven, and Spirit Void Starfields, Ning Chun brought Yin and Aman along. Seeing more and more cultivators on the ancient Starry Sky Road, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that the news of the ancient battlefield had already spread. The road ahead might not be easy. There was only one quota for opening the ancient battlefield and obtaining the time restriction and other rewards. This also meant that everyone on this road would be a potential opponent. Apart from this, it was very likely that many young experts would not be interested in those 3 treasures. Instead, they would want to take the opportunity to compete with the younger generation of the All Heaven Starfields and verify their own Tao. On the side, Yin was happily eating a tanghulu made from a string of cinnabar fruits. Wherever there were people, there would be merchants. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Ningchen could only sigh with emotion. This was the first time he had seen something like this in his life. 3 cinnabar fruits and 10 immortal jades. It was frighteningly expensive. Only a glutton like Yin would be willing to buy it. "Do you want to eat it?" Yin took another bite and placed the tanghulu in front of a certain person's mouth. "Nope." Ning Chin helplessly shook his head. This time, he was truly unwilling to eat it. It was better to leave it all for this girl. "Little mistress." Yin placed the tanghulu in front of Aman. Aman took a small bite and patted the little girl's head. "All right, I won't eat it. You can eat it." Yin broke into a smile and continued to eat happily. Looking at the helpless expression of the person beside him, Aman smiled. "Now you know how to feel heartache." Celestial jades were even more precious than cultivation techniques to a certain extent. Using one meant one less, especially now that the celestial realm was about to collapse. However, cinnabar fruits were spirit fruits that were beneficial to cultivation. Although it was a bit expensive, it was still worth it. Not long after, a pavilion appeared in front of them. The decorations were gorgeous and luxurious. It looked extremely extraordinary. Ningchen thought for a moment and said, "Let's go in and take a look." A man nodded and followed after him. Yin indifferently followed, looking left and right. As she ate, she was curious. "Young master, what do you want?" asked a pretty woman who came up to him. "Something to protect myself," replied Ningchen. "Young master, please follow me," said the woman respectfully. Ningchen nodded. Then he led the 2 people beside him and followed. Yin didn't understand and pulled on the woman's sleeve. "Little mistress, why do you want to buy something to protect yourself?" "It's for you," said Aman softly. "I don't need it. I'm already very strong." Yin waved her fist. Aman smiled and didn't say anything. On the 2nd floor, the woman brought the 3 of them over. In front of a counter made of inkstone, an old man was currently carving something. Powerful spiritual chi fluctuations were faintly discernible on the counter. It was extremely shocking. Ning Chen's gaze swept over the counter and directly ignored all the items on display. He looked at the wooden sculpture in the old man's hand and said, "I want this. How much is it?" "For 1,000 immortal jades." No bargaining. The old man didn't even raise his head. When Een heard this, her little face shook. So expensive. A man's eyes also flashed. It really wasn't cheap. However, this wooden sculpture was extraordinary. With it, Een would at least have some guarantee of safety. "I want it." Ning Chen didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Chapter 702. In the e-pavilion behind the inkstone counter, the old man was focused on carving the wooden sculpture in his hand. He never looked up. In front of him, Ning Chen stood quietly and waited patiently. He did not rush him. On the second floor, there were many customers coming and going. However, compared to the first floor, there were far fewer. Clearly, the price of the treasures on this floor was not something ordinary people could afford. Sizzle, sizzle. Gradually, people stopped walking and looked at the wooden sculpture in the old man's hand. Their faces looked strange. "Master." A young man dressed as a student looked at a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. The young man's eyes froze. He did not say anything. He just looked ahead, quietly. Not far away, several young people in luxurious clothes also stopped in their tracks, a solemn look flashing in their eyes. The wooden sculpture was about to be completed. Many restrictive patterns appeared. Strange runes surrounded it. They slowly disappeared into the wooden sculpture. "Let's go and take a look," the young man in luxurious clothes said. He then walked to the counter. When the student heard him, he quickly followed him. At the same time, a few young men not far away also walked forward. "Shopkeeper, how much is this wooden sculpture?" the young man in luxurious clothes asked. "It's not for sale." The old man answered coldly. He threw the wooden sculpture to the young man in red and said, 3,000 celestial jades! Ning Chen took the wooden sculpture and waved his hand to give away the celestial jades. He calmly said thank you. After that, Ning Chen gave the wooden sculpture to the little girl next to him. He softly said, "Take it and play with it. Don't let it leave your side." Een took the wooden sculpture and looked at it. Her small face smiled like a blooming flower. It was dazzling. When the young men dressed in noble clothes saw this, they looked surprised. Such a precious treasure was being given to a little girl. Who was this young man? In front of the student, Qin Bai's expression also became serious. He was weighing the pros and cons. "Let's go." Ning Chen did not care about their gazes. He walked down the stairs. Man held Er's hand and followed. Everyone watched as they left together. "Go and find out who this person is," Qin Bai said. "Yes." The student respectfully answered. Outside the e-pavilion, the three of them walked out. Held the wooden carving and gestured around, looking very happy. The wooden carving was of a young girl. Looking closely, she was no more than 16 or 17 years old. It was so lifelike that every strand of her hair could be seen clearly. "Ning Chen, where are we going?" After walking for a while and seeing that there were fewer and fewer people, asked in confusion. "To pay a visit to that senior law enforcer," Ning Chen replied. "Are you really going?" Wasn't too interested. One must be polite. Ning Chen patted the little girl's head and said. Pursed her lips. She didn't believe a single word. She looked at the woman beside her and asked coquettishly, "Mistress, why did Ning Chen visit that enforcer?" A man smiled and said softly, "Because doing so will save us a lot of trouble." Seeing the little girl's puzzled expression, a man patiently explained, "Some people have been following us. After we pay a visit to that senior law enforcer, if these people have any ideas, they will have to consider carefully." Oh, Only then did Een understand. She wrinkled her nose at a certain someone. What did he mean by having manners? That was a lie. Ning Chun smiled helplessly. Ah, man was truly becoming smarter and smarter. In the depths of the ancient city, old man Qing Lian was looking at the lotus blooming in the pond in front of him. His face was as calm as water without any ripples. Had it finally come? Junior Ning Chen requests an audience with senior law enforcer. Just at this moment, a respectful voice rang out from outside the residence, breaking the silence. Come in, old man Qing Lian said. Many thanks, senior. A red-robed figure walked in. Behind him were two young women. They looked similar in age, but their temperaments were completely different. Seeing the two young women beside Ning Chen, old man Qing Lian couldn't conceal his emotions. That little girl was still all right. Although her talent wasn't bad, it couldn't be said to be shocking. However, the woman beside her was a bit terrifying. Her spirit heart was pure and flawless. She was a true peerless genius. For thousands of years he had only heard of such a perfect martial art jade in legends. Senior law enforcer, Junior has disturbed you. Ning Chen walked forward and respectfully bowed. No need to be so polite. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? Asked old man Qing Lian. Ning Chen stood up and shook his head. He said it was quite smooth. I passed by this city, so I came to visit you as promised. Old man Qing Lian nodded and said, Green Lotus City is one of the 49 sky cities along the way. I've been in charge of guarding this city for nearly 100 years. This time, the ancient battlefield has reappeared. Several star venerables and region masters hope that there will be someone in your generation who can open the ancient battlefield. Last time, when you protected that young man, you caused quite a stir. Be careful. Senior, thank you for your reminder. I'll keep it in mind. Ning Chen replied. Seeing the humble attitude of the young man in front of him, old man Qing Lian's expression softened a bit. He said, I know your strength is extraordinary, but the dangers you'll face on this road may be more than what you see now. In addition, some star venerables and region masters have begun to notice you. No matter what happens in the future, they don't want this road to be a dead end. Do you understand what I mean? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them, Ning Chen said. Hearing this, old man Qing Lian's eyes became serious. He said, It's not that the star venerables and region masters are forcing you, but your strength is not suitable for you to compete with these young people on this ancient road. The ancient battlefield is very important. I hope you can consider the overall situation and restrain yourself as much as possible. As I said, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. This is the biggest guarantee I can give. I can't give more than this, Ning Chun said seriously. Old man Qing Lian sighed softly and nodded. Of course, he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to have such a variable who exceeded the limit. I heard that there will be a grand meeting organized by the young generation in 10 days in the city. At that time, several supreme experts of the young generation from the heavens, spirit void, and red lawn star areas will meet for the first time. This is a chance. I hope you can stay. You don't have to make friends with these people, but at least meet them. Maybe you can avoid some unnecessary conflicts in the future. Old man Qing Lian said seriously. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he nodded. What the old man in front of him said probably represented the attitude of the star venerables and region masters behind him. It was just a grand meeting. There was no need to confront these old monsters directly. Old man Qing Lian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ning Chen had agreed. In fact, this lad was not someone who didn't know the importance of things. However, those gods' favored sons from various vital stars might not be the same. At that time, he would accompany this lad as a law enforcer. He hoped to use this opportunity to make some arrogant disciples of the great sects more cautious and not provoke this terrifying young man. He had to admit that the task assigned to him by the building master was really troublesome. After they finished talking about the serious matter, They talked about some unimportant things. After an hour, a woman dressed like a maid came and took Ning Chin and the other two to a room to rest temporarily. After listening to them talking nonsense for a long time, Er's patience had been exhausted. She hurried to follow them. In the west room, in a small courtyard with mottled bamboo shadows, the maid left after making arrangements for the three of them. As soon as the maid left, lay on the bed and heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "I'm so tired." Man went forward and pulled her up. She said softly, "It's time to practice swordsmanship." "I'm so tired today. Can I practice tomorrow?" Said with a bitter expression. "No." Man rubbed the little girl's hair and replied softly. Ning Chin did not say anything. He just smiled. He could not control this lad. It was up to Man. Soon, who had failed in her resistance, was taken out by Man to practice swordsmanship. Before she left, she pitifully asked someone for advice. Unfortunately, she was ignored. At the same time in Green Lotus City, the news of the three of them visiting the law enforcers quickly spread to several young apex experts and attracted a lot of attention. In a mansion that he had bought temporarily, Chin Bai was quietly drinking wine and waiting for the news he wanted. "Young master, I found it." A young man who looked like a page quickly walked over and said respectfully, "A few days ago, that person seemed to have protected a killing star from the All-Heaven Star field from the Green Lotus law enforcers. At that time, many people saw it." "Oh." Chin Bai put down the wine cup in his hand and narrowed his eyes. "In that case, that person was related to the Green Lotus law enforcers. That was not strange. To be able to take out so many celestial jades at once, his identity was definitely not ordinary. It was very possible that he was an inner disciple of a top-notch sect." Similar scenes appeared all over Green Lotus City. The law enforcers rarely showed themselves on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Now, someone had actually been received by the law enforcers. It was truly shocking. However, no one knew that the law enforcers had not received people who knew destiny because of their status or background. Instead, it was because of their strength that the Star Venerables and Domain Masters had no choice but to remind them and restrict them. In front of the Lotus Pond in the Green Lotus Mansion, light gathered and an illusory figure appeared. He looked at the old man before him and asked, "How is it?" "Tower Master," he agreed. Old man Lien bowed and said. The illusory figure nodded and said, "When the time comes, go with him. Take the opportunity to teach those people a lesson. I have already done what I should do. If there are still people who are blind enough to provoke him, then don't bother. Living is luck and death is fate." "Yes." Old man Lien said respectfully. "Oh, that's right. An old man has taken a liking to the girl beside him, called a man. He wants to take her as his disciple. Remind Ning Chin to be careful. Even if he doesn't agree, he shouldn't confront that old man. I will think of a way to mediate between them and try to resolve this peacefully." After he finished speaking, the illusory figure turned into specks of light and disappeared. Old man Lien bowed and sent him off. A serious expression flashed through his aged eyes. That girl had indeed attracted the attention of those people. Chapter 703. 10 days later, to the east of Green Lotus City, at the prodigy's grand gathering, the beauty of the lotus pond reflected the bustling scene. The fragrance of the lotus flowers permeated the air, intoxicating everyone. During the banquet, for figures were particularly eye-catching. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Their powerful auras were faintly discernible. All of them had stepped into the treading celestial plane. In less than 100 years, he had stepped into the immortal treading realm. No matter what era he was in, he could be called a proud son of heaven, looking down on the younger generation. Among the 4 people, one was Luo Yang from the Red Lawn Starfield. Another was Chin Bai from the Spirit Void Starfield, who had appeared in the E-Pavilion. As for the other 2, they were both from the All Heavens Starfield. Their strength was unfathomable. The gathering of heaven's favorites made this grand event dazzling. Intentionally or unintentionally, the attention of many young experts was focused on the four of them, especially the only woman among the four. Her fairy-like temperament attracted the attention of most people. Right when the grand event was at its most bustling, a black, clothed figure walked over with large strides from afar, and the baleful aura on his body was impossible to conceal. As soon as he appeared, it caused everyone to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Lian Yu. When the black-clothed man appeared, the eyes of the two young experts from the all-heaven starfield narrowed. He had actually also come. Qing Yuan, Xian, how have you been? Asked Lian Yu calmly. The man named Qing Yuan's expression darkened slightly. He snorted coldly and ignored him. Not far away from the man, Xian gently nodded in response. Lian Yu saw the reaction of the two, but did not care in the slightest. He walked to an empty seat at the side, picked up a wine cup and quietly drank. Feeling the weird atmosphere, Qin Bai lifted the corners of his lips. It looked like the grudge between these people was not as simple as it seemed. Qin Bai put down the wine cup in his hand and said, I've heard that the zither of the all-heaven starfield's fairy Xian is unparalleled. Might we be fortunate enough to witness it? Just then, everyone shifted their gaze to the fairy-like woman. Their faces were full of anticipation. Seeing everyone's gazes, Xian gently nodded and said, I've embarrassed myself. The zither appeared, and the zither waves were boundless. It was mellow and pleasant to listen to. The grand yet gentle sound of the zither reverberated throughout the banquet. The lotus flowers swayed, echoing the celestial music. A zither without a sword. What a pity, Luo Yang said with a regretful expression. Leave the sword to me. Qin Bai stood up. He waved his hand. A glowing sword came out of its scabbard. Suddenly the sword moved. A dragon came out of the sea. The beauty played the zither, while the hero danced with the sword. Such a perfect match made people envious. When the sound of the zither and the sword dance reached their peak, the sword light suddenly paused, showing signs of stagnation. Qin Bai was shocked. Xian stopped playing her instrument. Their chemistry was gone, so there was no need to continue. This aura, it's from a law enforcer. Everyone looked over and looked into the distance, their faces filled with shock. The space in front of them twisted, and a green figure appeared. His powerful aura shocked everyone present. When the law enforcers appeared, the shock on everyone's faces could not be concealed. Why would law enforcers appear here? Before everyone could recover from their shock, 3 figures walked over from not too far away. They were led by a red-robed figure. Their expression was calm and indifferent, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Behind Hong Yi, there were 2 young girls following behind her. They were equally stunning, and neither of them were inferior to Fairy Xian, whom everyone admired. When the 3 of them arrived, everyone looked at each other. Other than shock, they were even more confused. Greetings, Azure Lotus Enforcer. The young expert stood up and said respectfully, No need to be so polite. I'm here to introduce you to a junior. After saying that, Elder Qing Lian looked at the red-robed young man and gestured for him to come over. Ning Qin had no choice but to step forward. It seemed that the old man had made up his mind to put a few layers of shackles on him. This is Ning Qin, Elder Qing Lian said seriously. He's a nephew of mine. He's only here to gain experience. Please take care of him in the future. After he said that, there was an uproar below. Everyone looked at each other. Wasn't this openly abusing his power for personal gain? Wasn't he telling everyone not to make things difficult for this person? I'm Ning Qin. Greetings to everyone. Ning Qin knew that the old man had put in a lot of effort, so he did not want to embarrass him. He cupped his hands and bowed to everyone to show his courtesy. For the sake of the law enforcers, the young experts present all bowed back and did not make things difficult for him. Ning Qin looked at the old man next to him and smiled. He did not say anything. Then he led a man and Qin Bai to a seat on the side. Law Enforcer Qing Lian, please take a seat, Qin Bai said respectfully as he bowed. There is no need. If I stay here, I will spoil your mood. I have completed my mission, so I will take my leave. After that, Elder Qing Lian looked at the young man in red sitting at the table. He sent a message to him and then disappeared. He left the gathering. This old man, Ning Qin shook his head helplessly. If this continued, he would soon become famous on the ancient road of the stars. Not far away, Luo Yang frowned. He did not understand what had just happened. Based on his understanding of the young swordsman's power, there was no need for him to do something so unnecessary. He had been able to kill 8 strong cultivators who were at the peak of the Supremes. That was enough to make a name for himself on the ancient road of the stars. Why did he have to bear such a dishonorable reputation? Qin Bai stood up and walked forward with a cup of wine. He looked at the young man in red and said, Brother Ning, I am Qin Bai. This is the second time we have met. Let me give you a toast. You are welcome. Ning Qin smiled and raised his cup. He drank it all in one gulp and showed the empty cup to the person in front of him. How refreshing! Qin Bai laughed and drank all the wine in his cup. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to his seat. One person started and the rest followed. Some people raised their cups to show their friendliness. Ning Qin responded to them one by one. He was polite and courteous. He had completed his mission beautifully. After everyone else, Luo Yang also stood up and walked forward. He raised his cup and looked at the person in front of him. He asked seriously why. No reason. They raised their cups and clinked them. Ning Qin smiled and said, Everyone has their own ambitions. Now that I have a backer, it would be a waste not to use it. Luo Yang squinted his eyes. After a while, he looked away and walked back to his seat. He did not believe that this person was such a coward. After a short interlude, the atmosphere became strange. It was still lively, but everyone had their own thoughts. It was hard to tell what they were thinking. Not far away, Lian Yu drank cup after cup of wine. He sneered at everyone's behavior. He had personally taken that freak sword. He could more or less guess what the Green Lotus law enforcer was thinking. Favoritism. That was probably the case. However, it was for everyone's sake. Otherwise, they would all be killed by this terrifyingly strong young man. On the other side of the seat, Qin Yuan frowned again. He drank the wine in his cup and walked out of the seat. Not far away, Xian squinted her eyes and said softly, Qing Yuan, don't be impulsive. It's fine, Qing Yuan replied and walked to the opposite side without stopping. Brother, how about a few moves? Qing Yuan looked at the person in front of him and said in an unfriendly tone. Beside Ning Qin, Yin who was eating happily, heard someone provoking her. She immediately raised her head. Finally, he was not here to toast. I'm not good at martial arts. Sorry. Ning Qin smiled and replied, Cough, cough. As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl suddenly coughed violently. She choked on the water in her throat and her face turned red. A man quickly patted the little girl's back and said softly, Don't be so anxious. No one will snatch it from you. Yin hit the person who caused her to choke. It was all his fault. To be able to get law enforcers to accompany you here, Brother's ability is not small. However, it's just a few moves. There's no need to be so afraid, said Qing Yuan aggressively. I'm really not good at martial arts. Why do you have to force me? There are many experts here. If you want to find someone to spar with, you can just choose someone else, said Ning Qin sincerely. Coward! Qing Yuan snorted coldly and walked away. Clang! At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out. Before they could react, the initial heart sword appeared. Before they could react, the girl who had been taking care of the little girl had already arrived in front of them. Apologize! A man looked at the person in front of her and said sternly. The light blue sword didn't have any killing intent. However, the bone-chilling coldness still made people tremble. The initial heart sword revealed one's true intentions. "I don't have the habit of apologizing to a coward," said Qing Yuan coldly. "Apologize," said A Man again. "I can't do that," said Qing Yuan coldly. As soon as he said that, the initial heart sword moved. The sword's sharp edge moved with the waves. In an instant, a gust of wind rose and water rippled across the sky. Qing Yuan's expression changed. He flipped his palm and condensed Yuan to block the incoming sword. It really is good people who are bullied. Ning Qin put down his wine cup and indifferently said. He was just about to get up when the little girl pulled him back. "Little teacher's wife told me to keep an eye on you. Don't fight. These people aren't those old monsters. You should rest for a bit." "Little teacher's wife can handle them," said Yi. Ning Qin narrowed his eyes. He was just about to stand up, but then he sat back down. Perhaps he really was nervous. The battle was extremely intense. The initial heart sword faced off against the peak experts of the younger generation. Light curled around the azure sword's edge. Each of the sword's moves suppressed the enemy. After exchanging several moves, Qin Yuan's expression became more and more grave. What a strange sword. Sitting down, Ning Chun held his wine cup, his gaze never leaving the battle. Although he believed in a man's strength, battles were never won by the strong. Only the strong would win. The sword's edge cut through his clothes, bringing with it a trace of blood. The initial heart sword began to hum and shine brightly. Qin Yuan focused and dodged the sword. He condensed Yuan in his palm and counterattacked. With a loud bang, the sword chi and palm force scattered in all directions. The remaining waves rushed toward the banquet table with astonishing power. "Enough!" Ning Chun waved his hand to disperse the shock waves. "A Man, come back!" A Man's figure flickered, and he returned to Ning Chen's side. Ning Chen looked at the man in front of him. "I promised Senior Qing Lian that I wouldn't casually fight with others. But that's not a reason for you to be impudent. My patience has always been limited. There won't be a next time. A Man, Ener, let's go." With that, Ning Chun walked out of the banquet. At this moment, a sword light left its master's hand and streaked through the air. Chapter 704. At the genius gathering, the sword light flashed, and the sound of blood dripping could be heard. It was so soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. The sword could not be seen clearly. When they came back to their senses, Qin Yuan's right shoulder was dyed red. It was a shocking scene. They did not see where the sword came from. Only the dripping red told them what had just happened. Sitting at the table, Qin Bai was shocked. He looked at the sword on the table that had been unsheathed without him knowing. His eyes were full of disbelief. How could it be? The sword flew back. Its sharpness was restrained. It was silent as if it had never been unsheathed. Not far away, Xian was the first to come back to her senses. She stood up and looked at the three who were about to leave. She said, "Friends, it was a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and have another drink?" "No need. People who walk different paths cannot work together." Ning Qin did not stop walking. After saying that, he walked away. Expert. Qing Yuan's eyes narrowed. He put away the contempt he had just now. One could not judge a book by its cover. This time he was wrong. In Qing Lian Mansion, seeing the three return, Elder Qing Lian was startled. He said, "Is it over? Why did you come back so quickly?" "No, we were just in a hurry, so we came back first to say goodbye to you, Elder Qing Lian." Ning Chun replied with a smile. "Is it that urgent?" Old man Qing Lian sighed softly and continued, "Then I won't keep you any longer. Remember what I told you. Even if you don't agree, don't confront that person head-on. Someone will deal with it for you. Perhaps we can resolve this matter peacefully." "I will remember," Elder Qing Lian said softly. Ning Chun replied lightly, and then he didn't say anything further. He bid farewell and left with the two of them. In an unknown void, in a palace, many illusory figures stood in the air. Everyone's aura was so powerful that it was shocking. It was beyond comprehension. Although they were just incarnations, they still caused the space in the palace to distort. "Where are they?" one of them asked. "Hong Wan, All Heaven, and Spirit Void have just arrived at Green Lotus City. The Ziwei and Luojia star domains have just arrived at Emperor Return City." Another person spoke and replied, "It seems that most of them have already set off." "So far, the plan is going smoothly," a third person said. "The opening of the ancient battlefield is not an easy matter. Tell the enforcers to be careful. This time, there must not be any accidents," said another person. "I don't care about such matters. However, I want that little girl," called a man by M.O. Gates' ninth disciple side. An indifferent voice rang out, "Pure exquisite heart, an exceptional genius rarely seen in 1,000 years." "Shinji really knows how to pick disciples," said a woman coldly. "It's not up to you to tell me who I choose as my disciple," the figure called Divine Armament said coldly. "The two of you should stop arguing. Pavilion Master Dawn Moon, you've always been in charge of M.O. Gates' ninth disciple. We don't wish to see this unstable factor erupt at any time." The first person to speak sternly interrupted their argument. Amidst the crowd, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master, who'd remained silent until now, smiled indifferently and said, "I told you since the beginning that this kid isn't someone you can bully as you please. I'll say it again, no one is allowed to touch a man. Otherwise, even I can't guarantee anything. A youngster who hasn't even stepped into the mortal realm is regarded so highly by the Pavilion Master. Isn't that a bit too much?" The woman frowned. "When have I ever looked highly upon a person? I'm just stating a fact. I'm sure everyone knows about M.O. Gates' abilities. He's definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. This time, regardless of whether he's truly dead or not, it's an undeniable fact that he's fallen into the hands of his disciple," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. "M.O. Gates' master?" Divine Armament narrowed his eyes. "He really is a very difficult person to see through. It seems that I'll have to personally take a trip to the ancient path. I'll say it again. If anyone touches that girl, a man, I can't guarantee anything," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master coldly. "Divine Armament, the ancient battlefield, is extremely important. You can take a disciple at any time." "There's no need to rush," said the eighth person. "I know what I'm doing. Everyone, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure in the air dissipated and disappeared from the main hall. How troublesome. Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. Does that girl with the pure heart already have a master? Why are you so sure that M.O. Gates' ninth son will definitely oppose this? The person who taught her the sword is M.O. Gates' ninth son's martial guide. He's the swordsman who appeared in the Western immortal world. He's the person that M.O. Gates' ninth son respects the most. So it's impossible for her to change her master, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. Then it'll be difficult, said someone. Kill her, said the 10th person. The atmosphere stiffened. Perhaps this was something that everyone had thought of, but this was the first time someone had brought it up. No one said anything. Everyone looked at the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master, waiting for an answer. Manager of the Spirit Void, Starfield, have you already forgotten the lesson of the Nether Hall? Do you think you can stop that swordsman? Sneered the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. The first person's expression sank. He's the swordsman that appeared in the Western immortal world? Otherwise, do you think there would be a second person who would challenge the Nether Hall for no reason? Let me give you a word of advice. Although that swordsman doesn't seem to want to interfere with the growth of his junior, if someone really wants to kill him, I think the Nether Hall's example is the best lesson, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. The manager of the Spirit Void, Starfield, fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. He knew better than anyone how strong M.O. Luotian was. Other than Xiao Bai, no one else had been able to exchange more than 100 blows with him in the past 100 years. According to what you've said, "This child is truly troublesome," said the woman. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master smiled coldly. "It's not that he's troublesome, but that we're the ones looking for trouble with him. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a wild wolf. Everyone, that's all I have to say. Take care. I'll take my leave first." With that, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master's figure gradually disappeared. On the second floor of the Dawn Moon restaurant, the bright room opened. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master walked out and headed downstairs. "Hongwan, come with me." "Yes." On the high platform, the woman who was playing the zither respectfully replied, "House master, are you going out again?" The shopkeeper hurried forward and asked. "Yes." The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master nodded. "Send all the guests away. Before I return, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master will not receive any guests." The manager had no choice but to agree. He was already used to the strange request of his master. When others did business, they were afraid that they would not receive any guests. Yet they had to drive their guests away again and again. Not long after, the two of them left the restaurant and headed out of Jinsei City. "Master, did something happen to young Master Ning and the others?" Hong Wan asked with a worried expression. "Yes and no." The Dawn Moon Tower's master shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter if something happens to that Ning Chen or if he's injured. What I am worried about is that the two girls by his side will be implicated. That's the most terrifying thing. A crazy phoenix and a heavenly demon will destroy the entire ancient Star Road. Why do good people always have bad karma? Young Master Ning and Een, I have never offended anyone, but they are always in trouble," Hong Wan said sadly, "because the tree may wish for peace, but the wind will not stop." The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master looked into the distance and said indifferently, "There are gains and losses. What he wants is something that has never existed since ancient times. Thus, he will have to endure hardships that no one has ever endured before." On the ancient Starry Sky Road, the three of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. Ning Chen looked at the space that was constantly distorting and narrowed his eyes. "Since you're here, show yourself. The ninth son of Mahis sect." As soon as he finished speaking, thunder rumbled in the sky. From the cracked space, an abnormally terrifying figure walked out. He was stronger than any opponent he had faced in the past, causing people to feel fear from the depths of their hearts. "Junior Ning Chen greets Senior Shinji." Ning Chen bowed and greeted politely. "Since you know my identity, you should also know why I'm here." "Tell me your decision," said Shinji coldly. "I'm sorry, but a man already has a master and can't take Senior as her master," said Ning Chen calmly. "Oh!" A light flashed through Shinji's eyes. He looked at the girl beside Ning Chen and asked, "Is his words your answer?" "I'll listen to him," said A-man softly. "Huh." Shinji smiled indifferently. His expression turned cold. What a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword glowing with purple light descended from the sky. In an instant, a divine aura spread out, and the surrounding floating islands were reduced to ashes. "Retreat." Ning Chen's expression turned serious as he spoke. A man nodded and pulled Ener out of the battle. "This is the purple firmament sword. I heard you were good with swords, so I'll use my sword to show you what it means by there's always someone better than you." Shinji's figure descended. The moment he held the sword, his entire body emitted a dazzling purple light. He suppressed his cultivation and condensed it to the peak of the emptiness realm. He had the dignity of a supreme expert of the star field. Ning Chen waved his hand and his astral soul appeared. In an instant, a red light soared into the sky. With the help of the 4 divisions, he returned to his ancestral state. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, dazzling to the eye. His blood sword shone against the supreme expert of the star field. "Please." With a single word, Shinji instantly moved. His astral soul illuminated the sky, and his sword pierced through the sky. The purple firmament, sword responded. With a clang, sword light flashed in all directions. It was a battle of sword skills and experience. Amidst the dazzling light, there was no mercy. In the distance, a man's expression turned serious. This was a true realm expert. He was different from all the opponents she had encountered before. In the battle, the two swords clashed fiercely. The sword light cut through the floating islands, one after another. The terrifying sword light destroyed everything in sight. It was beyond imagination. It was an unyielding resistance. It was the coldness of a supreme expert of the star field teaching a junior a lesson. With a loud bang, the two swords clashed once again. Shinji's sword aura changed. He took strange steps, and his body turned into a flowing shadow. The two swords no longer clashed head-on. Excellent sword skills. Unfortunately, your foundation is too weak, Shinji said coldly. He did not dodge and directly grabbed the sword in Shinji's hand. Chapter 705. On the ancient road of the star field, on the rugged floating islands, knowing destiny and Shinji clashed with their swords. Shinji's palm shook the sky, not fearing the sharpness of the divine weapon. He forcefully grabbed the sword in Ningcheng's hand. Changing hands! The moment the palm and sword clashed, Ningcheng's astral soul changed direction. A cold light broke through the air, slashing toward Shinji's hand. Wind and thunder appeared on Shinji's palm, blocking the sword light. Then he pushed his palm forward, slapping towards Ningcheng's chest. White rainbow! When the palm arrived, red dress moved instantly, dodging the palm energy. White rainbow appeared, and the soft sword wrapped around Ningcheng's arm. One sword trapped the enemy, while the other slashed down. It was cold and murderous, breaking the sky and mountains. A strange look flashed in Shinji's eyes. He waved the purple cloud in his hand to meet the heaven-breaking sword. With a loud boom, heaven and earth were in chaos. Boundless raging currents surged. The floating island under the two suddenly shattered. Broken rocks flew everywhere, filling the sky. Sword returning to truth! In an instant the wind blew. The sword light shone brightly, condensing into one and piercing through the air. 9 stars disk, setting the sky with fire. Shinji's sword spun. Above the starry sky, 9 stars shook. Lightning connected, and the divine might shook the world. When the swords collided, the aftershock shook the sky. Red dress took half a step back, but the sword did not stop. She passed by in an instant. The two swords exchanged hands, and the astral soul split the sky. The attack was like a flood. Each sword was faster than the previous, and each sword was heavier than the previous. It was a shocking attack. The moment she held the sword, she did not show any mercy. A lifetime of tasting blood, no regrets, only the sword, life and death. On the floating island, red dress moved faster and faster. The sword in her hand also moved faster and faster. The unyielding phoenix, facing the strongest of the star field, was still unwilling to bow down. As long as the sword was in her hand, she would continue on this path. Why was she so persistent? After letting go, the road ahead would not be so difficult. Why was the sword tip red? If they had not met back then, the fate of fate would not have left a scar in the depths of her heart. Why? Why? The sound of the sword seemed to be asking, from the 5 tribulations to the 3 disasters, from the prime to the celestial treading realm, from the leader of a sect to the leader of a region, the endless tribulations in this life. When would she reach the end? His red robes fluttered, and his figure did not stop for even a moment. The determination in his eyes was just like before, never wavering for even a moment. The sonorous sound of the sword was accompanied by the rustling of the wind. The sword intent of the going without regrets, sword grew stronger and stronger. In the starry sky, it was as bright as the stars in the sky. A glint flashed across Shinji's eyes when he sensed the sword will from the former's body growing stronger and stronger. He waved his sword to shake off the battle. Immediately, he flipped his palm and slashed across the blade of his sword. The purple light around his body rose to the extreme, and a torrent of undercurrents spread out. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He took a step forward, and the sword flow around him soared into the sky. It was magnificent, and it lit up the starry sky. Nirvana! The sword light coiled and transformed. The shocking sword cut through the starry sky and arrived before Shinji in an instant. The sword that had surpassed the limits of the plane was so dazzling. Divine armament's eyes shone with a strange light. Purple clouds went up to meet the peerless sword head-on. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering tremor. The sword light in the sky dissipated, and the strongest in a purple battle suit walked out. His aura was as vast as the starry sky. Shinji waved his hand and put away his sword. He looked at the red-robed young man in front of him with admiration. The waning moon brothel's evaluation was indeed true. Apart from the old monsters like them, this young man was the strongest in the world. Senior, thank you for letting me win. Ning Chen put away his sword and said, respectfully, I didn't let you win. If you can force me to use the power that surpasses the emptiness realm, then you win, Shinji said calmly. Senior Shinji, I'm not even a tenth of your power. If you hadn't suppressed your cultivation, I wouldn't have had the slightest chance of winning. Ning Chen's attitude was still respectful. Ninth disciple of the Mahis sect, it's not luck that you've been able to live until today, Shinji said indifferently. There was no sarcasm in his tone. Being able to live was a skill. Even a peerless genius would be useless if he couldn't grow up. Therefore, being able to live was a real skill. Senior, thank you for your praise. Ning Chen replied, Unfortunately, your talent is too lacking. You won't be able to learn my skills. After saying this, Shinji looked at the two people walking over from the distance. He said, Think about it carefully. Being able to learn martial arts from me is something that others can't even dream of. That little girl's talent is rarely seen in 1,000 years. If she comes with me, it won't be a delusion for her to reach the 4th level in the future. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the two of them. He fell silent. Your fate is filled with calamities. If she follows you, she will only suffer together with you. I can tell you seriously that you've overdrawn too much of your life's potential to reach your current level. Although talent isn't absolute, to a certain extent, it already determines a person's upper limit. Her future is limitless. As for you, you're about to reach your end, Shinji said calmly. Hearing this, Ning Chen became even more silent. He didn't say anything. Let her go. Shinji looked at the young man in front of him and said seriously, If it's really because of the matter of inheriting my master, I can take a step back. It's fine if I don't accept the title of master. I have no children in my life, so I'll take this girl as my adopted daughter and let her receive all my inheritance, Shinji said seriously. At this moment, in the distant sky, the Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the two people on the floating island and sighed softly. It seemed that she didn't need to intervene. Tower Master, is what that senior said true? Hong Wan was shocked. Yes. The Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded and sighed. Ning Chen's talent wasn't suitable to learn martial arts in the first place. He's about to reach his limit now. But Hong Wan was startled and said anxiously, This is the will of heaven. The Dawn Moon Tower Master raised her hand and interrupted her. Do you know why he still can't break through to the Xiantian realm? This is the reason. Treading into immortality is different from the Xiantian and Hotian realms. If one isn't chosen by the heavens, no matter how hard they work, it's hard to advance. But that Miss Man is different. A pure, exquisite heart is hard to find in 1,000 years. As long as she's willing to cultivate diligently, there will be a day when everyone will look up to her, including Ning Chen. Hong Wan's face filled with sorrow. Why is the heavens always so unfair to him? Wrong. The Dawn Moon Tower Master shook her head and said, "It's not that it's unfair. It's because he's not suitable to walk this path. With his intelligence and wisdom, it's easy for him to be conferred the title of Marquis in the human world. But he chose to walk the path of cultivation. To be honest, he's already done very well, better than expected." But the Dawn Moon Tower Master didn't finish the rest of her words. As a supreme, his true strength was comparable to that of a treading immortal. Such a terrifying young man was the only one in the human world. He originally thought that this child could break through the will of heaven, but now it seemed that hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. If he didn't enter the treading immortal realm, then he and that Miss Man would be people of two different worlds sooner or later. In fact, by keeping Man by his side, he had already restricted her growth to a large extent. Although it was cruel, it was the truth. In the distance, on a floating island, Man walked over with looking at the silent Ning Chin. A trace of inexplicable uneasiness arose in her heart. Ning Chin turned around and forced a smile. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he said, "Man, I've lost." Man was startled, and tears instantly flowed out of her eyes. Ina didn't understand, but she also felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. She held the girl's hand tightly and refused to let go. 100 years. Shinji sighed. "Man, come with me. Whether or not you become my disciple isn't important. In just 100 years, there won't be any place you can't go." "I'm not going." Man shook her head. Tears flowed out of her eyes. "If you stay, how far can you go with him? 10 years, 100 years, or even 500 years. If you stay by his side, he'll have to be careful at all times. He'll be heavily restricted, and your growth will also be affected by him. It'll be a waste of time. Your paths have always been different. If you forcefully travel together, you'll only restrict each other." "It won't be good for either of you," said Shinji. Man's body trembled, and she unconsciously reached out to grab the person's hand. However, when she touched his hand, she felt an indescribable coldness. It was a coldness that was constantly trembling. So he was also in pain. Little teacher's wife, Ina tightly held onto Man's arm, tears welling up in her eyes. A man raised her hand to wipe off the tears on the little girl's face, and then she revealed a warm smile on her beautiful face. She said, "Ina, take good care of your master from today onward." "I won't." Hearing this, Ina's hands clenched even tighter, refusing to let go no matter what. "In 100 years, will you wait for me?" Man looked at the person in front of her with a teary smile. 100 years later, what was life or death? It was difficult to make such a promise. Ning Chen's hand trembled. He wanted to reply, but he couldn't say another word. "If you don't reply, I'll take it as you agreeing." Man smiled sweetly. She finally chose to let go of his hand. Ning Chen reached out to grab it. However, the only thing that fell into his hand was a teardrop. It was like a pearl, sparkling and translucent. "M.O. Gates, 9th disciple. You've made me have a whole new level of respect for you." Shinji looked at the red-robed young man on the floating island, and a look of respect flashed across his eyes. Letting go was easier said than done. Perhaps 100 years later, they really would be people from two different worlds. One would fall into the dust, while the other would stand in the sky. However, such a person would perhaps be a precious memory for man. The void gradually closed, and the figure that could no longer be seen completely disappeared. In the distance, the waning moon tower's master, who witnessed this scene, sighed in her heart. She said softly, "It was difficult to meet and difficult to part. M.O. Gates, 9th disciple, this is the first time I hope that my judgment is wrong." The path of cultivation was difficult. Who would be willing to give up the little warmth left by their side? Only they could deeply understand this loneliness. This person made the most correct choice, but it was also the cruelest choice to himself. A moment later, the void swirled. The waning moon tower's master left with Hong Wan and disappeared. Ning Chin! Pulled the person beside her. Her teary eyes were filled with worry. She knew clearly that the departure of her mistress was definitely a big blow to Ning Chin. I'm fine. Ning Chun forced a smile. He patted her head and said, "Let's go." After speaking, Ning Chin didn't say anything else and walked forward with her. The two of them gradually went further away. However, for the first time, the red-robed figure didn't stand so straight. It turned out that even the strong-willed, knowing destiny state would feel tired and painful one day. Chapter 706. On the ancient starry sky path, the 49 heavenly cities rose and fell. 1,000 geniuses walked out of their life stars and stepped onto the mortal treading road that had existed since ancient times. It was unknown where the ancient battlefield was, but it spanned millions of miles. It was boundless and immeasurable. 1,000 geniuses competed to become the only one. A glorious era had begun. The first round was the cruelty of the victor. In the all-heaven starfield's immortal graveyard, two people who had left the ancient starry sky path walked over. The person leading them was wearing blood-red clothes. Don't leave my side after we enter," said Ning Chin softly. "Okay." nodded, tightly grabbing his clothes. The next moment, the two of them entered the forbidden land. Gray light lingered around them, enveloping them. When the two of them entered the forbidden land, the heavenly geniuses' competition on the ancient starry sky path had already reached its climax. There were monstrous geniuses from the large sects who walked over the corpses of others. Fairy Shi Yen displayed her world-shaking ability for the first time. With a single song, she was unrivaled. At the same time, the white-clothed Luo Yang revealed his ability. He defeated 7 immortal treading experts by himself, shaking the starry sky. On the ancient starry sky path, the peak experts of the younger generation all began to reveal their abilities. Many previously unknown youths suddenly appeared, shocking the world. In this glorious era, 1,000 geniuses competed against each other. One after another, the peak experts revealed their astonishing strength, making the older generation feel pressured. In an unknown region, in a majestic palace, one figure after another appeared. The existences that stood at the apex of the star field had gathered once more. The plan is going smoothly. The people that everyone thought highly of have already revealed their abilities. Presumably, the candidate will appear among them, said one person. I've heard that there's a youth called Yan Yuntian with astonishing strength. What's his origin? Asked another person. He's from my Z-Way starfield. He's the current master of the 7 Kills Palace. He's someone with great luck, and his future is limitless, said the leader of the Z-Way starfield. Oh, master of 7 kills? Then the other 3 palace masters should also be here? Asked Shinji. I'm not sure. I've only heard that he came to the ancient starry sky path, replied the leader of the Z-Way starfield. Greed, 7 murders, army destroyer. These 3 palace masters are indeed worth looking forward to. Right? Is there any news about M.O. Gates' 9th son? Asked a woman. No. Ever since he left Green Lotus City, it seems that no one has seen him again, answered the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. Strange, Waning Moon Tower Master, you have no news either? The woman asked again. He has already left the ancient starry sky path, the Dawn Moon Brothel Master said calmly. Leave? Why? The woman was puzzled. I'm not sure. Haven't you all been hoping for him to leave? The Dawn Moon Tower's master said indifferently. Forget it. Since he's already left, let's not bother about him anymore. Other than Yan Yuntian, are there any other young experts worth paying attention to? Asked the person who spoke first. Yes. The person in charge of the Z-Way Star Zone nodded and said, a few youngsters that we've never heard of have appeared. Their cultivation levels aren't extraordinary, and they're basically all in the consummate level. However, their battle prowess is quite astonishing. Even treading immortals were defeated. When everyone heard this, they frowned slightly. Why was there another young expert who could go against the flow and slay immortals? How many of them? Exactly how strong are they? Asked the woman. So far, 3 have appeared. Although the strength they've displayed so far is not as frightening as M.O. Gates' 9th son, it is definitely enough to match the other young experts, said the person in charge of the Z-Way Star Zone. It's truly strange. Why would so many unexpected young experts appear? Dawn Moon Tower's master, your heaven expansion technique is unparalleled in the world. Do you know where those people came from? Asked the All Heaven Starfield's leader. The Dawn Moon Tower's master shook her head and said, I don't. We've waited for 1,000 years. Now that the ancient battlefield has appeared with great difficulty, we absolutely cannot allow any mishaps to happen. Everyone, remember, you must not be careless. Enough, return to your work, reminded the person who spoke first. Amen, everyone nodded. After a short moment, they disappeared and left in succession. Shinji. Before leaving, the Dawn Moon Tower's master looked to the figure not far away and said, Is that lady a man doing well? Hearing that, light flashed through Shinji's eyes. He nodded and said, Everything is fine. Don't worry, Tower Master. Since I've taken her away, I will definitely nurture her with all my might. It's not that I'm being overly suspicious. Shinji, regardless of the situation, nothing must happen to that little girl. Otherwise, who knows what the 9th son of M.O. Gate, who has sunk into madness, will do. According to what I know, the immortal slaying sword from the Eastern Immortal Realm is very possibly in his hands. Perhaps that is the greatest reason for Master Mo's death, said the Dawn Moon Tower's master. Immortal slaying sword. Shinji narrowed his eyes and said, In that case, 3 of the 4 immortal swords have already appeared. Amen. The Dawn Moon Tower's master nodded and said, When the 4 great immortal realms collapsed, the 4 immortal swords all disappeared. Now that 3 of the 4 immortal swords have appeared, the last immortal sword will likely appear soon. I just don't know if the last immortal sword will be as damaged as the other 3, said Shinji. Who can guess the will of heaven and earth? Unfortunately, that heaven speaker has already fallen on the heavenly speech peak. Otherwise, he should know a thing or two, sighed the Dawn Moon Tower's master. Heavenly speech. A regretful expression appeared on Shinji's face. He didn't say anything else and disappeared from the hall. The Dawn Moon Tower's master lightly shook her head and also left. Time passed day after day on the starry sky path. In the blink of an eye, half a year had already passed. On the ancient paths, outstanding geniuses would appear from time to time, and their names would shake the starry sky. Gradually, everyone forgot about the magnificence of that person's sword at Green Lotus City's Heavenly Genius Banquet, except for Qin Yuan. In a simple and vast heavenly city, Qin Yuan looked at the heavenly pillar that reached into the starry sky. A trace of emotion flashed through his eyes. Originally, that person's name should also be on it. Let's go. That person might have already left, said Xian as she walked forward. I don't understand. His appearance and departure were all strange. Back then, the enforcers of Green Lotus appeared with him. Now it seems that there's definitely something we don't know about, said Qin Yuan. Back then, you were the one who disliked him the most. Now, you're still the one who's sighing for him. Qin Yuan, I can't understand you more and more, said Xian seriously. I only admire experts, not trash who rely on the protection of their ancestors. That person's sword is worthy of respect, said Qin Yuan calmly. Xian was silent for a moment before she said, There's news. Right now, several people are looking for him. One is the Z-Way Starfield's Yan Yuntian. The other is the Hongwan Starfield's Princess Hongwan. As for the others, their identities are unknown. Oh, a strange light flashed through Qin Yuan's eyes. Why are they looking for him? It doesn't seem like a good thing. It's more likely that they're looking for revenge, said Xian. Revenge? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Let them be. Let's go. Let's continue. After saying that, Qing Yuan didn't say anything else and just walked forward. Seeking revenge? That also required staying alive. He didn't know how strong Yan Yuntian and Princess Hong Wan were, but he knew that the red-robed swordsman was terrifyingly strong. In the heavenly mist starfield, a starfield adjacent to the Z-Way starfield, there was an ancient city in front of a starfield. A black-robed, white-haired devil cultivator was quietly standing there, looking at the dazzling name carved on the heavenly pillar, Yan Yuntian. Beside the white-haired devil cultivator, a gentle and beautiful woman's eyes flashed. She asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Find him and kill him," the white-haired devil cultivator coldly said. "I haven't heard any news about Ningqin in a long time. Did he withdraw?" Luofei asked, puzzled. "Impossible." Xiadi shook his head and indifferently said, "One of the 3 rewards for opening the ancient battlefield is the time restriction. As long as he doesn't die, it's impossible for him to give it up." "Did something happen to him?" Luofei's expression sank, a bit worried. "I'm not sure." Xiazi looked into the distance and said, "Last time, he risked his life to save you. This time, it's our turn to repay him. Let's go." Luofei nodded and stepped forward to follow. As the 2 were on their way, in the starry sky far away, Yan Yuntian, who was wearing a rainbow-colored divine armor, was riding a heavenly divine war chariot. Suddenly, his body shook and his eyes sank. In front of him, a man in a black and white cloak was sitting on a huge rock. The snow sword in his hand was facing the wind and frost alone. The swordsman's face was beautiful to the point of being devilish. He blocked the way with a single sword and killed the 7 Kills Palace Lord. "Who are you?" Yan Yuntian asked. "Passerby." Mu Qianshang walked down from the huge rock and calmly said, "Come, let's not talk nonsense. I still need to hurry after finishing my business." The moment he said that, the snow sword glowed. Before he could react, the sword realm sealed 100 miles. The sword was like a brush and ink, instantly forming mountains and rivers. A heavenly waterfall hung on the mountain like an inverted white light. Yan Yuntian had never seen such a sword before. He flipped his palm to meet it head-on, but an unbearable force came and his feet slid several meters away. "Courting death!" Yan Yuntian's face sank. He waved his hand and a divine halberd appeared. A whirlwind broke through the waves, and the mountains and rivers in front of him collapsed. Hardhorn, that kid was right. Mu Qianshang's figure flashed by. The sword tip was brilliant. The entire waterfall fell, and the raging waves drowned the mountains and rivers' sword realm. When Yan Yuntian saw this, he took a step forward and his halberd broke through the sky, going against the waterfall. With a loud explosion, the mountain collapsed and the entire mountain and river sword realm collapsed. Sword chi and halberd light spread in all directions, cutting apart the world. Ugh! Blood splashed out as he was forced back several steps. Mu Qianshang crashed into a huge rock and vomited a mouthful of blood. "With this kind of strength, you dare to block me? You overestimate yourself." Mu Qianshang coldly snorted and waved his halberd. "Sorry, I lied to you." At this moment, the originally heavily injured Mu Qianshang grinned and moved 30 meters away. There was a violent tremor and the boulder collapsed. A terrifying arrow shot toward him, piercing through his body. "Ugh!" Yan Yuntian groaned. Before he died, he made his most instinctive reaction. He took a step forward and flew into the heavenly divine war chariot. Mu Qianshang's eyes narrowed. He wanted to chase, but it was too late. What a pity! What's there to pity? That brat Ningqin already said that this person has many treasures on him. How could he die so easily? Luo Xingqian walked over. "That arrow of yours missed too much. Wouldn't it have been fine if it had pierced through his head?" Mu Qianshang looked at the newcomer with dissatisfaction. Luo Xingqian looked at the former for a moment before walking away. Actually, I wanted to give you an arrow. Chapter 707. In the immortal graveyard, a chilly wind howled. Countless white bones were everywhere, making one's hair stand on end. Birds flew past and fell from the sky in less than a few breaths, unable to spread their wings. In the chilly wind, a red-clothed figure walked over, followed by a pretty girl. Her beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity and nervousness from time to time. The spirited girl had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. However, in this scary place, she still couldn't help but pull on the person beside her to calm her down. Ning Chen released his divine sense, guarding against any danger that might come at any time. He had inquired about the legends of the immortal graveyard for a long time before entering, so he more or less had some understanding. This was a forbidden land for life, similar to the demonic we'll see in the machine realm. Not many people who entered could walk out alive. He wasn't someone who liked to gamble, but he had no choice. What Shinji said wasn't a lie. Ever since he reached the Great Perfection Realm, he clearly felt that his cultivation had stagnated. Even though he had obtained part of Qi Huan, Lulua, and Xiang Yuan's cultivation, he still couldn't break through the Xiantian limit. Now the opponents he faced were getting stronger and stronger. If he didn't enter the immortal treading realm, it would be difficult for him to move forward. The divine scroll might be an opportunity. Among the 10 heavenly tomes, the gods were the most respected. The scroll's power was self-evident. If he could borrow the power of the divine scroll, it might help him break through the barrier before the immortal treading realm. It wasn't definite, but it was his only way now. If there was hope, it was worth a try. Clang! Clang! Deep into the immortal graveyard, the space in front of them suddenly twisted. A chilly wind blew, blowing up dust and sand. Yin-Er's body quivered, and she pulled on the person beside her tightly. But in front of them, tens of thousands of Yin soldiers appeared. They were covered in iron armor, and their footsteps were neat and uniform, shocking the soul. Ning Chen pulled the girl behind him, and his eyes looked forward, a trace of seriousness flashing in them. It was Yin soldiers again. Once or twice was a coincidence, but more than 3 times was worth thinking about. In ancient times, the underworld had an army of Yin soldiers, but the underworld had been destroyed. Where did these Yin soldiers come from? The Yin soldiers passed by and soon disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they came from and where they went. Are they ghosts? Yin-Er stuck her head out and asked in fear. No. Ning Chen shook his head and said softly, "Let's go. Those things are ominous. It's best not to come into contact with them." Yin-Er nodded obediently. The 2 of them continued to move forward. The terrain of the impasse gradually rose. Clearly, the depths of the immortal burial impasse were not flat plains. After crossing the mountains and rivers, a huge valley appeared. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. On the mountain, black trees were faintly discernible. They were filled with a deathly aura, causing people to tremble in fear. Gua gua! Suddenly, Ning Chen heard the cawing of the black crows. There were signs of living creatures in the dead land, which made Ning Chen's face even more solemn. Vermilion fruit! Passing through the black trees, Yin-Er saw a red fruit growing on a spiritual tree. She cried out in surprise and extended her hand to pluck it. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately pulled the little girl back and said, "You can't touch her." Finishing his words, Ning Chen took out a small piece of silver and waved his hand to insert it into the red fruit. The silver that was embedded in the fruit quickly decayed, turning into black liquid and dripping onto the ground. Yin-Er's eyes widened. How vicious! It really is the vermilion fruit. I've even eaten it before, Yin said in confusion. It grew in a different environment, so it was corroded by Yin Qi. Ning Chen looked at the vermilion fruits not far away and explained. Oh, Yin responded with some lingering fear. Fortunately, Ning Chen had reminded her, Otherwise, she would have been poisoned to death. Let's go pick some fruits, Ning Chen said as he walked towards the spirit tree at the side. Ah! Before could react, she was pulled away by Ning Chen. Isn't it poisonous? Why are you picking it? To give it to someone, Ning Chen calmly replied. In front of the spiritual tree, blood-red vermilion fruits were hanging upside down. They looked extremely tempting. If one didn't open them, it would be hard for anyone to tell that these beautiful fruits were actually extremely poisonous. Ning Chen took out a green cauldron and threw all the fruits inside before sealing them. Ina watched from the side. Her previously good appetite had completely disappeared. With her understanding of Ning Chen, someone else was about to be unlucky. After putting away all the vermilion fruits, Ning Chen looked down at the valley and said, "Let's go. Let's continue on our way." The path down the mountain was rugged and difficult to walk. Following beside Ning Chen, Er's fear gradually lessened. While walking, she curiously looked left and right. She had heard of the forbidden land of life when she was very young. Grandpa's sword master had said that this forbidden land formed by heaven and earth was different from the outside world. Some things had changed over the years and were already different from the past. Caw-caw! The cawing of the black crows rang out once more. Not far away, Ning Chen brought and quickly rushed in the direction of the cawing. Someone arrived, and the black crows scattered in all directions. On the ground, one could barely make out the original appearance of the corpse. It was a monster that looked like a tiger, but was not a tiger, and looked like a leopard, but was not a leopard. It had fangs and scales, and looked extremely ugly. "What is this?" pinched her nose and asked. "A monster," Ning Chen casually replied. "I also know it's a monster. What kind of monster is it?" "I don't know," Ning Chen straightforwardly replied. Paused, unable to say anything. Ning Chen's divine sense swept over the surroundings, and he frowned slightly. The existence of a living creature wasn't good news at all. "This place is too strange. We have to leave quickly," Ning Chen reminded. Then he pulled the little girl beside him and jumped down into the valley. A whistling wind filled their ears. Suddenly, a huge black figure rushed over from the distance, instantly charging at the two of them. "Ah, monster!" hastily pointed. "I see it." Ning Chen took a step forward and grabbed the black figure's head, then threw it down. After several breaths, a huge explosion rang out. Sand and dust filled the air, rising dozens of meters high. Ning Chen brought down the valley at top speed. At the bottom of the gloomy valley, huge ancient trees stood tall. The black figure smashed one of them, and black blood dyed the ground. It was still a huge bird with a strange appearance. It had sword-like teeth on its back. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The heavily injured bird's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. What was going on? Roar! A deafening rumble rang out from an unknown place. The entire ground shook, and the huge bird that had just flown collapsed. Blood sprinkled down like rain. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand to disperse the shock wave and looked into the depths of the valley. Without any hesitation, a red light flashed and rushed forward. At the same time, a cold wind whistled on the ancient starry sky path. Queen Hongwan, who was dressed in a white dress, suddenly felt a killing intent coming at her without any warning. Her expression froze. In front of her, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A white-clothed swordsman walked over with a calm expression. "Sorry, your path has come to an end." looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly, "Who are you?" Queen Hongwan's expression sank. She did not remember when she had formed a grudge with such a swordsman. "The person who will kill you," responded. His right hand shone, and an ancient, broken sword flew out. The moment the sword appeared, his figure moved. With a loud bang, his palm energy struck the sword's edge. The sword light surged. The white-clothed man followed closely behind. He held the sword and condensed his energy. His sword intent passed through the barrier of true essence and forced the person in front of him back. Queen Hong Wan took 2 steps back. Her eyes were serious. What a powerful swordsman! True essence gathered, and a red mist filled the air, covering the sky. The martial arts of the Red Luan royal family appeared in the world again. Jen Eyre coldly snorted. His sword passed through a gap, and a glaring sword light shone. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The cold and murderous sword instantly arrived in front of her without any mercy. The path of life was difficult. Perhaps the world would spit on it, but in unknown places there would still be friends who would go through life and death with them. Without asking for anything in return, they would block the path with a single sword. The flames of war rose on the ancient road. Sword light crisscrossed. Within the red mist, the white-clothed man's sword was like flowing water. His moves were simple and perfect, leaving no openings. After exchanging several moves, it was difficult for her to gain the upper hand. Queen Hong Wan's expression sank. Who exactly was this person? She had never heard of him before. Distracted in battle, you are quite confident. With a piercing sound, the sword light dyed red. Jen Eyre condensed his energy and slammed his palm into the former's left shoulder. Ah! An almost undetectable groan sounded. Queen Hong Wan took several steps back and staggered. The red mist dispersed, and the white-clothed man flashed past. The broken sword continued its attack, and the cold killing intent became even colder. After being suppressed in one move, the situation quickly changed. Queen Hong Wan blocked the sword and was hit. Her dress was dyed red. Red dust reflects blood. Unwilling to lose just like that, Queen Hong Wan condensed her blood energy and catalyzed the true energy in her dantian. Immediately, a bloody mist filled the sky and drowned out the battle. Secret technique? Useless thing. Jen Eyre's expression did not change. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of her. Sword intent gathered around him, and a dazzling light shone. Sword to the extreme, returning to the origin. Fast, accurate, concentrated. In the past, when Mubai taught him the sword, there were 3 swords in Desolate City. There was also a life-knowing expert who had always been entangled with Desolate City. The returning to the origin sword cut through the bloody mist and penetrated the woman's chest. Blood spurted out, and the scene was bleak. A pool of blood splashed out. Queen Hong Wan's mouth dripped with blood. Vast energy gathered in her palm, and she counterattacked with a palm strike towards the former. Jen Eyre's eyes narrowed. He withdrew his sword and retreated, avoiding the former's palm strike. After vomiting another mouthful of blood, Queen Hong Wan did not dare to fight anymore. She took a step forward and retreated quickly. You can't leave. Jen Eyre's figure flashed. With a slash of his sword, the sword light broke through the air. The sword light slashed apart the blood mist that permeated the air. However, Queen Hong Wan's figure rapidly dissipated into nothingness, disappearing from the world. Nameless swordsman, today's grudge will be repaid many times over. When the last words were spoken, the bloody mist also disappeared without a trace. Only the white-clothed man stood there as cold as before. Jen Eyre waved his hand, and the broken sword was sheathed. He did not stay any longer and turned around to leave. This woman had many secret techniques. It seemed that the life-knowing expert had made many enemies over the years. He was truly a genius. It was too late to regret making friends. A cold wind blew past, and dust filled the sky. The white-clothed man gradually disappeared on the ancient road. Chapter 708. In the immortal graveyard, under a canyon heaven and earth shook. An extremely powerful pressure suddenly appeared, and with a roar, the surrounding creatures all exploded. Red Robe dashed out, and with extreme speed, he rushed towards the source of the roar. Angry roars rang out as if they were enraged. Expanse after expanse of earth collapsed amidst the angry roars. Mountain rocks fell from the sky. Hong flashed, dodging the rain of rocks. He spun around, increasing his speed. Roar! The world-shaking roar rang out once more, and the sound waves howled. The pressure was enough to destroy heaven and earth, destroying 10,000 celestial phenomena. Star Spirit! With a shout, the Star Spirit appeared. Hong brandished his sword, and 100-meter-long storm broke through the air, slashing apart the sound waves. An instant later, the red light rushed into the depths of the canyon. In the dusky world, it was difficult to see 10 meters. Ning Chun condensed his origin energy, and a divine sun soared into the sky, shining in the dark night. White bones piled up into a mountain. It was glaring and terrifying. Subconsciously trembled, and the hand holding onto Ning Chen's arm tightened. Ning Chen, this place is so scary. I was a bit scared. Don't worry, I'm here. Ning Chen softly comforted her. His divine sense swept over the surroundings, and he walked forward. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, black figures rushed out from the darkness. There were thousands of them, and a cold wind whistled through the world. Ghost spirits! Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, and the star spirit phoenix flame in his hand flourished. Sword light flashed, and the yang flames burned the spirits. Mournful cries rang out. The phoenix flame set the plains ablaze, and the 100 spirits instantly vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a violent tremor resounded through the darkness. A ghost general covered in Qi appeared. He raised his hand to block Ning Chen's sword. Oh! Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He condensed his origin energy, and phoenix flame filled the sky, protecting the little girl beside him. His sword whistled like thunder, and every move was fast. The ghost general used his body to block Ning Chen's sword, and the sound of metal clashing echoed through the world. The ghost general that was hard to injure with blades and swords, his moves were ruthless. His body had no vitality, and every move he made seemed to be based on instinct. He killed endlessly, and the Yellow Springs accepted his fate. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward and waved his left hand. Blue frost appeared, and the sword pierced into the ground, freezing everything in its path. As the frost spread, the ghost general's movements immediately slowed down. Frost gathered, and the scene turned white. Heavenly dragon shock. In that instant, an azure dragon appeared on the Star Soul sword. With a single slash, the dragon soared through the mountains and rivers. With a loud rumble, the heavenly dragon broke through the city. The frozen, infernal ghost generals were instantly shattered and turned into ashes. Go! When the ghost general disappeared, Ning Chen took a step forward and instantly brought the little girl away from the battle, continuing to rush forward. A quarter of an hour later, a glimmer of light finally appeared in the dusky world. It was as dazzling as the first glimmer of dawn that was about to end in the dark night. Stepping into the light, the darkness faded away. The scene of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers was mesmerizing. There was an earth-shattering groan of pain. The sky and the earth sank. The light collapsed and disappeared along with the red clothes. On the ancient space road, Sky City floated. In front of the 7th sky pillar, Qin Bai waved his sword and carved his name. He then left. Right at this moment, a brilliant brilliance flickered in the distance as an extremely charming and beautiful figure walked over with large strides. She wore pink clothes, had fine black hair that hung down to her waist, and her excessively charming and gorgeous appearance carried a trace of a strange smile that was slightly icy cold and slightly charming, causing her appearance to be completely different from her appearance and be difficult to distinguish. The morning sun shone on the beautiful face of a Buddha. Buddha Mountain's King Ai Ran appeared on the ancient space road. In front of the sky pillar, King Ai Ran stopped. She looked at the name carved on the pillar. Her seductive face flashed with a strange smile. She said, "So you're Qin Bai?" Qin Bai squinted his eyes. Who was this woman? She had a very strange presence. A young elite from the spirit void galaxy. What a shame! King Ai Ran smiled and said, "I heard that he came to this road. I told him to protect me. Tell me, if I kill you all and take the 3 treasures, will he come and find me?" Crazy! When Qin Bai heard that, his face froze. He waved his hand and a sword appeared. King Ai Ran raised her hand to block the sword. She waved her left hand. There was a flash of light. On the sky pillar behind her, for words appeared. When Qin Bai saw that, his face turned even colder. His sword became even fiercer. Buddhas should not kill. Unfortunately, I am Ai Ran. King Ai Ran. Ai Ran whispered. Her vital essence rose. The Buddha, wheel behind her, turned from gold to red. The Buddha lady turned into a demon. Her eyes were blood red. Buddha and demon in the same body. It was the most extreme opposition. The biggest change in Buddha Mountain for 1,000 years was terrifying again. The blood-red eyes opened and the blood waves roared. The demonic power soared into the sky and covered the sun. With the addition of the demonic aura, Ai Ran's body disappeared. She took a step forward. Her hand turned into the sharpest weapon in the world. There was a loud vibration. Metal and stone clashed. A strand of black hair fell in front of Qin Bai. Red blood dripped down and dyed his clothes red. The attack was effective. King Ai Ran's killer move was even stronger than before. Her pair of white hands were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Qin Bai waved his sword to block the killer move. His aura was pushed to the limit. His sword light flashed as he fought against the Buddhist Shura lady. The battle between the two had reached its climax. The sword tip and the 5 fingers kept clashing. The shock waves spread everywhere. The sky and earth shook. Demonic 6 dust. Lust confuses the sky. After a long battle, Ai Ran was impatient. She formed a seal. The surrounding demonic aura was shaking. Her hands were glowing. Her fingers shook the sword. The demonic aura spread everywhere. The blood-red light was blinding. King Ai Ran had turned into a demon. The Buddha used demonic techniques. The supreme demonic power was driving people crazy. The shocking battle went beyond the limit. In front of the sky pillar, the ground kept shaking. The sky pillar that reached into the clouds was showing signs of collapsing. Qin Bai's expression froze. He blocked the demonic attack with his sword. Then he took a step forward and jumped up. 8 desolation smoke, 1 sword end. The sword of termination appeared for the first time. The sword tip swung, and smoke spread everywhere. In the smoke, a sword light broke out. Its powerful aura shook the sky and earth. When the sword was used, the sky and earth could not withstand its power. Large areas of the void collapsed. The destructive sword strike terrified even the gods and ghosts. The sword light fell. King Ai Ran's expression did not change. The demonic aura around her rose to the extreme. Bloody waves spread out. Demonic 6 dust, fan ghost destruction. Mo Yen had shaken the sword edge. There was a moment of silence, and then there was a great terror that could destroy heaven and earth. Heaven's city shook, and the power that could topple mountains and overturn seas instantly destroyed hundreds of miles of land in front of them. The sky fell and the earth caved in, as if the end of the world had arrived again. In the endless waves of dust, a figure flew out. His whole body was dyed red. He had been defeated by half a move. The blood splattered and dyed the dust red. He smashed into the city wall and fell down powerlessly. With a clang, the sword tip fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. It kept shaking. "Master!" At that moment, a young man in a scholar's outfit rushed over from afar. When he saw the figure that fell from the city wall, he was shocked. Seeing the young man, King Ai withdrew the demonic aura around her. She returned to her Buddha form and did not attack again. She turned around and left. At the same time, in front of the ninth sky pillar, the battle had also come to an end. A woman in light yellow waved her hand and blocked two young, strong cultivators. The Emperor's celestial scripture appeared again. Purple chi flourished and sent the two flying. "Don't follow me again. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky next time," Chi Yanxia said in a cold voice and immediately left. In an unknown place, the sky pillar stood. The green moth sword was trembling. The fourth crown prince of the Mizar dynasty in purple and red clothes put away his sword and left. Behind him, there were many people in red. In a different place, at a different time, the same scene occurred. The geniuses competed, eagles spread their wings, and soared through the vast sky. In the void, a palace floated up and down. Figures appeared in the palace. Their expressions all became much more serious. "I believe you all already know why I've called everyone here," said the person standing in the middle. "Yes." The dozen or so figures nodded. "Shenji, what do you think?" asked the person in the middle. "Perhaps they all came from the same place," said Shinji. "Oh, what do you mean?" asked another person. "None of us have seen those unfamiliar experts before. The techniques they use are also unprecedented. Although strange, they don't seem to be unorthodox. Perhaps a great sect or secret realm that we don't know about has appeared," said Shinji. "That doesn't seem to be the case. If they're from the same sect, then even if the techniques they use are different, there should still be similarities. However, the techniques these people use are clearly different. The differences are enormous," said the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. "That makes sense." The Luajia Starfield's leader nodded. He looked to the other figure and said, "House Master, what do you think?" "According to my guess, they might have a very deep relationship with M.O. Gates, ninth disciple," said the Dawn Moon House's master. "Why?" asked the Luajia Starfield's leader. "Have you all noticed that those people who have grievances with M.O. Gates' ninth disciple have all been killed by those people?" said the Dawn Moon House's master. Hearing that, the crowd was startled. After a short moment, their expressions sank. Thinking about it carefully, that was indeed the case. The 7 Kills Palace Master and Princess Hong Wan had been searching for M.O. Gates' ninth disciple the entire time. Yet, they were both seriously injured and their whereabouts were unknown. "Perhaps I know something." At this moment, the person in charge of the Z-Way segmentum said, "Oh." The crowd looked over, silently waiting for an explanation. Yen Yuntian came from our Z-Way Starfield's heavenly mansion planet. Back then, I saw a life star colliding with the heavenly mansion planet. When I checked again in recent days, I discovered that the star had unexpectedly disappeared. The heavenly mansion planet is also safe and sound. Above the heavenly mansion planet, there is only one corporeal expert, Chao Tianqi. It is impossible for her to move that life star by herself. The Z-Way Starfield's leader paused for a moment before continuing. Yen Yuntian is from the heavenly mansion planet. As for M.O. Gates, ninth disciple, he has been far away in the Hong Wan Starfield. Before the ancient starry sky path opens, it is practically impossible for them to have formed a grudge. If those unknown experts came from the same place as M.O. Gates, ninth disciple, then the only explanation is that they came from not too far from the heavenly mansion planet. In fact, the disappearance of the life star that collided with the heavenly mansion planet might very well be related to them. Hearing that, the crowd's eyes narrowed. That made sense. If that was truly the case, then it went without saying where those people came from. Chapter 709. Time passed. Flowers bloomed and withered. How many years had passed? The immortal burial grounds valley fell into silence again. Just like before, the flowers did not smell and the birds did not sing. The light had disappeared for more than 2 years, and no one had walked out. In 2 years, the younger generation had walked a quarter of the ancient path and experienced hundreds of battles. The 9 kings had appeared, and they were invincible. In a glorious era, the 9 kings were comparable to the ancient sages, and they swept through all their opponents. Their names shook the starry sky. At the same time that the 9 kings appeared, more and more people left the ancient path and withdrew from the competition between the peerless geniuses. In the 3rd year, one of the 9 kings fell, and a new king took his place. The 9 kings' power was unshakable. In the immortal burial ground, 3 years had passed. Finally, there was movement in the quiet valley. The mountain rumbled, and sword light rushed out like a waterfall. In an instant, the entire immortal burial ground came to life. Black crows flew and covered the sky. They're finally out. You lied to me. Didn't you say it would be soon? In the depths of the immortal burial ground, the little girl's voice sounded, full of dissatisfaction. 3 years, it's very fast. In the dazzling brilliance, Hong-Yi waved her sword. With a bang, the surrounding space was shaken. In an instant, the brilliance dissipated and the world dimmed, returning to its original state. In 3 years, the little girl did not change much. Only her waist-length hair was a little longer, and it hung behind her back, gently fluttering in the wind. It's been 3 years. Maybe that ancient battlefield has already opened. Air pouted. No, that path is very long. They're at most halfway there. Ning Chen said softly, looking forward. He did not expect that there would be a complete underworld divine restriction here. If he did not have a certain understanding of this restriction, he might not have been able to come out in his life. Underworld, immortal execution, and time were known as the world's 3 great divine restrictions. They were born in heaven and earth, and their power was world-shaking. However, a complete divine restriction could not be set up by humans. It was the domain of gods. From ancient times until now, there had never been a human who could set up a complete time restriction. Inferring from this, there must be an existence that surpassed the limits of the mortal world in the immortal burial ground. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed and he walked forward. Seeing this, hurriedly ran to catch up. She reached out and grabbed the former sleeve, saying, "There won't really be a monster this time, right?" "I'm afraid there really are monsters this time." Ning Chen's tone was calm, but his divine sense was on high alert. If he was going to face an existence that was beyond the limits of the human world, then he had to be very careful. Hold on to me tightly. If there's any danger, we'll run." "All right." As they spoke, the 2 of them had already reached the deepest part of the mountain. The rustling sound of the subway cables entered their ears and locked their hearts. Ning Chen stopped and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the cliff in front of him. Step back a little." "Oh." Hearing this, retreated more than 10 steps, leaving space for the person in front of her. Ning Chen waved his right hand. Phoenix flames soared as his astral soul manifested. A resplendent blood-red light flashed as a sword slashed through the air, piercing into the precipice. With a loud bang, the mountain began to rumble and tremble. Numerous cracks appeared on its surface before it collapsed with a loud bang. Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the dust. He looked forward, not in a hurry to enter, but in front of him, iron chains crisscrossed across the mountain. Among the countless iron chains, a figure could be vaguely seen. His hair was dyed in blood, and he looked exceptionally miserable. On the iron chains, countless runes flashed with black lightning. Over the countless years, they had continuously consumed the sinner's cultivation. The light in Ning Chen's eyes grew brighter and brighter, but he did not take a step forward. Although he could not sense the person's cultivation, he could feel the terrifying lightning on the chains. Once he touched it, the consequences would be unpredictable. Within the heavy iron chains, the sinner raised his head and looked at the red-robed young man outside the mountain. His purple-black eyes emitted a dazzling light. "Human," the man said hoarsely. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. What a strange feeling. This was not the aura of a human. "Save me, and I can agree to any of your conditions." The man's face was filled with exhaustion. "Sorry, I can't save you with my strength." Ning Chen looked at the lightning on the chains and shook his head. "Why, if you can pass the forbidden land of the underworld, you should be able to cut these chains." The man suppressed his confusion and asked, "I have seen the forbidden land of the underworld before, so I have some understanding of it. That's why I can walk out. However, this does not mean that I have the ability to break your seal," Ning Chen said calmly. "What's your cultivation right now?" The man's eyes flashed with pain as the lightning entered his body. He asked weakly. "Peak Xiantian realm," Ning Chen said honestly. Hearing this, the man was startled at first. Then disappointment appeared on his face. "Too weak. Senior, why are you locked here?" Ning Chen asked. "I made a mistake." A trace of struggle and pain flashed across the man's face. He raised his head and asked, "Do you have a master? Can you ask your master to save me?" Ning Chen was silent. After a while he said, "I don't have a master. Moreover, this seal cannot be broken by ordinary people. Even if a true realm expert came, they would be powerless. Are there no fourth realm experts in the current world?" The man was confused. "No." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "At least, as far as I know, I have never heard of one." The man's eyes dimmed. After a while, he sighed softly and said, "Leave. Don't come back. Otherwise, your life might be in danger." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and said, "Senior, can I ask you something?" "Speak." The man's eyes became more and more tired. "Senior, do you know the whereabouts of the God Scroll?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "The God Scroll?" The man's eyes flashed with confusion and thought. Not long after, a trace of pain and madness flashed across his face. He said urgently, "Leave quickly." Ning Chen's expression changed. An indescribable sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Without saying anything else, he quickly retreated with Yin behind him. "The God Scroll is—" His last words were filled with pain and struggle. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying roar that made people tremble rang out. Instantly, the entire mountain collapsed and sank down hundreds of feet. 3,000 feet away, a red light flashed and Ning Chen appeared with the girl. As soon as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not withstand the power of the sound wave. "How are you?" Ener asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the collapsed mountain behind him. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. That was close. Fortunately, he retreated quickly. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Who was that just now?" Ener asked. "I'm not sure. There was too little time. I didn't have time to ask too much," Ning Chen said seriously. Ina looked at the surroundings that were gradually recovering. She pouted and said, "We came for nothing this time. We didn't find anything and were trapped for 3 years for nothing." "We didn't come for nothing." Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He looked at the mountain that had recovered and said, "Let's go. It's time to go back." "Ah." Ina heard this and was stunned. She quickly followed and said, "We're leaving now? Aren't we going to continue searching?" "We found it," Ning Chen replied. "Where is it? Why didn't I see it?" Ina looked left and right. "It's not here," Ning Chen said calmly. "Then where is it?" "It's very far from here. We're going to snatch it." The two of them gradually disappeared into the night. Their red clothes fluttered in the wind. They did not look back even once. Senior, if Junior is fortunate enough to step into the fourth realm one day, I will definitely return to repay today's kindness. In the night wind, the promise echoed through the valley. It was calm and simple, but it was firm and unquestionable. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the chains swaying could be heard. They were blocked by the mountain that was gradually recovering and could no longer be heard. In the 5 regions of the inner realm, rays of light shone in the world. The netherworld king's boundary was broken, and the suppressed laws of heaven and earth were restored. The few people who had been at the peak of the great circle of perfection for hundreds of years had finally taken the most important step. Congratulations, Master. In the heavenly music pavilion, Wu Qingying respectfully bowed. The heavenly music pavilion's master walked out and said, Qingying, the ancient starry sky path has been open for a long time. You should also set off. Yes. Wu Qingying bowed again. She waved her hand and put away the Lyoya zither beside her. Then she left. In the homeland of Western Buddha, on Heavenly Buddha Mountain, a figure of light descended from the sky. The pavilion masters of Buddha Mountain bowed respectfully and said, Welcome, Master of Light. Among the crowd, there was a young monk with delicate features who looked to be in his 20s. However, his pure Buddhist cultivation surpassed that of any of the Buddhist pavilion masters. Arhot, you can go, said the Master of Light calmly. As you wish. The Arhot accepted the order. His feet fell, and golden light shone around him, drowning his body. At the peak of Western Jade Mountain, on the wall of repentance, not far from the 7 Buddha, Heavenly Pass, Buddhist fire rose. In front of the wall of repentance, Shi Piaoshu, who had been facing the wall for more than 10 years, looked much more haggard. However, the determination in her eyes did not change at all. In the flames, a jade-green divine spear floated up and down. It burned with Buddhist fire and was refined by the clear sky lotus breath. It worked day and night for 10 years. Outside the wall of repentance, Bai Lingling walked over. She looked at Shi Piaoshu, who was getting weaker day by day. A look of pity flashed through her eyes. Third junior sister, why do you have to do this? Asked Bai Lingling. Shi Piaoshu did not look back. She focused on forging the divine weapon in the flames. Traces of the clear sky lotus breath entered the divine weapon from her body. Her hair had lost all its luster. It's almost done. Where's little junior sister? Has she woken up? Asked Shi Piaoshu tiredly. Maybe in the next few days, replied Bai Lingling softly. That's good. Senior sister, if little junior sister wakes up, ask her to come here. It'll be the last thing I can do for her as her senior sister, said Shi Piaoshu calmly. Okay. Bai Lingling nodded. She looked at the divine weapon in the flames with pity. Then, she sighed softly and turned to leave. In the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass, endless Buddhist fire spread. In the flames, the aura of the woman who had been sleeping for more than 10 years became even more stable. It was as if she was in a deep sleep. She was calm and peaceful. The void swirled, and the West Jade Master walked out. She looked at the woman in the flames, and her eyes flashed. Qingning, you've made me see you in a different light. This unyielding and unyielding will to live. Was it because of him? Since you're worried, you should wake up soon. Chapter 710. The ancient starry sky path was filled with the flames of war. Kings contended for supremacy. The most glorious era was undeniably on display. Spears danced in the desolate wilderness. Incomparably valiant figures were difficult to approach. One of the 9 kings, the war king Chiefing, had a peerless demeanor. 3 treading immortals and 5 peak supremes teamed up to fight kings. The flames of war soared. The war king was fighting 1 against 8, but he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. His divine spear shook the world. The battle reached its climax. The 8 experts were all dyed red. The encirclement gradually showed signs of defeat. ancient martial, heavenly glory. An opportunity appeared. The War King's ancient spear sword. Its dazzling brilliance carried the momentum of breaking through the heavens as it charged towards the treading immortals at the front. Ugh! With a painful groan, the divine spear pierced through his body, bringing with it a large amount of blood. In the blink of an eye, the ancient spear spun back, and 3 figures were once again sent flying. In this sudden turn of events, one of the 8 had died and 3 were injured. The encirclement had failed. Blood dyed the ground red. You're all so weak that I can't interest you. The War King waved his ancient spear, scattering the blood. He looked at the people in front of him with undisguised mockery. Before he even finished speaking, dust flew into the air. In the distance, a red-clothed figure walked over. His face was delicate and pretty, and he was calm without the slightest ripple. Beside the red-clothed figure was a young girl. She curiously glanced at the battle, but soon lost interest. They passed by each other without saying a single word. However, the connection between powerful individuals made the War King's eyes widen. He was the first to reveal a serious expression. An expert. "Mr. Ning, save me." At this moment, a heavily injured man among the 8 recognized the newcomer. He became excited and shouted loudly, When Ning Chen heard this, he stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the person who spoke. "You know me?" "Back in Green Lotus City, when Mr. and the Green Lotus enforcers appeared at the banquet, we were all present." "That's why we met once," the man hurriedly said. "So it's you." The War King's gaze froze. He had also heard that this was the only person on the starry sky path who had been personally introduced by the enforcers. The legends were all different. Some said that this person had only benefited from his ancestors, while others said that this person was a young expert with unfathomable strength. In the past, he wasn't sure, but now that he had seen the Venerated One in person, he knew that the Venerated One was a true expert. "Give me a reason." Ning Chen's expression was still calm, and he remained unmoved. The man's expression became more and more anxious as he said, "The Battle King wantonly slaughtered innocent people. We wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, but we were unexpectedly ambushed by this person. I asked Brother Ning to lend us a hand." "Oh." Ning Chen nodded and looked at the Battle King. He said calmly, "Battle King? Sorry to disturb you. Please go ahead." After saying that, Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He turned around and left with the little girl beside him. A strange look flashed through the War King's eyes. What a unique young man. Damn it. The man's expression instantly changed, revealing a ferocious expression. With a flip of his right hand, streaks of dark and gloomy light streaked through the air, attacking the Battle King, who was momentarily distracted. Zhan Wang came back to his senses. His face darkened as he waved his spear to block the hidden weapon. However, a streak of light brushed past his shoulder and headed straight for the 2 people who had just walked away. Sensed something, and her expression changed. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The man who threw the hidden weapon also had a change in expression. He originally wanted to ambush the Battle King, but he didn't expect to provoke another expert. In that instant of crisis, the Battle King took a step forward and waved his spear, wanting to block the hidden weapon. However, he was still a step too late. "Thanks." As he spoke, the red-clothed figure who had his back facing the crowd flashed and blocked the hidden weapon in front of the little girl. In that instant, Phoenix flames rose and his astral soul appeared. The figure, who didn't have time to see, clearly flashed past and returned in an instant. Blood spurted into the air and dyed his eyes red. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His astral soul disappeared. Ning Chen patted the little girl, who was still in shock, and said softly, "Let's go." "Oh, okay." Came back to her senses and hurriedly followed him. Not long after the 2 left, the massacre started again behind them. Miserable cries shook the sky. Ori's heart jumped when she heard it. She wanted to turn around to take a look, but the person beside her gently patted her head. Is what they said true? Did the Battle King really kill the innocent? Ian didn't understand. I don't know if he killed the innocent, but I know that what that person said just now wasn't the truth, Ning Chen said softly. Why? Ina was puzzled. Because he's too bad at lying. Ning Chen calmly said, a person's eyes are different when they're telling a memory and when they're making up a lie. I'll teach you when I have time. Okay. Ian nodded with interest. Could a person tell a lie from their eyes? How come she had never heard of this before? Ning Chen was really smart. If only she was as smart as him. The two of them walked for 10 miles before the Battle King caught up with them. The smell of blood on his body was extremely pungent. Ian pinched her nose and turned around to look at the figure. She was on guard. Was this person chasing after them to silence them? Friend, please wait, said the Battle King. Ning Chen stopped and turned around to look at him. He calmly asked, what is it? How about we go together? Asked the Battle King. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. It would be my honor. Please. The Battle King nodded and followed him. The three of them walked together through the desolate wilderness, heading towards the 10th city. Friend, how should I address you? Ning Chen. I'm Rin Jingfei. Nice to meet you, said the Battle King calmly. Nice to meet you. Ning Chen said with a smile, Brother Ning, you've left for 3 years and now you're back. I'm sure you're going to amaze the world, said the Battle King softly. Brother Rin, you're overthinking it. Ning Chen shook his head. I'm only back because I have something to do. Everything else has nothing to do with me. There's something I don't understand. With Brother Ning's strength, you should be famous throughout the world. Why do you have to hide your abilities? Asked the Battle King. Everyone has their own ambitions. Ning Chen smiled. Brother Rin, you're one of the 9 kings. Now that I've met you, you're truly a dragon among men. Your strength is extraordinary. Brother Ning, you flatter me. These are all arranged by meddlesome people. They're meaningless, said the Battle King carelessly. Er's mouth twitched as she listened to their conversation. These 2 fellows were really hypocrites. Only now did the Battle King notice her. Looking at the person beside him, he asked, Who is this little girl? A descendant of a senior. She's currently learning martial arts by my side, replied Ning Chen. Her talent really isn't bad. The warlord said with a look of admiration on his face. Thank you for your praise, Senior Rin. Smiled sweetly and replied. The Battle King was startled. This was his first time being called senior, so he wasn't used to it. Ning Chen gently patted her head. This girl was being naughty again. Stuck out her tongue at the person beside her and giggled. Brother Ning's relationship with your disciple really is good. The Battle King's eyes flashed with a strange light. This girl has been spoiled since she was a child, so she's a bit impudent. Brother Rin, please forgive her, smiled Ning Chen. The Battle King nodded. He could see that this girl's position in this person's heart was not ordinary. Half a day later, in a heavenly city floating above the starry sky, a huge heavenly pillar towered into the clouds. Its head and tail could not be seen. Brother Ning, please, said the Battle King. Ning Chen thought for a moment, then waved his hand. A ray of sword light flashed past, and for the first time, he left his name on the pillar. The Battle King also left his mark on the pillar. I want one too. Ran over, pulled out the hairpin in her hair, and carved her name on the pillar. Right at that moment, outside of the boundless space-time, in a majestic palace hall, illusory figures appeared with serious expressions. Emo Gates' 9th disciple has appeared again, said the head of the Z-Way Starfield. The Battle King seems to be with him too. The All-Heavens Starfield's head said with a serious expression, This is troublesome. That person's existence is truly a variable that will erupt at any time, said a third person. Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. Another person spoke. He looked to the illusory figure that had not spoken the entire time. What's wrong? Everyone, are you all still planning to expel him from the ancient Starry Sky Road? Before he violates the rules, I advise everyone to not make that decision, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. Send someone to talk with him, said the sixth person. It's useless. The corners of the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master's mouth curled up. She said, What he wants is the time restriction before the ancient battlefield opens. Can anyone convince that old monster to hand over the time restriction? Hearing that, everyone grew silent. It was truly troublesome. There's one more thing that I believe everyone should pay attention to, said Shinji. What is it? Asked the head of the Z-Way Starfield. Shinji looked into the distance and said, The news of Emo Gates' ninth disciple's appearance will likely be known by others soon. With that being the case, those youngsters that are searching for him will also become quite troublesome. Everyone's eyes narrowed. They had nearly forgotten about that matter. There were quite a few people searching for Emo Gates' ninth disciple on the ancient Starry Sky Road. There were all sorts of grudges and grievances. If they were to truly encounter one another, once the situation spiraled out of control, there would likely be a great battle on the level of the ancient Starry Sky Road. The root of everything is still that child. Dawn Moon Pavilion's master, it's best that you make another trip, said the head of the All Heavens Starfield. Warning him too many times will only produce the opposite effect. Rather than restricting that child again and again, it's better to have those law enforcers maintain order on the ancient Starry Sky Road. As long as no one provokes him, nothing will happen, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. On the ancient Starry Sky Road, in an unremarkable city, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master was looking at the swaying stars in the sky. Specks of light flashed through her eyes. Hong Wan walked over and softly asked, Pavilion Master, you seem to have something on your mind? He's returned, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master softly. Hong Wan was startled. Why hadn't she heard anything about it? There's no need to guess. Right now, only us old monsters know about it. He returned in a very low-key manner. If he hadn't left his name on the 10th pillar, it would have been very difficult for us to detect it, explained the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. Pavilion Master, young Master Ning clearly doesn't want his appearance to cause too many disputes. Why do you Starfield sovereigns always keep an eye on him? Asked Hong Wan with a worried expression. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop, sighed the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master softly. Chapter 711. War, chariot after war, chariot passed on the starry sky ancient path. Peerless young experts stood on the chariot, their auras extraordinary. 5 years had passed since the ancient path opened, and no one could change the fact that the 9 kings stood side by side. The chaotic ancient path was turbulent, but on the surface it was calm. Large-scale battles gradually decreased, and countless factions grew rapidly, especially around the 9 kings. Countless young experts gathered, forming a force that couldn't be ignored. In front of the 12th heavenly pillar, Hong Yi brought the little girl over. After leaving her name, she left. There was no battle or publicity. Knowing Destiny returned quietly and did his own thing. Far away, the War King looked into the distance. Behind him, many young experts stood quietly, waiting for his orders. War King, should we continue on our way? Asked a young man with an unusually powerful aura. Yes. The War King nodded, looked away, and left. On the long starry sky ancient path, the two of them walked forward. War chariots passed them from time to time, disappearing into the distance. How long will it take? Asked Diener. It should be soon. She's one of the 9 kings, so it shouldn't be too hard to find, said Ning Chen softly. That's what you said 3 months ago, said Een. Ning Chen smiled and said, Thank you for your patience. After all, this path is very long, and it won't be easy to find someone. What if we find her? She won't give it to you of her own accord, said Ina worriedly. You can snatch her. Ning Chin smiled. Really? Ina's eyes lit up. Not really. Ning Chen lightly hit the little girl's head and said, A person should have a bottom line. If someone else wants something, they have to snatch it, said Ina unhappily. Others are others, and we are us. Ning Chin looked at the war chariots passing by and said softly, we can't expect others to be flawless. The most important thing is to be good at ourselves. Pouted, but she still nodded obediently. After walking for a long time, more and more war chariots passed by on the ancient path. They were like shooting stars flying into the distance. At first, she didn't think much of it, but gradually Ina also felt that something was wrong. Something seems to have happened. Ina pulled on the sleeve of the person beside her. Yes. Ning Chin nodded. A light flashed in his eyes. Just now he felt that there was a problem. Now it seemed that the problem was not small. Is there a treasure? Ina asked expectantly. Go and take a look? If it doesn't have an owner, I'll help you snatch it, suggested Ning Chin. All right. Ina nodded her head vigorously. She loved collecting treasures the most. After coming to an agreement, the two of them immediately sped up and rushed toward the place where the crowd was gathered. Several 100 kilometers away, above a divine ruin that floated between heaven and earth, multicolored light flourished, as if the omen of the birth of a treasure, shocking everyone. In front of the ruins of God, one figure after another appeared. They stared at the place where the multicolored light was floating, not daring to be careless for even a moment. In the nearest heavenly cities, the executors of the ancient road of the stars looked off into the distance, their eyes flickering with strange gleams. What was that? Have you found out what it is? Above the void, an illusory figure with a terrifying aura walked out and asked. Reporting to the Star Lord, we're still unable to confirm it at the moment. One of the enforcers said respectfully, Keep watching. If there's no need, don't make a move, the illusory figure instructed. Yes. The enforcers obeyed. In front of the ruins of God, Ning Chun rushed over with Ina. After sweeping the surroundings with his divine sense, he turned his attention to the multicolored light up ahead. The surrounding young experts didn't pay too much attention to their arrival. A peak, great circle expert and a little girl weren't much of a threat to them. Ning Chin, are those two also the 9 kings? Asked softly, pointing at the 2 people standing at the front. Ning Chin looked over and nodded. The one in blue is definitely one. The one in white is a bit weaker, so I don't think so. But they're not far off. Oh, Ina nodded. After thinking for a moment, she asked, When we snatch the treasures, you'll have no problem fighting those 2, right? Also, I can't beat a single one of their subordinates, right? We'll talk about it when we snatch them. If we can't beat them, we'll just run, said Ning Chin indifferently. Ina waved her small fists. It wasn't like she was going to fight those old freaks. She had no ambition. As the 2 of them spoke, the multicolored light above the ruins of God grew more and more dazzling. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot into the sky. The starlight in the sky flickered and continuously entered the pillar of light. It's here. When everyone saw this, their expressions froze. In the next moment, the entire ruins of God exploded. An ancient and terrifying aura spread out, and the few people closest to it were instantly sent flying. Behind the crowd, Ning Chen's expression changed slightly. Without saying anything, he pulled the little girl and immediately retreated, not daring to stay for a moment. What's wrong? Why did you go and snatch the treasures? I hadn't noticed and asked anxiously. We've hit the jackpot. Saving our lives is more important. As he spoke, Ning Chen sped up and brought the little girl far away. He knew it. How could there be such a good thing waiting for him? Behind them, a terrifying pressure descended. A waterfall of blood mist exploded, and a few people with weaker cultivations were directly swallowed by the figure in the blood mist. Ener turned back. After seeing this tragic scene, her little face instantly turned pale. What was that? In the nearest heavenly cities, the enforcers felt the powerful pressure in the distance, and their expressions changed. Oh no! Outside the boundless void, in a majestic palace, silhouettes appeared one after another. Without any superfluous words, they went straight to the main topic. A god has appeared not far from the 12th pillar. Currently, the casualties are disastrous. Which of your main bodies is the closest to the 12th pillar? Asked the person in the middle. At least half a day, said the All Heavens Starfield's manager. We're also close, said the Spirit Void Starfield's manager. There's no time. Shin-Ji's expression turned serious. Half a day is enough for him to devour all the living beings on that ancient path and return to his peak state. At that time, even if we rush over, we will not be able to stop him. How many enforcers are there in the vicinity? Asked the Z-Way Starfield's manager. 3. However, their strength is only at the mid-corporeal realm. It's impossible for them to delay us until we arrive, said the All Heavens Starfield's manager. Immediately check the 12th pillar. How many young kings are there? Said the person who spoke first. 1. The Spirit Void Starfield's manager's consciousness returned. A moment later, his expression turned serious. Wait, M.O. Gates' 9th son has also just arrived. Hearing that, everyone was startled. Then, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Ask him to cooperate with the 3 enforcers to stall for some time. He only needs to last until we arrive, said the All Heavens Starfield's manager. This is a matter of life and death. How could he possibly do such a thing? Asked the Heavenly Mist Starfield's manager. Right now, the strongest person there is that child. No matter what, we must convince him. As they spoke, everyone looked to the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. She was the one who had interacted with that child the most. Perhaps she would have a way. It's not impossible for me to step forward. However, have you all thought of the price? Asked the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. On another ancient path before the heavenly arrival peak, Xiazi had blocked the 7 Kills Palace's palace master. Without a doubt, he stood at the apex of the 9 kings. Behind Yen Yuntian, 13 followers walked out. Leave them to me. Luofei appeared before the 13 followers and calmly said, Amen. Xiazi nodded. With a wave of his hand, demonic aura surged out. A sword covered in demonic runes descended. The instant he grasped the sword, wind and lightning erupted. Devil. Yen Yuntian's eyes sank. Why did the 9 kings keep making an enemy out of him? He didn't have time to ask. The demonic aura had already engulfed the surrounding 50 miles. The cold moon hung high in the sky, making the atmosphere even colder. Devil Sword, Reincarnation. Without saying a word, he unleashed his killing move. The Devil's Sword stabbed into the ground, and a terrifying stream of swords soared into the sky. There were tens of thousands of them. Yan Yuntian's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward, and the Forget Cloud Divine halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd pierced through the air and collided with the stream of swords. With a loud rumble, the heavenly arrival peak violently shook. A black-robed figure flashed past, and the Devil Sword's cold-killing intent shook the sky. When the sword and halberd collided, Yen Yuntian immediately felt a huge pressure. The ground beneath his feet collapsed, spreading out for dozens of miles. The fierce battle didn't allow for the slightest respite. Xiazi's body was filled with killing intent. His white hair fluttered in the wind. Whether he was a sovereign or a devil emperor was no longer important. On the other side, Luofei blocked the 13 experts by herself. Her sparkling moonlight sealed the world, and the 9 heavens' ice palace descended. The 2 battles were equally intense. Figures constantly crossed each other, bringing out a glaring killing intent. Swordsmen and devils were both at the peak. An unprecedented pressure assaulted Yan Yuntian's body. The armor on Yan Yuntian's body flickered with 7 colors as it resisted the sword light. With the divine halberd and treasured armor, Palace Master Seven Kills reappeared with unparalleled battle prowess. He had both offense and defense, and he looked down on the younger generation. Seeing that the armor was difficult to break, Xiazi's demonic aura surged out, and the demonic sword in his hand instantly changed. The mad doomsday sword appeared. The sword was more than 6 feet long, and it shone with a dazzling cold light. When the halberd and sword collided again, the sword's momentum was completely different from before. It shook off the halberd and pierced toward the former's chest. Ah! With a groan, blood spilled out. The treasured armor, which had exceeded its limit, showed a flaw. The sword entered an inch into the body, bringing out a splash of blood. Heaven-burning, demonic flame! After succeeding in one move, Xiazi turned the sword in his hand. The demonic flame on the sword burned brightly, and it entered the former's body. Yan Yuntian groaned again and waved his halberd to shake off the battle. He flipped his left palm, and the divine war chariot appeared. Runes appeared, and the heavenly pung tore through the sky and entered the former's body. The heavenly pung increased its speed, and Yan Yuntian's figure instantly disappeared. The Oblivion Divine halberd broke through the sky and slashed toward the Devil Emperor. With a piercing sound, blood spilled out. A deep wound appeared on the Devil Emperor's left arm, and blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. The Devil Emperor was injured, and his eyes were filled with coldness. His murderous nature lingered in his eyes. The heavenly Peng's soul? Unfortunately, it can't change your fate of death. Xiazi waved his sword to shake off the halberd. He opened his eyes and half knelt down. In that instant, the heavens and earth surged and thunder rumbled. In a world-shaking vision, black feathers fluttered in the sky. The 12 wings of sin unfolded behind the sovereign, and his divine might shook the world. Chapter 712. In the boundless starry sky, pillars stood tall on an ancient road. It was unknown who had erected them, but they had existed in the starry sky for countless years. Not far from the 12th pillar, a god had appeared in the ruins of God. Its terrifying divine might shook everything within 10,000 miles. Many young experts' bodies exploded under the divine might. Their blood and chi were devoured by the god to repair their bodies. At the front, a red light flashed past. It was running faster than anyone else. A few hundred miles away, Ningchen stopped and looked behind him. Rays of light flashed past. What a powerful aura! It had probably entered the true realm. What kind of monster is it? Ai peeked out her head from behind him. A god! Ning Chun said, like the vermilion bird and Luoshan, this person wasn't human. He had lived for countless years, so it was best not to provoke him. How unlucky! I thought there were treasures, Ina said disappointedly. Let's go. It'll be troublesome if that guy catches up. Ning Chen said, then pulled the little girl beside him and was about to leave. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky stirred. An illusory figure appeared and blocked the two of them. Ning Chen stopped in his tracks when he saw who it was, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Ning, long time no see, said the illusory figure in the wind and clouds. House Master, it can't be a coincidence that I met you here, right? Asked Ning Chen calmly. Of course not. I came here to ask Brother Ning to stop this person for a moment. 2 Starfield managers will be here soon to replace Brother Ning, said the Dawn Moon House Master. Oh. Ning Chen raised his eyebrows. House Master, you really think highly of me. It'll be difficult to stop a true realm god. Let's not beat around the bush. I understand Brother Ning's abilities. If you cooperate with the 3 enforcers, it won't be impossible for you to stop this person for a moment, said the Dawn Moon House Master. House Master, please find someone else. Ning Chen said casually and continued to walk forward with the little girl beside him. as long as Brother Ning can stop him. Once the two Starfield managers get rid of him, his god source will belong to Brother Ning, said the Dawn Moon House Master. Ning Chin stopped and looked back at the figure in the sky. He said indifferently, House Master, I'm becoming more and more curious about your true identity. You will know in the future. Brother Ning, this transaction can be considered fair, right? The Dawn Moon Brothel Master asked. Not bad. However, I would like to know, how long exactly is the half an hour that you spoke of? Ning Chin looked at the former and asked. 6 hours, the Waning Moon Brothel Master replied. You're really quick. Deal, Ning Chin replied calmly. I will wait for Brother Ning's good news. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and cloud swirled, and the illusory figure dispersed, disappearing without a trace. After the Dawn Moon Brothel mistress left, Ning Chen's gaze turned serious as he looked behind him. You don't really believe that black-hearted merchant's words, do you? Er's face flashed with worry. The benefits outweigh the risks. It's worth a try, Ning Chen said softly. He had been stuck at the Great Fulfillment Realm for a long time, and he had to try his best to find a way. Regardless of whether it was the God's Scroll or the God's Origin, he had to give it a try. He didn't believe in heavenly fate. He only believed in himself. It wasn't easy for him to be rewarded for his hard work, so he had to cherish it. As he spoke, 3 figures swiftly rushed over from the distance. All of them were at the mid-corporeal stage and were abnormally powerful. You stay here. Don't run around. I'll come pick you up once the fight is over. Ning Chen stroked the little girl's hair and said softly, All right, you have to be careful. If you can't beat them, just run. I looked at Ning Chen and worriedly warned him. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. Ning Chen nodded in response. He took a step forward and flashed forward. In the distance, the 3 enforcers of the ancient road of the stars sensed a powerful aura and quickly rushed over. A moment later, the 4 of them appeared in front of the god ruins, blocking the path of the god spirit. Mo Gates' 9th son. One of the enforcers looked at the red-robed youth and said, Many thanks for your help. You have heaven and earth extreme speed. So I'll leave the task of restricting this person's attacks to you. All right. Ning Chen waved his hand and Phoenix Flame's sword. A blood-red sword appeared in his hand. The instant he grasped it, sword chi dazzled. Phoenix, the god spirit's eyes narrowed. As a fellow god spirit, you're actually helping a human? You really disappoint me. What is a god spirit? Is eternal life a god? Or are you saying that those who stand above all living things are gods? The red-robed youth flashed over, and the phoenix moved with extreme speed. It was a true realm god. The palm and sword collided, and the god spirit's physical body, which was comparable to metal and stone, received the sharp sword. After receiving the first move, the god spirit countered with a forceful counterattack. When the 3 enforcers saw this, they gathered their essence and joined forces to receive the god spirit's attack. With a boom, blood splattered, and the 3 of them were forced back several steps. In just one move, the difference between them had been decided. Be careful. One of the enforcers wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Without a doubt, this would be the most difficult battle of their lives. If they were careless, they might lose their lives. But no matter what, they couldn't let this person leave. The other 2 enforcers also focused. 6 hours was the limit of their life and death. The battle had only just begun, but they were already at a disadvantage. Ning Chin frowned, and with a shout, the blood essence of the 4 symbols gods flew out, shining brightly. In the next moment, they merged into his body. Amidst the raging winds and waves, the phoenix ancestral awakening. Its black hair instantly turned red. Divine realm! Seeing this, the god spirit squinted his eyes. What a powerful origin aura! After devouring this person, his strength would immediately return to its peak. At the same time, in front of Tianlai Peak, the flames of war raged. Black feathers fluttered in the sky. Behind the demon cultivator, the 12 wings of sin appeared. In an instant, the demon cultivator's demonic aura soared into the sky. Mad Doomsday's entire body was black. With a slash of his sword, the entire Tianlai peak collapsed. Debris flew everywhere, and pieces of it fell from the sky. The demon cultivator was beyond comprehension. With the wings of sin, his aura changed abruptly. In the blink of an eye, his sword slashed the sky. Yan Yuntian's pupils shrank. The Oblivion Cloud halberd met the sword head-on. With the support of the 3 supreme treasures, he resisted the demon cultivator's demonic aura. With a boom, wind and thunder roared in the sky. The demon cultivator advanced instead of retreating. The demon sword's murderous aura surged, breaking through the aftershock and slashing toward Yan Yuntian's heart. Purple Qi from the east. Yan Yuntian held his halberd together, and a vast divine aura rose rapidly to meet Mad Doomsday's attack. The sound was earth-shattering. The strongest king of the younger generation fought the emperor of the demon cultivator. The halberd and the demon sword collided violently. Hundreds and thousands of li fell inch by inch as if they were being punished by the heavens. On the other side, the Eternal Night sex-female disciple used the moon scroll's divine ability. Cold Palace descended from the sky, and the 13 young experts were unable to take half a step forward. Who are you people? As the battle reached its climax, Yan Yuntian became more and more alarmed. He gathered the power of his supreme treasures and strengthened his body. His cultivation continued to rise, and there were signs of him breaking into the corporeal realm. Demon sword, bury the heavens. Without saying a word, he used his killer move again. Xia Zi's demonic aura surged, and his white hair danced wildly. The demon sword soared radiance, soared into the sky. With a slash, the 9 heavens collapsed. Yan Yuntian stepped forward and gathered his true yuan. His halberd broke through the sky and collided with the bury the heavens sword. Ugh! Blood splattered. The sword and halberd collided, and the aftershock spread out. The rainbow armor could not withstand the continuous impact of the demon cultivator's demonic aura and shattered. Blood flowed out of the demon cultivator's hand. He was also injured by the aftershock. Is it finally broken? The demon sovereign did not care about his arm being injured. The battle intent in his eyes intensified. Now that the armor was broken, the battle should be over. With a wave of his hand, demonic waves surged out of the Mad Doomsday halberd. Black streams roared and surged. Under the cold moon, the area within 100 miles was affected by this terrifying demonic aura and violently shook. Yan Yuntian's eyes narrowed. He suppressed his injuries and gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with a flip of his palm. The forgetting cloud god halberd's aura soared into the sky, and its power multiplied. Sorry, but you can't take his life yet. Just at this moment, a green flash of light descended from the sky. The peerlessly beautiful woman slashed out with a heavenly slash in her hand. A horrifying saber light slashed apart the battle. An instant later, she brought the injured Yan Yuntian away with her. Xia Zi swung his sword to deflect the green saber light. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked in the direction the two had left. On the other side of the battle, Luo Fei pushed away several people in front of her with a flip of her palm. She walked over and asked, "Did he escape?" Xia Zi nodded and said, "Someone interfered. However, the rainbow battle armor has been completely destroyed. This person has lost his protective armor and is no longer a threat." 1,000 miles away, light gathered and Lu Qingyi appeared with Palace Master's 7 kills. "It's you." Yan Yuntian looked at the woman in front of him and said seriously, "Yan Yuntian, you're on your own now." Lu Qingyi said indifferently and turned to leave without saying anything else. She was also the head of the 3 palaces of the Z-Way Star. Helping him this time was her last favor. Palace Master Vanquisher had just left, and Yan Yuntian was about to leave to treat his injuries. Suddenly his footsteps paused, and he forgot about the horizon. Something's wrong. A green light shone brightly in the sky, and the sound of Buddha was heard. The shadow of a green lotus fell from the sky, and the moment it landed, a green divine spear broke through the air. The lotus breath gathered the power of Buddha, and it showed the elegance of stepping on celestials. Yan Yuntian swung his halberd to block the spear. With a bang, his heavily injured body could not withstand the Buddhist might. Blood flowed from his hands and dyed the halberd red. Without saying anything, the figure in green stepped forward. The green divine spear in her hand was like a dragon breaking through the clouds. Every move was meant to kill. Although she had a Buddhist body, she was willing to walk the path of Asura. With one move, blood flowed like a fountain. The more Yan Yuntian fought, the more frightened he became. However, his heavily injured body could not continue. Every move he blocked was followed by another. After a few rounds of pursuit, even one of the 9 kings had reached his limit. His armor was destroyed and his body was heavily injured. He could not withstand the shocking killing intent. "Who are you people?" For reasons unknown, Yan Yuntian had never heard of powerful opponents. He blocked with his halberd, but the sky was dyed red again. "Heavenly dragon breaks the city." The figure in green swept past. The green divine spear in her hand turned into a dragon and rushed towards the former. With a loud bang, the divine weapons collided and both flew out of her hands. At this moment, the woman turned her left hand and the divine weapon that flew out returned to her. Changing hands! The divine spear pierced through his body and blood spurted out. His unwilling eyes could no longer see the world clearly. The woman waved her hand and put away the divine spear. Without looking back, she walked away. Chapter 713. In front of the divine ruins, the phoenix fought against the deity. Blood-colored lightning streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was hard to see the phoenix's figure. It was so fast that no after-images could be seen. Between heaven and earth, there was only the red sword light that constantly streaked across the sky. The deity focused his eyes and flipped his palm, using his unbreakable body to block the sword light. The deity, who had been sleeping for countless years, had returned to the world today. Although his cultivation was not at its peak, it was still terrifying. The 3 middle-level corporeal realm enforcers joined forces to fight against the deity. After exchanging a few moves, their bodies were already stained with blood. Although they had the advantage of speed, the deity's strength was difficult to measure. The injuries in their bodies continued to accumulate, quickly destroying their martial bones. Time seemed to pass very slowly at this moment. Every move seemed to have been slowed down by countless times. The 3 enforcers endured their injuries and swallowed their blood secretly. When they risked their lives to fight against the heavens, their cultivation rose to the peak and they faced the deity head-on. With such ability, where did you get the courage to stop me? The deity took the attack head-on. His right palm gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and a vast and unparalleled deity roared out. The destructive power made the heavens mourn and the earth miserable. With a groan, blood flowed like a waterfall. The 3 enforcers retreated a few steps and were heavily injured again. Formless sword. The deity took the sword and red light gathered. The astral soul in his hand spun rapidly and gathered all his energy to break the deity's body. The ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against stone rang out. The astral soul entered half an inch into the deity's body and broke through his defense for the first time. Back off! The deity's eyes turned cold. The divine energy around his body erupted and spread out. The red light flashed and dodged the deity's attack. Soon after, it turned back. The sword was extremely fast, and every move was aimed at the deity's weak point. The deity, turned his palm to block the sword. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. What a troublesome phoenix! In the intense exchange, the sword was fast and the palm was stronger. The deity's body that was difficult to be injured by swords and sabers took on most of the attacks. This made the originally unfair battle even more biased. The sword that left as soon as it touched the deity was unwilling to meet it head-on. The red light turned into red lightning in the starry sky. It became faster and faster, and it was difficult to catch. The moment the deity's attack was restricted, the three enforcers suppressed their injuries and gathered their vital energy. Their palms broke through the air. The combined attack of three mid-corporeal realm experts destroyed everything in its path. The sky darkened and the earth darkened, unable to withstand its might. "Is that all?" The deity snorted coldly. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he flipped his palm and faced the combined might of the three. With a violent tremor, the mountains moved and the earth moved. The power of the three men's palms was actually neutralized, unable to harm the god in the slightest. After the first move, divine might surged out, forcefully counterattacking. Among the three of them, one of the enforcers was the first to bear the brunt of the divine might. He let out a long and painful groan, and his body suddenly exploded. The scattered bones indicated the failure of the battle of entrapment. The deity took a step forward, and his figure flashed out. His palms condensed the power of heaven and earth, and he slapped toward the last two enforcers. The sudden change in the situation could no longer be sustained. The two enforcers exploded on the spot, and their blood and bones scattered all over the sky. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he slashed out with his sword. Flames of war spread out and instantly incinerated the remaining quintessence of the three of them. Seeing this, the deity's face sank. He looked at the former and said coldly, "So what if I destroy their source energy? There are countless living beings on this path. I can still devour them all and return to my peak state." "Is that so? Then I'll help you succeed. Goodbye." After saying this, Hong Yi took a step forward and leaped into the distance. Outside the boundless starry sky, the leaders of the various star fields appeared. Their expressions were very ugly. "We failed," the leader of the Z-Way star zone said. "This time, the deity is stronger than we imagined. There are only three enforcers." "The difference is too great," Shinji said. "What about the ninth son of the Mahe sect?" the leader of the Luo Jia star zone asked. "He retreated," Shinji calmly replied. "He alone can't stop that deity. Naturally, he won't stay to die. The ancient path must not be destroyed. Does anyone have any better ideas?" the illusory figure in the middle asked. Everyone was silent. For a moment, there was nothing they could do. The Dawn Moon brothel master looked at everyone. After a while, she calmly reminded them, "Don't you all still have a sword in your hands?" Hong Yi flashed across the ancient path in the starry sky and arrived at the agreed location. He took the little girl who had been waiting and quickly left. "What's wrong?" Yi-Er was puzzled. "We can't beat him," Ning Qin replied. "What about the three seniors?" Yi-Er asked again. She could clearly feel three powerful auras rushing toward the battle. "They're dead," Ning Qin replied calmly. Yi-Er's eyelids twitched when she heard this. "Dead again? Where can you escape to?" Behind them, a terrifying aura quickly rushed over. The pressure was earth-shattering and shocking. Ning Qin ignored it and just pulled Yi-Er along as he ran in front. The flowing light in the starry sky was extremely fast. Soon, the distance between them widened. Even the deity, who was no longer at his peak, found it difficult to catch up. The deity stopped and looked at the phoenix in the distance. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. 1,000 miles away, Ning Qin also stopped and looked behind him. His expression did not change at all. "You really can't stop him for 6 hours?" Yi-Er asked softly. "I can, but the price is too high." "It's not worth it," Ning Qin said honestly. "Oh, then we won't care." Yi-Er nodded. Although she could not bear to, compared to those people, Ning Chen's safety was more important. 1,000 miles away, the deity was wreaking havoc. In order to recover his vitality, he wantonly massacred living creatures. In front of the 12th heavenly pillar, the entire ancient path had turned into hell. A king had fallen. He should have lived a glorious life, but he was unwilling to die in this sudden disaster. In the distance, Ning Chen calmly looked at this miserable scene. His gaze was calm and his heart was like ice. It did not waver in the slightest. At this moment, wind and lightning raged in the sky. An extremely powerful sword descended from the sky. The moment the sword appeared, the stars in the sky shook. The appearance of an immortal sword startled even gods and ghosts. Mahasek's 9th son. As they spoke, 3 illusory figures walked out. They looked at the red-clothed youth in front of them. One of them said, "Stop him for 6 hours. The previous conditions will not change. I'll lend you this sword for 100 years." Ning Chen looked at the immortal sword descending from the sky and narrowed his eyes. Immortal trapping sword. Iner stretched out her hand and pulled the person beside her. Her face was full of worry. "Deal," Ning Chen slowly said. "We await your good news." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 figures dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen pulled on his sleeve and said worriedly, "Wait for me here." Ning Chen instructed in a soft voice. He didn't say anything else, and his feet moved as he transformed into a ray of light and left. With this sword, he would have the capital to fight against a true realm expert in the future. He could not refuse this condition. In front of the 12th heavenly pillar, the deity turned his palm and absorbed the origin of the king. His aura rose again. At this moment, a sword light pierced through the sky and arrived behind the deity. The deity turned around and raised his hand to disperse the sword light. He looked at the person who came with a cold gaze. "Phoenix, you're courting death. The battle just now was just a warm-up. Let's officially begin now." With that, the immortal trapping sword stabbed into the ground. In front of the heavenly pillar, the 100 miles of stone ground disintegrated. Rays of bloody light soared into the sky. The terrifying power shook the universe. Immortal sword. Seeing this, the deity's face darkened. The phoenix actually had a treasure of the 4 great immortal realms. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. In the sky full of phoenix flames, a second immortal sword descended from the sky and landed in the hands of the red-clothed youth. In an instant, the red-clothed youth flashed by and slashed with the sword. The deity turned his palm to block the sword. However, a terrifying vibration was heard. The murderous sword light spread everywhere. The heavenly pillar could not withstand its ferocious power and collapsed. Giant rocks fell. Ghosts and deities were miserable. The battle was separated. The 2 people who knew each other's strength had a serious expression. Sword technique, heaven's tears. With a turn of the palm, the immortal slaying sword trembled. The resentment of the dead creatures on the ancient road gathered. The clouds in the sky changed. The deity raised his head and looked at the resentment gathering in the sky. His eyes darkened. The current phoenix actually had the ability to gather the resentment of all creatures. How was this possible? As the resentment descended, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The deity felt the vital essence in his body stagnate. It was difficult for him to circulate it. With a step, the red-clothed youth rushed forward again. The immortal slaying sword attacked mercilessly. The deity blocked the sword. The deity's body, which was not injured by the sword, showed signs of instability for the first time under the immortal slaying sword's sharp edge. Presumptuous! The deity was furious. After receiving the sword edge, he struck out with a palm, forcefully retaliating. Just as the palm energy was about to hit him, the trapping celestial sword hummed on the ground. Red light gathered in the sky and blocked the palm energy of the deity. For symbols divine seal, heavenly dragon shock. Borrowing the power of the other party, the azure dragon roared to the sky. Red clothes flashed past, and the dragon soared out of the sea, breaking through the sky. With a loud bang, the dust billowed, and the terrifying shock waves shook the ground. The ground disintegrated inch by inch, and it completely turned into nothingness. It was difficult to use the true power in her body for a moment, and it was difficult to display her valiant divine might. Phoenix's figure floated gracefully, her sword light crisscrossing, and she displayed her shocking sword skills, slaying immortal sharp, slaughtering immortal death, trapping immortal red light everywhere. The immortal ending immortal's transformations were infinitely wondrous, and the blood of the grand Luo divine immortals dyed his robes. Today, the immortal slaying sword and the immortal trapping sword appeared in the mortal realm at the same time. With their cooperation, they could fight against the gods of heaven and earth. 4 symbols divine seal, heavenly burial of dragon and phoenix. With one move, the dragon and phoenix intertwined. The dazzling light of the sword circled into the air and roared out. The deity roared, and his body changed for the first time. Divine light flourished around him, and a divine weapon that resembled a halberd and spear extended from his body, blocking the sword light with a bang. Facing the strongest opponent since awakening, the deity did not dare to be careless. With the symbiotic weapon in hand, he met the phoenix head-on, the deity of fire, the deity of heaven and earth. This was a battle that surpassed the limits of the mortal realm. On the ancient path, rays of killing light spread, and the power to destroy the heavens and earth shook thousands of miles. 1,000 miles away, illusory figures walked out one after another. Seeing this shocking battle, the light in their eyes continued to rise. 2 immortal swords, with power comparable to the true realm. Mahis Gate's 9th son was truly terrifying. Waning Moon Tower Master, we finally understand why you were so insistent on lowering the age limit from 60 to 100 years. What a pity, said one of the Star Region's managers. Such a terrifying youth could no longer be viewed as a junior. He had already surpassed his peers by far too much. The competition between heavenly geniuses was truly a joke. The Waning Moon Tower Master looked ahead without saying a word. Her eyes flashed. Trampling immortal, Ning Qin. If you don't want to be like a shooting star that only shines for a moment, you have to prove that everyone's judgment is wrong. Whether you're looking up from the ground or standing in the sky together, that's something only you can decide. Chapter 714. At the ruins of the 12 heavenly pillars, the battle between the deities gradually reached its climax. The deity slaying immortal sword shone brightly with red light. The sonorous sound of weapons clashing resounded between heaven and earth. The flames of war filled the sky. It was an unbelievable battle. Every move had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The deity slaying immortal was sharp, the deity slaying immortal was strong, and the deity trapping immortal was surrounded by red light. The 2 deity swords that suppressed the 4 great deity worlds had now appeared at the same time. The deities' bodies were immortal, but the deity sword's sharpness was beyond their limits. They were extremely fast, and their killing power was shocking. In the distance, the Star Sector sovereigns who were watching the battle could not hide their shock. The combat power of the 9th disciple of Mahis sect was truly terrifying. He had such ability even without entering the deity-treading realm. It was shocking, sky-breaking. As the deity swords approached, Hong Yi waved her deity, slaying immortal sword. A huge ravine appeared and drowned the deity slaying immortal sword. Expert. The deity slaying immortal sword rushed out of the huge ravine in space. The 100 refinements in his hand shook the sky and the sea. Hong Yi dodged the deity slaying immortal sword. A moment later, she turned back and slashed out with an equally powerful sword. The deity slaying immortal sword clashed again. The sky fell and the earth sank. The starry sky within 10,000 miles swayed as if it was facing an apocalyptic calamity. In the deathly silent starry sky, bones were floating in the sky. Only the sound of battle could be heard, rumbling and resounding for 10,000 miles. The battle continued. Killing light filled the sky. The deity slaying immortal sword was difficult to escape. He knew that the fastest way to escape was to kill the phoenix in front of him. The 100 refinements was like a dragon breaking through the clouds. It stirred up wind and thunder, its power becoming more and more terrifying. The deity slaying immortal sword shook the sky. It was peerlessly sharp. Nothing could resist its sharpness. In the starry sky, the battle between the two swords and the deity slaying immortal sword became more and more intense. No one could gain the upper hand. 100 suns returning to the east. A sword soared, shining the 100 suns. At the same time, the sword was swept out, and the convergence technique rushed out. The deity slaying 100 suns. In an instant, the suns shattered and fire waves filled the sky. Fourth sword, river of forgetfulness. The azure frost sword appeared, and frost spread. The yellow springs opened the way, and the river of forgetfulness was crossed. Useless. The deity coldly snorted. He brandished his 100 refined sword, scattering the incoming attack. Deity technique. The remaining power of the 100 suns and the river of forgetfulness shook the area. Hong-Yi used his sword to absorb the remaining power of the two moves, revealing the yin-yang celestial technique. Waxing, waxing, waxing and waning. A black moon appeared and shrouded the deity's body. A moment later, the black moon turned white and devoured the deity's body. When the immortal technique hit his body, he felt an intense tearing sensation. The god's eyes darkened slightly. With a long shout, his divine essence surged, and he forcefully resisted the immortal technique. At the moment when the divine essence and celestial arts collided, Hong-Yi flashed past and once again charged forward. With a slash of her sword, she slashed at the deity's chest. Unable to dodge in time, the deity grabbed the immortal sword with his left hand, blocking the killer move. One sword, formless. Zhu Xian spun, and the broken sword continued its sharpness. The sharp sword qi broke through the divine spirit's obstruction and penetrated his body. A soft groan could be heard as the deity turned his palm over and struck the deity's body. The immortal trapping cry sounded. The red sword light blocked this move, but it immediately shattered, unable to block the divine might. A pool of blood splashed out. Hong-Yi retreated several steps and barely managed to stop herself. Injuries were exchanged, and no one was able to gain the upper hand. In 1,000 years, you are the first person to injure me. The deity looked at the blood flowing out of his chest and said coldly, "It's a pity that I couldn't take your life." Ningchen raised his hand to wipe away the nearest bloodstain and said calmly, "How can a deity's face be blasphemed? Phoenix, you will pay the heaviest price for your ignorance." As soon as he finished speaking, the deity flipped his left hand slightly, and a shocking pressure spread out. The 100 refinement sword qi shone brightly, and rays of sharp light intertwined with each other, destroying everything in its path. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance. 6 hours was really not an easy task. Can the 9th son of Mahist hold on for 6 hours? 1,000 miles away, the leader of the Z-Way galaxy looked at the battle and asked, "I'm not sure. Although this child's battle prowess is shocking, he is facing a deity born from heaven and earth." The leader of the Luo Jia galaxy replied, "Dawn Moon Tower Master, you know this child the best. What do you think?" The leader of the Z-Way galaxy asked again. Dawn Moon Tower Master did not answer directly. She looked at the figure beside her and said calmly, "Shinji, what do you think?" "It's hard to predict." Shinji said calmly, "When I fought with him before, his battle prowess was only around the early to mid-corporeal realm. Today he is different. I think that in such a short time, Even with the support of the two swords, he should not have improved so much. Shinji, what do you mean? The leader of the Z-Way galaxy frowned. Until the moment of life and death, no one knows how much power he has left, Shinji said calmly. 10%, 20%, or is it that the current him is enough to kill this deity alone? The leader of the Z-Way Star Zone was stunned when he heard that. How could that be? Shinji, you must be joking. Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled and said, This child is extraordinary, but he is not as terrifying as Shinji said. Perhaps. Shinji did not refute. He looked at the battle in front of him, and a ray of light flashed across his eyes. Dawn Moon Tower Master, why are you protecting this child like this? While the four of them were talking, the battle in the distance had reached its most critical moment. Figures were constantly crossing each other, and the flames of war were burning. The two extremely powerful deities used all their battle prowess. 100 refinements and fairy slayers clashed, and the flames of war filled the sky. Deities from different eras met at the peak today. One was unusually powerful, and the other was unpredictable. In the sky full of red light, their cold faces were reflected. Time passed slowly, and the two in the battle began to get injured. After all, the power of divine weapons was not something that could be blocked by physical bodies. Phoenix was like this, and so was the deity. 6 hours was an unusually long time, but the path of knowing destiny would not stop here. Deities were not insurmountable. Phoenix, is it worth it to risk your life for these humans? The deity said, coldly, shaking the sky and shaking the battle. It's not worth it. Ning Chun rushed forward, and the sword light was dazzling, and the killing moves were endless. 100 refinements blocked fairy slayers, and the aftermath roared. In an instant, a white light appeared, and the soft sword twisted, locking the edge of 100 refinements. Sky-shattering. The moment the divine weapon was locked, the sky full of red light gathered, and fairy slayers slashed down. The deity raised his hand to block the immortal sword, and with a bang blood splattered. Why? The deity's eyes were cold as he asked. Benefits, Ning Chen replied, and the sword in his hand pressed down on the deity. As noble as Phoenix, you are actually so filthy. You really disappoint me. The deity snorted coldly, and ignoring the injury on his arm, he turned his palm and sent the person in front of him flying. Taking advantage of the momentum, he took a step and jumped into the sky. His sword shone, and streaks of red light rushed into the sky, surging and converging. Nirvana! Nirvana reappeared, and there was only one at the peak. The crisscrossing sword light was magnificent. After learning and comprehending the sword for 30 years, he finally used his sword today. The deity raised his head and looked at the sword light gathering in the sky, and his eyes kept jumping. Is this the current Phoenix? 9 dragons against the world. In a situation where he could not hold back, the deity waved 100 refinements, and 9 dragons coiled around his body and rushed into the sky. The next moment, the sword light fell from the sky, endless and glorious. The two weapons collided, and the destructive power spread rapidly, reaching thousands of miles away. In the aftermath, the deity's figure was pushed back several feet, and drops of blood dripped down from his arm. He had suffered serious injuries. On the other side, red appeared, and the sword was dyed red, making red clothes even more beautiful. Phoenix, how much power do you still have? The deity's eyes were unusually cold as he said, My mission is over. Ning Chun replied calmly, and his gaze looked into the distance. Hearing this, the deity was startled at first, and then his expression changed abruptly. Between heaven and earth, thunderclouds rolled, and in the space that kept rolling, 2 unusually powerful auras gradually approached, and they became clearer and clearer. Phoenix, you! The deity was furious. It turned out that the person in front of him was just stalling for time. If you hate me, You can wait on the road to the underworld." After saying this, Ning Chen's figure flashed, and he took the celestial trapping sword and left the battle. "The ninth son of the Mahis faction, thank you!" As soon as he said this, the space suddenly split open, and two figures walked out. Their auras were vast and mighty, as if a layer of heaven was pressing down, so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. The people in charge of the All Heavens and Spirit Void star fields had appeared in the battle. Before they even made a move, the surroundings had already begun to collapse. Without a doubt, the True Realm experts had officially descended on the ancient starry sky path. "Two supremacies, please remember your promise," Ning Chen said calmly, and did not stay any longer and stepped away. 1,000 miles away, Een was anxiously waiting. When she saw the figure in front of her, she immediately ran over. "You're injured." Seeing the blood on the former's hands, Een was anxious and asked, "It's just a small injury, it's not a problem." Ning Chen revealed a gentle expression and said, "Let's go." "Are we not waiting for the battle to end?" Een felt the aftermath of the battle that was getting more and more intense in the distance and asked. "No need." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "The Dawn Moon Tower Master is an excellent merchant. She knows what to do." "Oh, wait a moment." Een nodded, and after thinking, she tore off a corner of her clothes and carefully bandaged the former's hands. Ning Chen looked at the little girl's childish behavior and did not stop her. "Let's go." After bandaging the wound and tying 2 bow knots, Een looked at her masterpiece and said with a smile. Ning Chen nodded and allowed the little girl to hug his arms as they walked forward. Not long after the two left, the surrounding heaven and earth were completely swallowed by the aftermath of the battle. The terrifying waves brought out large amounts of blood. It was so beautiful. The splendor of life would only bloom beautifully at the moment of withering. In the 5 regions, 2 figures were walking forward. The man in a silver-gray cloak had sharp features and an extraordinary cold temperament. Beside the man was a beautiful woman who could not hide the confusion in her eyes. "Tower Master, is this the inner realm you mentioned?" Hong Wan asked. "Yes." The Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded and looked at the majestic mountains and rivers in front of her. She said, "The Lord of the 7 Extinction, heaven hated the greed of humans and wanted to create a pure land, a world without war and slaughter. However, he failed." A strange expression flashed through Hong Wan's eyes. This was not the first time she heard the Tower Master mention this Lord of the Netherworld. After looking at the rivers of the central region for 2 days, the Dawn Moon Tower Master changed her direction and walked towards the east. The Jiming Marquis was the name of the taboo in the central region. It seemed that if she wanted to know more, she had to make a trip there. The origin of the legend was a country that the 4 regions were unwilling to mention. Chapter 715. On the ancient starry sky road, the 16th heavenly pillar stood tall in the sky. In front of the heavenly pillar, He stopped and looked at the names in front of him. He squinted his eyes. There were many names, but 3 names were very eye-catching. They were the strongest kings of the younger generation. Een pulled the person beside her and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm thinking, how did those old monsters know about our whereabouts?" Ning Chen asked. Een was stunned and immediately thought of something. She looked at the heavenly pillar and asked, "It's this?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "It's most likely." "Then what should we do?" Een was troubled. "Everything has its pros and cons. It depends on how we use it." Ning Chen's eyes flashed and said, "The reward promised by the Dawn Moon Tower Master should be here. Before that, we don't need to hide our whereabouts." After speaking, Ning Chen waved his right hand, and rays of sword light flew towards the heavenly pillar and carved his name. Een also ran forward to carve her name. She would do whatever Ning Chen did. Not long after the 2 carved their names, an illusory figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out of the void and said, Little brother Ning, it's not easy to find you. There's nothing you don't know about the Tower Master's abilities. How could it be difficult? Ning Qin said calmly. The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled faintly and didn't say much on this topic. She flipped her right hand, and a shining source rose and flew towards the expert. Brother Ning's reward. Thank you. Ning Chun waved his hand and put away the divine spirit source. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and said, I've troubled the Tower Master to make a trip here. Brother Ning is too polite. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning compared to Brother Ning's help. The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. On the side, listened to the two talk nonsense and pursed her lips. One was full of evil intentions, and the other was a black-hearted businessman. They were a perfect match. No wonder they could work together so many times. Little Miss how old are you this year? Seeing the little girl's expression, the Dawn Moon Tower Master teased. I'm not telling you. Wrinkled her nose and said, The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled and said, I still have a jar of 100-flower treasures. If you have time, you can come to the Dawn Moon Tower to taste it. Er's eyes lit up and she smiled sweetly. Thank you, Tower Master. The Waning Moon Tower's mistress smiled. What a fickle little girl. In the next moment, the void swirled and the figure of the Dawn Moon House Master dissipated, disappearing between heaven and earth. Ning Qin, what's the 100-flower treasure? Seeing the black-hearted merchant leave, asked curiously. Wine. Ning Chen replied softly, Let's go. Let's continue on our way. Oh, nodded and followed him. There was no end in sight. On the starry sky path, each of the 49 heavenly cities was lit with flames. Each of the 81 heavenly pillars was engraved with names. From ancient times until now, countless years had passed. Even true immortals had turned into white bones. Only this ancient road had existed since time immemorial. Time was merciless, taking away the glory of the ancient times. The immortal world collapsed, and the path to immortality disappeared. Prosperity turned into silence. Following the death of Yan Yuntian and the other kings in front of the 12 pillars, the 9 kings once again became vacant. However, a new replacement had yet to appear. There was no first place in literature, and there was no second place in martial arts. There were indeed experts who could compete with the 7 kings, but there weren't many. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, a woman in a dark red dress appeared. She held a blood-colored divine furnace in her hand. She hadn't said a single word, but she had forcefully defeated one of the 7 kings. For a moment, the starry sky was shaken. In a short 3 months, the Red King's name had spread throughout the world. When Ning Chen heard this name, he only smiled faintly and didn't comment on it. Ning Chen, why don't you go find some king to fight? Kicked her legs in a tavern. I promised the Azure Lotus Enforcers that I wouldn't casually fight. Ning Chen smiled. Then I'll go. If I can't beat him, then you can help me. That won't count as casually fighting, suggested. You're just a child. Who would fight with you? Ning Chen patted the little girl's head. I've already grown up. Covered her head and protested. You're still a child. All right, it's just an empty title. It's useless even if you want it, Ning Chen said softly. We're experts. We need to establish ourselves and become famous. Stretched out her fist and waved it around. With your mediocre martial arts, you call yourself an expert? Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Ning Chen smiled. Don't keep putting me down. I'm already very powerful. Pushed him away unhappily. Yes, you're the strongest. Expert, are you still going to eat? If not, we'll continue on our way. Ning Chen glanced at the food on the table. Eat. Hearing that they were going to leave, immediately buried her head in her food, no longer arguing about whether or not she was an expert. At this moment, several powerful auras appeared outside the tavern. The ones at the front were two young girls who looked exactly the same. It was difficult to tell them apart. Behind the two girls were a group of youths. They all had respectful expressions, and no one dared to take half a step forward. "Please move aside. We want to sit here." The two girls walked forward and spoke at the same time. Iner, who was eating enthusiastically, was startled. She didn't understand what was going on. "It's fine." Ning Chen patted her head and comforted her. Then he looked at the two girls and calmly said, "Twin Kings, so you really are a pair of twins." The man in front of them immediately recognized them. The two girls didn't look too surprised. "It seems those 12 idiots didn't die in vain. Unfortunately, your life ends today. I've always wondered why a great sect that could produce 12 peak Supreme Being disciples wouldn't have a single outstanding powerhouse. Today, I've finally seen one. However, are you planning to fight in Heaven City?" Ning Chen calmly asked. "Why not? Do you think the enforcers of this city can protect you?" The two girls' eyes turned cold. "Why not?" A purple-robed elder walked over from the distance. After a few steps, he arrived at the tavern. Everyone hastily stood and respectfully bowed. "Twin Kings, are you not putting me in your eyes by causing trouble in my Linghui city?" asked Enforcer Linghui coldly. The two girls' eyes darkened. They had always heard that this person was protected by the enforcers of the Green Lotus sect. They didn't expect him to still be so in Linghui city. "We don't dare." The two of them cupped their fists and bowed. In front of the table, Yin-Er was eating while observing the situation. She secretly gave a thumbs up to the person beside her. He was too amazing. He still had someone protecting him even here. Ning Chen pushed the dishes in front of him to the little girl. Why was her appetite always so good? Fortune favors fools? "Little girl, don't cause trouble. Leave." At this moment, a dignified voice sounded in the two girls' ears. The two girls frowned, but didn't dare to disobey. They bowed to the enforcer and turned to leave. After the twin kings left, Enforcer Linghui nodded slightly to the young man in front of the table. Without saying anything, his figure faded and he left the tavern. In a quiet place in Linghui City, an illusory figure appeared in front of the two girls. He looked at the two girls and said, "You're not allowed to provoke that young man again." "Why?" The two girls were unwilling to accept this. "No reason. This is an order from the Star Master. No accidents can happen during the opening of the ancient battlefield. The Star Master is already very angry at you for acting without permission. Don't cause any more problems," warned the illusory figure. Yes. Although the two girls were unwilling, they could only accept the order. In the tavern, Er's mood wasn't affected at all by the interlude. She continued to eat as if she hadn't eaten for several days. After eating, Er put down her chopsticks in satisfaction. She then moved her chair closer to Ning Chen and said, "Ning Chen, can you teach me some powerful cultivation techniques? Look at that king just now. He's about the same age as me. He's already called himself a king." Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe away the grease at the corner of Er's mouth. He explained that's a special physique. It's fine if two people work together, but one person can't do much. "That's still better than me," said Er unhappily. "What do you want to learn? Every time I ask you to practice your sword, you're always lazy." "Now you know you're still lacking," said Ning Chen softly. "Is there anything easy to learn? I'll be able to do it once I practice." Er grabbed Ning Chen's arm. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Maybe, but I don't know how to do it." Hearing his reply, Er's mouth twitched. After thinking for a while, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "Then why don't you teach me 180 years worth of cultivation and let me directly become an expert? I've only been practicing martial arts for 30 years. Where would I get 180 years worth of cultivation?" Ning Chen unhappily knocked Er's head. She only knew how to take advantage of the situation. In cried out in pain and hugged Ning Chen's arm, not letting him hit her again. "All right, when you're successful in learning the sword and can control it, I'll give it to you," said Ning Chen softly. "I don't want it." In pouted and said, "That sword is so ugly." "Then I'll teach you the divine scroll after I get it," said Ning Chen after thinking for a while. "It's too difficult. I don't want to learn it." In continued to shake her head. Ning Chen helplessly said, "Then I can't think of anything either. Let's talk about it after or I think of something, okay?" "Okay." In reluctantly agreed. She was envious in her heart. Why was her mistress so powerful without practicing martial arts? Night gradually fell in Linghui City. After traveling for so many days, Ning Chen could not bear to see In continue working so hard, so he chose to rest for the night. In the guest room, In fell asleep. Ning Chen took out the divine spirit source and thought for a while. Phoenix essence surged out from his surroundings and swallowed the divine spirit's power. In an instant, a strong repulsive force erupted from the divine spirit source, and a tearing pain continuously surged out from his body. Ning Chen lightly groaned and clenched his fists so tightly that his veins popped out. On the bed, In fell into a deep sleep. She did not see Hong Yi in front of the window. She was drenched in sweat, and her body could not stop trembling. There were no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. Perhaps there were, but they belonged to those monstrously talented, peerless geniuses. The night was silent. When the sky was about to brighten, Ning Chen tiredly opened his eyes. Phoenix flames rose around him and evaporated his sweat. As expected, he had failed. It was so difficult for a mortal to become an immortal. Chapter 716. In front of the 23rd heavenly pillar, Hong Yi stopped. She looked at the names on it and then turned to leave. The petite little girl caught up with him and asked, "Still nothing?" "Yes, there are countless branches in the starry sky path." "Slowly search," said Ning Chen calmly. "Isn't she also a king?" "How come there's no news at all?" asked Iner. "She probably doesn't want to be disturbed," said Ning Chen softly. "Then how long will it take?" asked Ina. "There's no rush. Before we reach the ancient battlefield, all the branches will converge into one. It's only a matter of time before we meet," said Ning Chen. "What if she doesn't agree?" Ina was troubled. No one would give away such a precious thing just like that. "We'll discuss it when the time comes." "There's always a way," said Ning Chen calmly. The Red Lawn starfield was filled with endless fog. At the end of the broken Western immortal world, the heavenly river where the Western Mother Empress had once been buried began to shine. Suddenly, the void violently shook and 4 figures walked out. In an instant, they flew into the distance. "Let's split up. We must complete the mission as quickly as possible." "Understood." The figures that disappeared from the starry sky could no longer be seen. Only the spatial vortex in the depths of the heavenly river was telling of the dark history of the past. Not long after the 4 of them left, a melodious bell rang out. Ghostly chi filled the air as 3 dragon corpses pulled an immortal palanquin. The woman in the palanquin was wearing a red wedding dress and a red veil. Her lips were red like blood. The immortal corpses patrolled through the 10,000 realms. They had never stopped for even a moment. In front of the 26th heavenly pillar, Ning Chen looked at the names one by one, carefully searching for the person he was looking for. In was also helping him. She didn't believe that a person could just vanish into thin air. Ah! Suddenly, a startled cry rang out. In was pointing at one of the names on the heavenly pillar. "You found it?" asked Ning Chen. "No, look at whose name is it?" asked Ina anxiously. Ning Chen looked in the direction was pointing at. When he saw it, he smiled. "Mu Qianshang. I've already seen it. Don't worry about him. Let's continue searching." "Ah? Oh." Seeing that the former did not take it seriously, In's excitement dissipated, and she continued searching. An unknown distance away, a young man in a black and white cloak was walking forward. Beside him, a man in purple clothes was walking together. Along the way, neither of them paid attention to the other. After walking for a short distance, a fork in the road appeared. The two of them looked at each other and directly chose a path to take. It was really awkward to travel with a man. It was better to break up. 10 days later, halfway through the ancient path, on a desolate great star, a boundless desert blocked the path ahead. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and there was not the slightest trace of life. Ning Chen. As Ener walked, she tugged at the sleeve of the person beside her and asked, "Your friend is here. Why do you look like you don't care at all?" Ning Chen stopped and smiled. "I'm happy, but there are too many things to do, and I don't have time to care about them. Those fellows aren't people who know their place. There are many experts on this path, and they probably don't have time to find us. If we can meet, it'll be fate. If we can't, then we'll go our separate ways." "Them. Could it be that you saw other names?" asked Ener, puzzled. "Yes, they're all here." Ning Chen nodded. Ener's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. None of these fellows were normal. They had come from so far away, but not a single one of them had come to find them. After walking for half a day, the weather in the desert became hotter and hotter. Waves of heat that surpassed the limits of what they could endure came wave after wave. Ning Chen didn't feel anything, but the little girl beside him couldn't bear it. Sweat dripped down En's forehead, wetting her hair and sticking to her face. She felt extremely uncomfortable. "It's hot." Ener raised her head. "This great star is basically a desert, and we won't be able to leave for a while." "Just treat it as cultivating," said Ning Chen softly. "Why aren't you hot at all?" asked Ener. "When have you ever heard of a phoenix being afraid of heat?" smiled Ning Chen. "That's not fair." "Huh." Ning Chen smiled. "It'll be fair in a bit. Once the sun sets, you won't feel the heat anymore." Just as the two of them were speaking, a white-robed novice monk was walking forward. His face was gentle, and he held prayer beads in his hand as he chanted Buddhist scriptures. Even from a distance, Ning Chen could sense an aura coming from off in the distance. Looking over, he saw a flash of light, an expert from one of the Buddhist schools. At the same time, the novice monk also looked over. It was none other than the wisdom Marquis. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound rang out from the desert up ahead. It was so powerful that the entire desert began to shake. Ning Chen sensed something, and his eyes narrowed. What a powerful aura! "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a flash of light. Ning Chen took the little girl beside him and rushed forward. A few 100 kilometers away, a red light appeared and Ning Chen emerged. When he saw the corpses on the ground, his expression sank. How was this possible? Based on their auras, each of the corpses was at the immortal trampling level. They were clearly peak experts of the younger generation. Although they weren't quite on the same level as the kings, they weren't far off. And yet, they hadn't even had a chance to fight back before they were killed. Obviously, whoever had done this had to be an expert who surpassed the level of the executors. Unfortunately, the executors were stationed in Heaventown, so there was no way they would show up here. Amitabha. At this time, the novice monk arrived. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but sigh. "Wisdom Marquis, let these benefactors rest in peace," said the novice monk, looking at the red-robed young man next to him. Hearing this name again, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. "You know me. Everyone on Celestial Mountain knows the name of the Wisdom Marquis," said the novice monk calmly. "And you are Buddha's son?" asked Ning Chen. He had long since heard that there was a prodigy in Celestial Mountain, the homeland of Western Buddha. Boom! Even as the two of them were talking, the sound of a huge battle rang out in the distance. Then it stopped in an instant. Ning Chen's expression sank. Without hesitation, His figure flickered as he rushed over. 300 kilometers away, the ground was cracked and filled with devastation. Not a single place was intact. It was a shocking scene. It was still a single move. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Ning Chen's expression grew more and more serious. This was going to be troublesome. A moment ago, he hadn't dared to be certain, but now he was certain that a terrifying expert had come to the ancient road of the stars. At the same time, many illusory figures appeared in a majestic hall in an unknown region. Their eyes were filled with seriousness. "Everyone, you've all received the news, right?" asked the person in the middle. "Yes." Everyone nodded. "Young experts have died on the ancient road of the stars. Furthermore, none of them lasted more than 3 moves. It would appear that a power unknown to us has entered the ancient road of the stars," said the leader of the Z-Way starfield. According to the traces left behind on the battlefield, the people who attacked were at least at the mid-corporeal realm. They might even have been at the true realm, said Shinji. "Can you deduce which powers martial techniques belong to?" asked the leader of the Luo Jia starfield. "I've already tried, but..." At this point, Shinji's expression turned serious as he continued. "I have never seen their martial arts before. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere. What is their goal?" "It's definitely not just to kill," said the leader of the All Heaven starfield. "No matter what, we can't just sit by and watch. Everyone, it's time for us to act. We must eliminate these people before they cause a panic," said the person in the middle. "Amen," everyone nodded. The next moment, the phantoms dissipated. The divine armaments were stopped by the people in charge of the Z-Way segmentum when they were about to leave. "Shinji, do you know why the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master hasn't appeared?" "I don't know." Shinji shook his head. "I haven't heard any news about him in a very long time. That person's character has always been difficult to understand. Perhaps there's something that interests him. If you receive news about him, tell him to hurry over. This is a crucial moment. We cannot allow any accidents to happen," said the leader of the Z-Way starfield. "Amen," Shinji nodded and replied. In the desert, Ning Chen, who was chasing after the unknown expert, was moving faster and faster. When the sky was about to turn dark, he finally saw a shadow. "Oh!" Sensing that someone was approaching from behind, the black-clothed figure stopped. Without saying anything, his figure flashed past, and with a flip of his palm he seized the soul. Ning Chen dodged the palm and clenched his right hand. A white light appeared and the soft sword twisted, wrapping around the black-clothed figure's arm. With a loud bang, the black-clothed figure erupted with power. He shook off the sword and sent another palm strike towards Ning Chen's chest. Azure Dragon Descent. Ning Chen seized the black-clothed figure's arm and pressed down with his left hand. The 2 figures rapidly fell to the ground. Not bad. The black-clothed figure stepped in the air. His body bent at a strange angle and escaped. With a boom, the ground cracked. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward again. In close combat, every move was dangerous. The 2 of them, with their terrifying combat power, were unable to determine the winner. This was a martial art he had never seen before. It was strange and cruel. Ning Chen's face darkened. Where did this person come from? Dark 8 Desolation. The black-clothed figure did not want to fight for a long time. He raised his hand and used a killing move. Suddenly, the black light expanded rapidly. A cold and heavy destructive power pressed down. The 2 of them instantly turned into nothingness. Eastern Rising Sun. In the extreme darkness, phoenixes gathered and rose, shining like divine suns. The martial art of the heavenly book had reappeared in the world. The 2 extremes collided. The sky fell and the ground fell. Endless sand and dust flew. In the aftermath, red lightning flashed and the star soul appeared. It was extremely fast. With a ripping sound, the black-clothed figure disappeared. When Ning Chen looked back, the black-clothed figure had disappeared. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He looked into the distance. A cold light flashed in his eyes. What a strange movement technique. The battle ended. In the distance, Ina rushed over, panting. She looked at the red-clothed figure in the night and asked anxiously, "Where is he?" "He ran away," Ning Qin replied. Ina was stunned. Her small face showed a trace of confusion. How could it be? With Ning Chen's strength, the person who could escape from him would at least be an expert at the middle stage of the corporeal realm. If this was the case, didn't it mean that there were experts who were comparable or even stronger than law enforcers on this path? It seems that this path won't be peaceful in the future. Ning Qin looked into the distance. His eyes lit up. In the battle just now, the black-clothed figure had obviously held back. It was difficult for Ning Qin to estimate his true strength. Chapter 717. The ancient path in the starry sky changed overnight. It was unknown how many young experts disappeared from the ancient path, falling into the mortal world. It had happened so suddenly that no one knew about it. Apart from a small number of people, no one knew that something had happened on the ancient road of stars. 10 days later, in a heavenly city, the sounds of battle echoed throughout the universe. Before long, the sound stopped, and a figure fell from the sky. The death of an executor of the ancient road shocked the world. Seal the news! Don't cause panic! When the leaders of the various planetary systems received the report, they immediately ordered that the news of the executor's death be sealed. No matter what, the ancient road of stars couldn't fall into chaos. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Although the news was sealed, many people still learned about the executor's death. Everyone knew that the executors of the ancient road of stars were all at least in the mid-corporeal realm. There were even peerless experts at the peak of the corporeal realm. No matter where they went, they would be overlords. No one could harm them unless they were at the same level. Now that the executor had died, it meant that there were experts who far surpassed the younger generation on the ancient road of stars. Even the 9 kings were no longer invincible. In front of the 16th heavenly pillar, a woman in green saw the familiar name on it and turned to leave. At the same time, at the end of the desert, the 33rd heavenly pillar pierced the sky. In front of it, Ning Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the name on it. He had finally found it. Ji Yuqing, the most mysterious of the 9 kings. The Ji clan of the spirit Voiji was said to have the bloodline of a god. It was a true colossus with tens of thousands of years of history. It was said that there was more than one true realm expert overseeing it. Most importantly, the person who had been imprisoned in the immortal graveyard had said that an expert from the Ji clan had died in the Forbidden Land 10,000 years ago, leaving behind half a move of the god scroll. Ji Yuqing was the daughter of the Ji clan's holy lord, and her status was extraordinary. If the god scroll was still in the Ji clan, then it was very likely that she had cultivated it. Ning Qin. Yin-Er shook the arm of the person beside her and said softly, "Aren't you worried about your friends?" "They're fine." Ning Chen looked at the sky pillar in front of him and said, "Unless a true realm expert makes a move, it won't be easy to kill them. When it comes to survival and escaping, they're better than anyone else." After experiencing large and small battles, even battles between gods, these friends of his no longer cared about the pride of martial artists. If they couldn't win, they would just run. Oh, hearing the former's reply, Yin-Er was relieved. It was good that he was fine. "Let's go. Her name is here. If we hurry, we might be able to catch up to her soon," Ning Chen said softly. Yin-Er nodded lightly and agreed. Half a month later, a huge battle broke out in an ancient heavenly city. Even as the executors of the ancient road were seriously injured, one of the doyens from the planetary system arrived and forced the mysterious newcomer to retreat. After the battle, the ancient path of the starry sky calmed down again. Within a month, no more young powerhouses or law enforcers were killed. In an unknown hall, the Star Domain Venerables walked out to discuss matters. "Shenji, how are things going on your side?" the leader of the Z-Way galaxy asked. Nothing out of the ordinary, Shinji replied. Everything is normal here as well, the person in charge of the Luo Jiao Zone replied. One by one, they began to share information. Speaking of which, it seems likely that they've retreated, said the leader of the Heaven Mist Star Zone. That's not likely. Shinji shook his head. Those people are extraordinarily strong, and they clearly came with a goal in mind. There's no way they'd just leave. Turn from light to dark, said the leader of the Z-Way Galaxy Star Zone. Everyone's expressions sank. That seemed to be the only possibility. If they've managed to sneak onto the ancient path, as long as they don't go all out, we won't be able to find them. It's really troublesome, said the leader of the Heaven Mist Star Zone. Have the law enforcers in the various heavenly cities be more vigilant. Try to track them down as much as possible. Don't act rashly and alert them. If they find anything, notify us immediately, said the leader of the Spirit Void Star Zone. Everyone nodded. Until they knew who those people were, that was the best way to proceed. In the Eastern Divine Prefecture, space rippled as a gray-robed figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, his divine sense swept across the entire land. The Infernal King's pure land has actually withered to such an extent. The gray-robed figure looked down and said indifferently. Then he flipped his right hand, and wind and clouds gathered as he slammed his palm down. With an earth-shattering bang, the human world was instantly wiped out and turned to dust. The Divine Prefecture, which had experienced several calamities, was once again plunged into misery and suffering. The three emperors of the Xia Kingdom, the Northern Ming Kingdom, and the Barbarian Kingdom walked out. Looking at the figure in the sky, their expressions darkened. This was troublesome. At the same time, in the homeland of the Western Buddha, the Northern Polar Region, Zhongzhou, and Nanling, the cultivators above the three disasters all looked at the East Continent in shock. Heaven's will. On the blessed Buddha mountain in the homeland of the Western Buddha, the Light Elder sighed softly. He took a step forward and rushed toward the east. Lingling Piao Su, from now on, the West Jade Mountain is in your hands. On the West Jade Mountain, the West Jade Lord said. Then she stepped forward and disappeared. In the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master looked in the direction of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Was the calamity about to befall them again? In the Divine Prefecture, flames of war raged. A calamity comparable to the descent of the gods had descended. Wherever the gray-robed figure passed, the land below was scorched. Amitabha. At this moment, golden light shone brightly in the sky. Countless divine lights crisscrossed, forming a huge Buddha statue. From the Buddha, the Light Elder walked out and stood in front of the gray-robed man. After calming the flames of war, the Buddha's light shone brighter, strengthening the Buddha's divine power. Reckless, bald donkey, the gray-robed man said coldly. Light Elder, I didn't expect you to come. As he spoke, a lotus bloomed in the void. The West Jade Lord walked out. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face. She was like the Guanyin who had saved the world. No one could bear to blaspheme her. Dong! At this moment, the bell rang again and again, dispelling the flames of war in the mortal world. The sound of the great path. The West Jade Lord looked toward the distant north. There was a flash of brilliance. Without a doubt, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master's helping them. No one else is coming? Then let's begin. The gray-robed man said coldly. He flipped his right hand. With a loud bang, black thunder and fire descended from the sky. The terrifying destructive power continued to spread, shocking everyone. The three realizations of saving the world, Bodhisattva repentance of 10,000 demons. The West Jade Lord waved her slender hand. She raised her cultivation to the limit. In an instant, countless golden lotuses bloomed and fell. Buddhist divine power gathered to meet the destructive power. On the other side, the Light Elder also used his Buddha's energy to calm the flames of war. 12 Buddha statues appeared out of thin air, forming a holy wall in front of the mortal world. Your Buddhas are so laughable. The gray-robed man pressed down with his right hand. Black thunder and fire spread out. In the rumbling, the 1,000 lotuses shattered and the holy wall collapsed. The aftershocks came. The sound of the great path dissipated most of the power. However, some of it still fell. The 2 Buddhas retreated a few steps. They vomited blood. The 3 of them had entered the treading celestial realm. However, they still couldn't block one attack. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Lotus sacred technique, 1,000 lotus demon lock. Even though she knew the cruelty of the truth, the West Jade Lord's eyes didn't waver. She activated all the vital essence in her body. Blood lotuses formed around her, condensing into chains that locked the person in front of her. The West Jade Lord's golden light turned blood red. She looked like a bodhisattva turning into an asura. Buddhas and demons had always accompanied each other. Bodhisattvas killed and fell without boundaries. When the light elder saw this, he also sighed softly. His eyes opened and closed. The youth's face instantly aged. His white hair danced in the wind. The 2 Buddhas sacrificed themselves to kill and protect. Fighting with your life? You don't have that right. The gray-robed man snorted coldly. His figure flashed, directly shaking off the chains. He turned his palm and attacked the asura in front of him. There was a violent tremor. Blood splashed everywhere. The West Jade Lord retreated a few steps again. Her Buddhist robes were dyed red. Below, shock waves rippled out. Cities collapsed one after another under the extreme might, completely destroyed. The calamity of the end of the world. Cries shook the heavens. Death was everywhere. It was bleak and dazzling. The horrible memories that she didn't want to remember appeared in front of her again. However, this time there was no young man in plain clothes who sacrificed his life. Wu Ho, where are you? An old man who had experienced the divine tribulation knelt on the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he begged Wu Ho to return. On the ground, one by one, the people of the Xia dynasty knelt down. They trembled and cried, hoping for a miracle to happen. 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people, 1,000,000 people. Whether it was the survivors of the divine tribulation or the children who had only heard of the legends. At this moment, they all knelt down helplessly, praying for a miracle. With a rumble, lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dusky ground. In the sky, blood fell like rain. The 2 Buddhas were at the end of their road, unable to stop the calamity of the end of the world. 3 realizations of crossing the world, leaving 100 lives and falling into the cycle of reincarnation. There was no turning back. In the battle, the West Jade Lord sacrificed her life. Her strongest move pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. A huge blood lotus bloomed, blooming to the extreme. On the other side, the Light Elder, whose face was getting older and older, also used the last of his strength. Cracks spread on the beacon in his hand, reaching the limit of what he could bear. The 2 Buddhas sacrificed themselves to protect others, gathered their final strength. Bloody light and golden light intersected. It was so dazzling that even gods and ghosts were shocked. Wu Ho, please come back. Helpless cries, one after another, spread throughout the Xia dynasty, spread throughout the divine prefecture. The psyche of millions of people gathered, turning into a bright lamp that illuminated the world, pointing out a bright path. Rumble, another bolt of lightning fell, dazzling the eyes. In the void, the black flame in the hands of the gray-robed man rose to the extreme. An unprecedented destructive power spread out. Immediately, the sky changed color, and the whole world trembled. It's over. With that, the black flame descended. Its violent power caused the sky to collapse and the earth to shake. 3,000 miles of sword snow. At this moment, The dark clouds dispersed. A silhouette in plain clothes descended from the sky. His body was covered in snow, and he turned his palm to block the flame. With a loud rumble, the two moves collided. The aftermath of the collision caused the world to turn into nothingness.